E aí galera, eu sou a Kaia e eu tô aqui com o jogador do atual campeão da PMPL Americas, Liu Boy da Influence CHEMIN. Antes de tudo, como é que você tá se sentindo?
Oi, Kaia, boa tarde, galera. Então, eu tô me sentindo muito bem, tô confiante com o meu time. A gente já vem de 2 campeonatos muito bem representado e eu acho que esse não vai ser diferente. E vamos forte aí.
Como os campeões da PMPL Americas Fall Split, quem vocês veem como rivais nessa temporada?
Então, eu acho que rivais, eu considero os brasileiros, que acho que são a região de mais alto nível dessa Américas. E IG, Loop, 17, acredito que vai ser rivais nesse campeonato.
Como a equipe se prepara para os torneios, tanto mental quanto fisicamente?
Então, tanto mentalmente, a gente tem nossas sessões, cada um, tipo, tanto em grupo e individual. A gente trabalha o nosso lado mentalmente, junto com a ajuda de psicóloga e de cada um do jeito que prefere. E físico, eu acredito que é muito bom um atleta ter, tipo, um momento de preparo de se exercitar, para se sentir bem e confortável para passar a noite inteira e a tarde inteira jogando. Então a gente vem fazendo academia, se exercitando, forçando a mente a trabalhar, né? E é isso.
¿Qué tal, Aragot? Mira, tuvieron un comienzo muy lento en la etapa de liga de la PMPL latinoamericana. Ahora en PMPL Américas, con tan solo 4 días de competencia, ¿cómo se van a asegurar ustedes de poder tener un arranque bastante fuerte?
Pues al principio de la liga, pues nos estamos acostumbrando al nuevo tipo de zonas, todo eso, y a estudiar los equipos. Y ahora pues ya estamos más preparados con todo ese tipo de juego y pues nos vamos a asegurar de que nos vaya bastante bien.
Su roster recibió varias nuevas incorporaciones. De hecho, solo eres tú y Rojas los únicos que se mantienen a comparación del año pasado y sobre todo para esta PMPL Américas. ¿Cómo se adaptaron entre sí?
Lo bueno fue que ellos, los que incorporamos, ya habían jugado en un equipo anterior y como que ya traían su sinergia. Y entre nosotros pues nos fuimos acoplando y pues hacemos un muy buen equipo.
¿A qué equipo ven como su mayor rival en este split de PMPL Américas? ¿Creen que están listos para ganar el título de esta PMPL contra tantos equipos veteranos?
Pues yo creo que nuestros mayores rivales serían los brasileños, los equipos de BR. Y sí nos vamos para campeonar, para traer el título a la TAM y sí, conseguir todo.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship Spring 2023. But what I really should be calling it is the Brazil Championship, because that's exactly what happened here. Shut up, Seven, we're not on camera yet. That's exactly what happened on day one here at the event. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, but after yelling, I might not be for long. Seven Rules Gaming, Cameron Davis here to join me. And honestly, I think that was the general thing, like the general takeaway from me from yesterday was just Brazil came to play.
Yeah, I mean, we're hyping them up so much that we would have been disappointed if Brazil didn't end up showing up, and they showed up in a big way, especially from like the first match. From the get-go, they were really aggressive. They didn't allow any of the Latin teams or North American teams to adjust. I'm excited to see if now, with the time that they have had to rest for this day too, if they had enough time to just hopefully adjust to Brazil.
I'm sure that there's been a number of adjustments even within Brazil itself, because while the region as a whole is performing very, very well, the top dogs, the big names, the Alpha 7s, the
Influence.
the INCO, the Influence CHEMIN, the Loops, they're actually not even the ones that are turning all of our heads. It's the other teams from Brazil that are making the biggest splash here.
Even the teams who might not have got in if Influence CHEMIN didn't already have a pre-qualified spot. But before we can finally break everything down here, that has obviously happened in our day of play social media channels, man. You guys got to check all these out, especially the Discord server. I want to hop in there because I'm pretty sure things are getting pretty spicy as well, because to be honest, like the North American teams kind of underperforming so far, and I know there's a lot of egos and a lot of people, a lot of fans, a lot of really supportive fans that might be a little bit unhappy.
Really passionate fans.
Passionate, that's the word I was looking for. But I was supportive for some reason. But you guys, you can let us know who you think, or not even who you think your favorite team is, who is your favorite team. You don't have to really think about it right here. And let us know over in the YouTube chat. And I'm actually curious to check in on that at some point, because I wonder if things have changed from like day one coming to day two.
I would be surprised if they haven't. I'm pretty sure at the beginning there was a bunch of Alpha 7, because it always happens before for Alpha 7 tanks for like the first day, and everybody just starts switching ship, and then they go back to Alpha 7.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm expecting Alpha 7 to level up, because their form from their own regional league was too good. Their veteranship, their experience, the players' individual consistency over the course of their entire PUBG Mobile careers has been too good. It would be way unusual for the entire team to tank in the way that we saw yesterday. And that's not even to say that they played terrible yesterday. They're still in the mix at the top, right? But I fully expect them to have a much better day today. The whole question is, how will they have the opportunity to get enough points to climb up and try and get that #1 spot by the end of this weekend? It's only day 2. There are still 3 days left to play, right? So there's more than enough time, but we already talked about this. There was a little bit of extra space to try and have a couple of bad rounds. That's done.
That was it.
Well, speaking of #1 spot, you're the perfect person to bring that up, Cameron, because in our talent prediction game, you currently hold the crown. For now, though.
For now.
Only for now. Who knows what's going to happen at the end of the day? Besides 7 and I being at the bottom. That's probably going to be
Nah. It's the comeback is about to happen.
I will admit, I got carried by INCO here. And I think we're going to be talking about INCO a lot in this opening section just because they've been performing so well. But a little bit of a teaser of why they've been good is that they have very amazing timings on when they're able to grab a central position.
Yep.
And that's why I've picked them a number of times, because suddenly, middle of the game, they're in a good spot again.
I mean, I would have picked them once, except a certain talent convinced me not to, and that completely screwed me over. But it's fine. You know what? It's a fresh day. It's a new day. There's many predictions to happen, and I'm not going to listen to you ever again. As you can see here, we're starting things off with Miramar, and it's going to be the exact same order we had yesterday.
It is. I'm actually looking forward to Vikendi again. I want to see if some of the North American teams are going to perform well again there, now that we have had one Vikendi. Lamb's been able to play, Brazil's been able to play. How are they going to be able to readjust? And Hyper actually did pretty well yesterday in Vikendi.
Yeah, and Hyper, just going off of that point for a brief moment, and Hyper started a bit slow, like a lot of the North American teams, got better and better over the course of the day, and I think Hyper, coming from North America, had some of the best fundamentals from that region, and so I think they're going to be the ones that are going to be best at sort of, once they get their feet under them, used to the tempo and the sort of meta of this specific lobby, to have a better, quicker adjustment than perhaps some of the other North American teams.
Or in Hyper, it kind of comes down to keeping all their players alive, especially if they get into a top 5 situation. Yesterday, I think they ended in a top 5 situation 3 times, and out of those 3 times, they only had one time they're 4 players alive, and that's when they actually ended up getting most of their elims in 9 elims, and they ended up being in Vikendi. So if they can at least maintain those players alive, that'll be big for them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like a lot of the matches we had yesterday, there weren't that many teams getting into those final zones that had everyone left alive.
Yeah, there was a lot of people getting picked off a couple of times in the early and mid game, and I think part of that is just the skill of this lobby. Of you see a car going past you, spray it down. Yep. There it is. There's the knockout in the open. But also, I think it has to do with not being 100% secure on how the teams around you are going to be playing and knowing what's a free path versus what's something that's likely going to be contested. And so that's where, again, NHyper, as well as a bunch of other teams, might be a little more safe in their rotations going forward.
That's a good point, right? Because you mentioned the scrims that obviously did happen. It's just about testing out your mechanical skills, see everything's still up to par. The rotations you're making there aren't going to be realistic to what's going to happen in an actual match. So things will be continue to adjust here. But it's time to take a look at overalls. And I started off the segment obviously yelling at 7, but what I was trying to talk about is Brazil just came to play here. I actually feel really bad about that now. And anyways, INCO, first place, 84 points with a 17-point lead. But 3 chicken dinners, 43 limbs, 41 placements. That sweet, sweet marriage between those 2 sections of points for me is what a CC team can be, a championship caliber team, and very well could be what gets them into PMWI.
Man, the thing that is probably the most dramatic about this is the fact that not only is it Brazil at the top, it's the 3 underdogs from Brazil. And I specify underdogs from Brazil because they're showing us that in any other lobby in Latin America or North America, they would absolutely dominate because they're doing that here. And so I think we knew that Brazil was the strongest region, sub-region, if you want to call it that, coming into this event. But the fact that you have a underperforming Influence Chemex and a slightly underperforming Alpha 7 and a marginally underperforming Loops, and it's still Brazil at the top. It's insane.
I wouldn't say marginally underperforming Loops. I mean, they're currently in 4th place with those 44 points. Big underperforming from YKG. I mean, I'm actually interested to see how this team is going to be able to react coming out of the champions of NA, which a lot of people don't think that they are the champions of NA. So I'm interested to see how the players, the young players that they do have, are going to be reacting to it.
You look at NA, right? And back in the day, you used to be able to say Cloud9, Tempo Storm, Knights.
Yeah.
And now when you talk about NA, you just don't have that team necessarily that's like, that's the king of NA. That's the most dominant force. You look at, if I ever say PMPL Brazil, you're going to give me Alpha 7. You're going to give me Loops, right? You're going to give me Influence CHEMIN. If you talk about Latin America, you're going to talk about Jaguar for sure. Maybe Team Queso. But for North America, there's just no team. I think maybe NHyper technically is the closest, but there's just no big standout king of the region. And for me, that just shows there's an identity crisis right now in North America.
Yeah, a lot of people going into NA, they thought that NHyper was going to be able to be that team. And I mean, I even had that at that team when we had conversations. I thought they were going to end up being the champions, and they just absolutely choked when it came to actually being able to clutch it up and get that spot. They haven't been able to showcase that so far. They are the best performing NA team, but I feel like we need to see more out of them to be like, okay, you know what, NA and Hyper.
I think it's unreasonable to expect that the second a big leader, a big sort of points leader like the Knights leaving, then suddenly a team is right there to take their place as the dominant force. You want to see what happens over the course of an entire season, over the course of an entire year. But the progress that YKG and NHyper have been making towards that goal has been rough, especially when you look at the North American finals where they only got first and second based off of their bonus points. If there was no bonus points, and you look on strictly their performance from the finals, they would have been like last in the top section.
Oh yeah, I think Panthers would have won the whole thing then because they only had 2 bonus points going into it. But we can take a look here at our performances, right? On the left-hand side, you have our 3 reigning champions from their respective regions and a big drop-off. This is only placement points. Alim's obviously a big part of this, but this just kind of shows that the top 3 teams that we've had, or not, I can't say top 3 teams, the top teams we've had from respective regions have just been not able to replicate the performance they've had in their own regions respectively.
Yeah, they really haven't been able to. I mean, Alpha 7, we're saying they're pretty much a shell of themselves. YKG, they're nowhere to be seen. And that's why I'm interested to see how these young players are going to be reacting to the adversity that they are currently running into. Jaguar has been abysmal. And then you have INCO Gaming that you were mentioning, like they are playing great. They are pushing towards that middle of the circle. And what I'm most impressed out of them is the rotations. They're doing some crazy rotations, and they're also willing to disengage from a fight. They're not afraid to, you know what, just get one illim and then back away, find a way, and play that long-term towards the final circle.
Yeah, and so I think that's leading to why INCO has such good placement points. they're getting deep into games because they're not putting themselves in risky situations. Compare that to Alpha 7, who are still playing well, right? They're still in the mix there, even though they're not the dominant force that we perhaps expected them to be there. But they're not getting deep into the games, and they're not necessarily getting the eliminations to make up for it either. But here are the full stats from INCO Gaming. Squash definitely in the lead, but not the rest of the team actually isn't trailing that far behind. It's much more of a team effort here than I think it was. If my my memory serves me correct, it was a bit more of squash heavy stats from the finals, Brazil finals.
Yeah, you were saying, Jason, a lot of teams are losing their players early on, but if you look at this is what's most impressive to me out of these players, right? Obviously the elims and whatnot, but the average survival time, everybody was over 21 minutes, and that's just so impressive. That just goes to speak volumes of how they are positioning themselves. In this Erangel, I will say, they got super blessed by this zone, but they were able to take advantage of it. They were able to get a lot of elims and back it up and take advantage of those situations that are given to them.
Yeah, it's not just, hiding out in the center of the zone and getting placement points. They're racking up a huge number of eliminations every single time. And then this Miramar match, this one was a lot less of a gifted circle and much more of just knowing exactly when they have the timing to go in. They were playing the early mid game really quiet, really safe, and then they saw the opening and they just suddenly pounced out of the bushes like a tiger, and they knew exactly when to take over and still ended that one with double digits.
Yeah, and this one was actually the most impressive out of all their wins for me, because they only had 2 players from early on, and they decided to be patient. They decided to just wait it out. They did end up getting a little bit of help there from GK first, as he was able to just shoot people from the roof. But overall, the way they play, they can either turn it on when they need to or just turn it off.
I think also it makes them so impressive is the fact that, like, mechanically, they don't have the most limbs, but they're really close to being the most limbs. They can fight anyone in this lobby. They have like this aura of confidence about them that they're not afraid to take on anyone. I think if you're essentially, some of these teams come into this who maybe don't have the experience of some of these other teams, you're a little bit like hesitant to go for fights. We see teams like Alpha 7 be more than happy to engage, because you have to have that aura of confidence if you want to be the best team in the region, if you want to be the best team in America, if you want to be the best team in the world. And they are not afraid of everyone. And I think for me, that's what's I'm really happy to see about them. They're not really backing off fights. And I feel like something you brought up yesterday, actually, the scouting we've seen out of these teams, like the information, and not say INCO, but in general, has been really phenomenal.
It really has. And I mean, it comes down to the rotation that I was hinting at, because if they see somebody there, if they see an option to get an ilim, they are going to go for it. And this is what you're saying. They are going to be willing to take that fight, right? But if they don't see the long term that's going to help them out, they're just going to back off, send somebody to scout. They have been running great 2-2 splits, and also I saw one, I think it was in Sanhok, where they had a 1-1-2 split, and it worked out well for them during that match. So I can't wait to see how they're going to be performing here, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the other teams, I can't wait to see what Alpha 7 is going to be doing, because Alpha 7 has not played like themselves. You were mentioning they do like to play aggressive, but I felt like yesterday they were playing a little bit too aggressive when they didn't need to, when they usually tend to prioritize the circle a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. The only problem is, and I think I mentioned this at the very beginning of top of show here, but the gap, the lead that INCO have, that FLAMENGO have, that Intense Game have, is going to give them the space to play more carefree. Whereas Alpha 7, whereas Loops, even though they do, especially because they like to play the early game a little more loose, a little more active, there's going to be that pressure of like, oh, we want to go for this fight, but we need to make sure that we absolutely win this fight in like 3 seconds, because we don't want to give up our entire game. And so, the experience on those teams, I think, is going to, I'm not going to vote against them necessarily, but it's going to be a lot. There's more stacked on their plate right now than a team like INCO, who just need to continue playing their game, no fear.
See, I'm going to slightly disagree, only on the basis of Alpha 7 have been in much more prestigious events with way better teams so many times. So I think for me, at least on them, like I'm not saying a blanket statement that everyone's like this, but for them, this is just another day at work for them. And I feel like they're still going to focus on playing their own style and still focus on doing what they know how to do. But for other teams, I think that's definitely a key thing to think about, like Overnight. Didn't expect them to be top 5 coming into this. They're probably going to be a little bit more cautious and hopefully not like second guess themselves in what they're doing.
No. I hope Overnight is not cautious at all. That's the only team that's currently in the top 5 that doesn't even have over 20 elims. Right now, they're currently sitting at 19 elims. Meanwhile, everybody else above them is either over 30 elims or 40 elims. So I feel like they definitely need to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
I feel like yesterday during the Sanhok match that they did end up winning, they got super, super lucky that INCO decided to just focus on Alpha 7, because if INCO would have focused on Overnight, by Overnight allowing them to get that close, it would have been a completely different story.
Yeah,
So
play more cautious than they were already playing.
Yeah, I did. Please don't play that cautious Overnight.
Okay, well, you know, we're talking about eliminations. Why don't we take a look actually at our top elim leaders so far after 1 day? And the interesting thing about this, 3 players, all with 2.5 average eliminations, but 2 of them coming from Intense Game, Cameron.
Yeah, INCO's in first place, but they only have 1 player up here on the top 5, which shows that they are being, I don't want to say carried, but they have the extra level of the constant placement grabbing, the constant placement scoring grabbing. Even if you discount the wins, they're up in the podium positions, whereas Intense Game and FLAMENGO, they are more binary in if they're making it to the late game or not, but they're getting up a lot of frags, which is what's getting them up in the position to contest INCO as much as they are.
Now, speaking about FLAMENGO, you can see here again the very first match of the day, them and Intense Game on top. This battle, I know you broke it down quite a few times, but I really feel like that set the tone for Intense Game, because again, I think for them, in my opinion, this is like a team who realizes we have this really good opportunity right now. We didn't, we qualified, but not necessarily in top 5. Yeah. Let's make the best out of it. And they're taking that little spark of that first match and running with it. The question for me is that spark going to be put out today, or are they going to continue to turn that into a fire?
I don't think that it's going to be put out at all for any of these 3 teams, actually. As I said, the sort of underdogs from Brazil, because all 3 of them are playing the exact same playstyle that they played in the finals. None of these 3 teams are trying to develop something new. They're just continuing to work on the style that's worked for them, that's gotten them this far. And so, yeah, that does show that it's the other bigger names from Brazil that might have been underperforming yesterday. But that's what I don't think it's going to be a big question at all if these teams at the top right now can continue to play at that level. It's, can anyone come up and match them and try and overtake them?
I think there will be some teams that are going to do that.
It comes down to preparation, right? Which team's prepared come into this. Now that we've been able to see 6 matches, you've seen the rotations, you know what teams are going to play, see if you can use that to your advantage. But before we can hop into the match, I'd give a big shout out once again here to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Love to have them, and I would love to pour one on top of Seven's head, except we're both extremely low in our predictions. But you know what? Who's not low in their predictions? Our commentators. We got Hot Jukes and Zute join us once again.
That's right, baby. I heard on the desk, right, talking about doing the homework. I know the fact that we did. I know you guys at home did as well. Zute, my brother, how you feeling going into today?
Ooh, today there's a lot on the line, a lot of question marks that will be answered for me. YKG, definitely the big one. Are they going to have that bounce back, or are they just going to, sink under the pressure? And then Alpha 7, right? This is a team that, the dust said, didn't do all too bad, but it's not the Alpha 7 that we saw out of Brazil. So are we going to see that Alpha 7 today also?
I think it's only a matter of time. I mean, we know for a fact that these squads are starting to finally adapt to this lobby. I think day 1 was always that day to just kind of shake them nerves off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just let go of all that stress, everything you're feeling, and just come in hot here in day 2. But day 2 is, I think, more important, right? Because if INCO keeps playing the way that they have been so far, they're going to take a lead so big that no one's going to touch them.
I'm not going to say no one's going to touch them, but they're going to be near untouchable if they have another day like they did yesterday. So for sure.
Yeah, I mean, winning, what was it, 3 games with the top amount of points easily, and then 4 was pretty solid as well. It's ridiculous to see how they performed in just day 1 alone. How are they going to come back after day 2, though? Because now we know for a fact that they're going to have a huge target on their back coming into today, because all these squads, they're hunting down that first place. That's really the main goal, right? They want to lock in that ticket going into that next stage. So the teams like YKG, right? Squads that are all the way at the bottom, they have to have a ridiculous comeback today, a thick one. So Zoo, what do you expect to see from these squads like coming right off the rip?
Teams like YKG, it's so hard for me to say because we didn't even get to see them on screen too much. So I can't even pinpoint, like, are they not playing their usual style, or are they just playing really nervous? All I gotta say is, like, for teams near the bottom, just come in today with confidence and trust in your teammates, because the biggest problem is when you do bad on a first day and on the second day, if you're not trusting your teammates, no matter what adjustment you make, whether it be more aggressive, more defensive, if you don't trust your teammates, it's going to fall apart no matter what you decide to do. So my biggest, you know, advice to the teams near the bottom is just come in fresh, trust your teammates, and you guys got this. And whatever it is you guys strategize, just trust it 100% and go for it, right? That's the best you could do.
Yeah, definitely. One team I'm looking at for sure is going to be the Panthers. I got a chance to talk to Nate a little bit earlier today to kind of see how he was feeling going today. And he said, you know what? We've adjusted to the lobby. You know, it's definitely different than what we faced in the past, but we've made those changes, and we're looking to come in hot today. So, you know, hopefully he had that talk, rallied the troops, and are going to come out today strong, because it's going to be tough. I mean, these Brazilian squads are no joke, Sue. I mean, we've seen it. They seem to be moving 2-3 minutes faster than any NA team that we've seen in PMPL North America. So to make an adaptation that quick, it's going to be impressive, but honestly, if they can do it, it'll be a huge sign that they're able to get it done in even future stages.
I definitely agree. One curveball I got for you, Jukes, is Overknight. What do you think about Overknight? They're just like quietly in the top. We haven't seen anything crazy out of them, but they're in that top position. Do you think they have the formula down, or did they just kind of get lucky and scrape on by near the top rankings?
Well, we're about to find out as we're getting ready for match number 1 here in day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship. Oh, you guys are so excited today because it all comes down to this. Now, when it comes to Overknight, they're that scary team for me. There's always one squad that's just sneakily at the top, just kind of waiting it out. And I think it's a good position to be in, especially like right off the rip, because not a lot of teams are really focusing or studying you.
That's very
real.
true.
All the squads that did their homework, they're looking at what INCO did yesterday.
Exactly.
Right? They're laser focused on INCO, and they might struggle a little bit because of all that focus on them, but no one is really like hyper analyzing Overknight. At least that's my assumption, right? So come in these, if they keep on being consistent, all it takes is a good pop-off day in the late stage, and they can take this whole tournament. So squads at the top definitely should not be shying away from studying Overknight, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, that actually brings me back to a conversation that we've had in the past, right? Like, would you rather be in first place going into the second day or like the final day, or would you rather be in like second or third place, just like, you know, a couple points shy? And personally for me, I feel like the teams, you know, in second, third have more of an advantage because they have less pressure and less of a spotlight. But what do you think about that? And oh, that is, hold that thought, Jukes. What do you think about the circle?
Yeah. Goodness gracious. Look at the circle all the way down here at the bottom. Now, one thing that I'm going to be looking at right off the rip, right? It's got to be Influence CHEMIN right here. Look at these guys, right? All the way in Puerto Payaso. They don't have to worry about a thing. I mean, this is also a top squad, so they're just going to be able to loot up, kind of pick around all these little areas right here. And
check out where Alpha 7 is.
You also have the Panthers in this.
Alpha 7. Highlight that top left.
Oh my God! I had to look all the way up here. Bing, 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 bing.
Look up to the top left. Alpha 7's got a
gracious.
track to make.
They are going to have to haul it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them really make like a long, thick rotation around here, just try to catch this island area. That's going to probably be their best bet, but depending on how long it takes them to loot, they're going to probably have to just kind of head in this direction here. And honestly, if there's any team that could do it, it's Alpha 7, right? They love kind of playing that edge style and bullying those squads. So I don't know. We'll see. It's a very interesting play because no one's even near them right now.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 the other day, they dropped El Pozo, and the plane path complements El Pozo perfectly. So I'm actually really confused with that Alpha 7 drop. Like, what do you think? What, like, are they just planning on...
They know something we don't.
Maybe. I mean, the only thing that comes to mind is that they really want to make sure they have no one on their backs and be able to fight all the way in without worrying about any teams behind them. That's the only, clear-cut advantage in changing from El Pozo to that top left corner.
Okay, let me just I'm gonna go through my hypotheticals right here, all right? Let me try to get inside their head. So this is a strategy that I would expect to see, really, if this is the last day, final game, and they're in first place with a good lead, Maybe they want to just get away from everybody, don't want to deal with hot drops or anything, but this isn't the case, right? This is still just start of day number 2. So the only thing that I could think of, and you just kind of tell me what you think about this, right?
Okay,
is
I'm listening.
they're going to land so far out, get looted, right? And try to catch eliminations on some of the straggler teams looting up on the way in. Okay. That's the only reason I could think they could try to do a strategy like this, is because usually teams that are not as confident, right? Even though this is a monster lobby, right? This is the Americas Championship. They are the ones that kind of like to go later into the circle, just kind of get that loot and separate. And maybe Alpha 7 is going to try and loot up, full send it on in, and just kind of pick apart each player and just kind of rack up some early game points. That's my assumption. What do you think?
I think you might be right, because, I mean, we talk about teams needing to adjust in the second day, and that's an adjustment if I've ever seen one, right? That's a huge adjustment. So they definitely have some sort of plan coming into today that's different from what they did in day number 1. Taking a look at INHyper and INCO. INCO's the team to really watch out for. INHyper right now, the team that NA's got their bets on. Let's see if INHyper start doing better today. They started doing better and better throughout the course of day number 1, and that's such typical INHyper fashion. I can only imagine, hopefully, their performance is going to improve as the days go on. So this first game out of INHyper will give us a really good idea of where their head's at and how well they're going to come in playing on the second day.
Yeah, one thing that I think all North America teams need to do, Zute, is just keep all 4 up in endgame, right? Because the start we saw yesterday was crazy. I think we saw every single North America team lose a player early on in Miramar. So hopefully these NA squads did their homework, right? Are being very careful of how they rotate and make sure they keep that full squad up to kind of get in those engagements later on. The Chosen is a team that really frustrated me yesterday, Zute, because in that final Miramar match of the day, I thought that they had the entire capability of winning that match with their position, everything, but they just started to play a little bit too passively. So I hope squads like the Chosen and other teams we saw just kind of get that confidence today, right? Just think, okay, if we have this great position, we got to turn on that aggressive switch and get it done early.
Confidence is the key factor today for, I would say, all the teams, right? If you're near the top, be confident in what you did yesterday and stick to it. If you're near the bottom, be confident and being able to change that up. It all starts with confidence. We had that talk just a second ago. Here we have some really fast rotations, especially given such a hard shift on the very first circle. So will some of these stragglers, or not stragglers, rotators, get picked off on their fast rotations? You can see right there FLAMENGO already being very separated, meeting resistance from INCO and probably ATON and INHyper soon also.
Let's see what the rotation is really looking to shape up to here. FLAMENGO. What do you think about FLAMENGO? I think this is another one of those teams kind of alongside Overnight that a good couple games, we could see them rocket launch up the leaderboards. What do you think about them so far, Zoo?
Overnight, so I think Overnight, they definitely are in a good position like we talked about in the pregame. They can just kind of analyze the teams above them, and they don't have to worry about anyone really targeting them. So I think Overnight, maybe not today, but if they can maintain a similar position going into day number 3, I think on day number 3 is when they should really have a clear-cut idea of what needs to be done to overtake the teams ahead of them. So today I'm just looking for them to kind of play the same style, like fly low under the radar and just get those placement points, pick up whatever elimination points they can, and just, you know, stay low key. And then on a third day, right, once they get all the homework done on the teams that are ahead of them, then they really flip the switch and then bust into the top 3, maybe even the top 1. I mean, it's a long shot. They're in 5th place right now, but it could happen.
Yeah, you can see them all the way at the bottom. And actually, that's a really good rotation for them because the circle with the hard shift down south is going to make things pretty easy. Oh, here comes the Chosen. Anying, doing a little bit of a blind rotation, gets caught by loops. So I just said it earlier, right? You know, you got to make sure that you're being very careful when it comes to your rotations and not losing players early on. And it looks like one of the scouts from the Chosen are taken out. And that is Anying, too. That's a monster player for that squad to lose.
Yeah, you called it a blind rotation, but to be honest, Jukes, when the circle is that far away from you on the very first zone, I think everyone's kind of heading into it blind, especially since we haven't had the circle yet in this lobby. So it's not like teams could even do like some theorizing in their heads, like, oh, this team will probably be in this position and that position. So it's going to be a hard rotation for anybody, and I'm surprised we've only lost, you know, that one player on the rotation so far. INCO, the team to watch out for, Jukes, running into Jaguar, and the first player already knocked on the INCO side.
All right, well, let's see what Jaguar is going to do here. They're looking to kind of get aggressive. We can see those nades coming out, possibly looking for even a second knock. But the longer that Jaguar waits, the more risk of a third party give INCO, but that nade is going to be nice and pretty. Let's see what Jaguar looks to do. Sebo looking for that off angle, gets pieced up and knocked. That's going to be from Hyper. So Hyper helping out INCO here. That's going to make things that much more difficult to this push. Mercy, yeah, doesn't want to risk getting knocked with that nade. It's going to have to back off.
Ooh. It's a stalemate now. 2 knocked on both sides. They're getting the resets. I don't imagine this fight is going to continue on at all. It looks like Jaguar, if anything, they're sending a player out to scout deeper into the zone. You know, I really like that idea. Rather than just sitting there and knowing on the next rotation they're going to be stuck with another team, they're just going to, you know, leave now because Hyper is really stopping the 4v4 fight from the third party at distance. And look, Jaguar is already relocating to a better position. Very proactive play. We would see a lot of teams typically just, you know, sit still and wait for the next zone because they can't fight. They don't want to get third party, but instead Jaguar, they're just going to move and keep rotating.
Interesting play. I mean, I can't blame them, right? You don't want to take that risk so early on, especially with that chance of a third party. We saw it happen so many times yesterday. And, I mean, look where they're at, right? Dead center of the map.
Yeah.
Better to be safe rather than sorry. So I can't say I blame them. We'll see where this next zone looks to pop on over. You see the Panthers over there on the beach, drinking that Monster Energy, hanging out. And that zone's going to center back up onto mainland. So nothing too different than what we saw a little bit earlier. ATON Esports all the way from the north are going to start creeping on down. And we'll see how things shape up. I expect a little bit of a little more quiet for the next few minutes, at least until the next zone.
All Glory Gaming here. Trying to readjust their buggies, keep their vehicles safe. There's still a lot of rotations to be had. Royals of War picking a member up from FLAMENGO. This is on the northeastern side of the zone. A lot of fighting to be had as teams make their way in from this rough terrain. And with the way the terrain is, there's a lot of just high mountain, or not even high mountaintops, just rolling hillsides, 360 degrees all around the zone. So if you're already near the center...
You hit a tree!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, that is the tree of death right there.
The tree of death, exactly. Goodness gracious. We always talk about gun skill, we talk about, you know, team communication, but those vehicle skills, right? Making that perfect rotation. One mistake, you hit a tree and you are out of there. So Royals of War really getting punished for that simple mistake. Let's see if they can possibly make up for it here. You can see M2M looking, oh, what a grenade! Takes out FLAMENGO, and that should be a full pick pickup for Rosa War, so heck, mistake made up for.
That is a huge recovery. That's probably the biggest recovery yet. Crashing in the tree, losing 2 players, and then winning the fight and getting a full reset. You don't usually see that happen, so let's take a look at a replay from earlier. The Golden Murado. Extra bonus points for that. Style on him.
That's right. There's only one. There's only one in the whole game. See what Hyper is going to do here. Just kind of hanging out here on this edge. They got that monster truck, some monster truck madness there on the side. Okay, let's see what the Panthers are up to as well. They have a beautiful hill here to kind of focus on loops. They just got to make sure not to give them that initial knock, because if so, it could make things a little bit more dangerous. Panthers are quite split, and I think Nate realized it, so he's going to go ahead and head on over to his squad mates as YKG Fears really out of position here. Going to get taken out. Well, it looks like his vehicle was actually blown up, so not able to get to his teammates. It's going to be a tough sacrifice there for YKG.
Yeah, looking at the minimap, they're at that southwestern point. And it looks like Fears was, if anything, just scouting. That wasn't even like a rotation gone wrong. Just losing a player scouting in when you're already in the zone on the edge, it's not a very good look whatsoever for YKG. They're down to 3 zone shifts. We go back up to the north. Favors ATON right there. They're on the side that circle shifted to, so they could chill out for 1 more zone. Only teams that really need to move would be down in southeast. I'm looking at Influence CHEMIN right now.
Yeah, Influence CHEMIN way down south. They're most likely going to probably push right into Overnight. Dope Slayers is right there in that position too. It's going to make things pretty interesting. And you can see them looking for that buggy. There's Kowski. He's going to possibly go pick up his teammate or scout. Yeah, I think he's actually heading up there straight into Overnight, like I mentioned. We'll see what they're opting to do. It's YKG heading up the mountain as she comes.
Oh, wait, check out YKG's...
INCO finds a really good area here.
Check out YKG's roster they're using today. Acer's playing.
Oh.
They brought out a Acer out of retirement.
Oh, YKG. That's a huge substitution right there. That's going to be big for them. Let's see how it ends up paying off, though, because they did lose Fears early on. Joey is trying to find a better spot. Is able to secure the top of that hill for now. And right now, we're going to see teams just kind of poke at each other. Nate, uh-oh, never mind. Nate and the Panthers are looking to mix it up with loops. Chronix got that nade locked and loaded. He's going to be able to get it onto Ayala. Mythic with the jump down, hits the clutch shotgun shots, but some nice return fire from Chronix, back and forth, but it ain't going to be enough. Loops with the excellent defense, taking out the Panthers.
Yeah, good defense by Loops. And Hyper was helping out as well, actually, and Hyper got a knock onto one of the Panthers, so that slowed down their roll. And Hyper currently, one of their players knocked on the edge, not able to really do too much. They do have 3 elimination points already, so in Hyper looking pretty good in a decent spot as well. And they've not made the mistake that, you know, the desk gives them a lot of slack for, which is losing a player early on. They still have 4 members alive, so in Hyper in a good position for now.
Yeah, 3 eliminations to their name. Loops with 6, though, absolutely crushing it. Let's see if Influence can possibly right the mistakes we saw from the Panthers. Can they actually get a successful offense here? That nade looks pretty good. Gets a nice little tap. Kowski gets beat up, though, from Overnight. That's going to be Unknown getting the knock. And with Dope Slayers nearby, this is going to be a really difficult push for Influence CHEMIN to make.
Influence CHEMIN pinned down out of zone. There's 2 teams ahead of them. Overnight just keeping the suppressive fire up. They'll be able to get that reset, but what they won't be able to get is their time back, and time is ticking. Blue zone crunching in. They need to mount some sort of push, and they are just pressed between Dope and Overnights right now.
Super tough thing for Influence CHEMIN is they don't seem to have very many vehicles. You see a little boy there with his buggy, and he's got to make sure to really secure it, but some great shots there from Overnight, going to make it that much more difficult. And I don't see Overknight letting this go at all. Federal from that off angle is trying to get some help, but his teammates are just getting beat up from all over the place. And not to mention, here comes Papa Blue.
Man, this was a huge oversight on Influence CHEMIN's side. We saw out of the plane path, like on drop, Influence landing, isolated by themselves in a great spot to take, you know, more central, and they just didn't move. They wanted to stay on the edge and fight their way in, and it is not working out for them. They're down to 2, and the circle pulls away from them once again.
Let's see what the strategy is going to be. All Glory Gaming right on the edge of the zone as well. They're going to have to go ahead and make a fight against Intense Game. Diego on that huge off angle. He has that oversight. He's got to make sure not to get knocked here, as Adrian probably going to use all the utility he can against All Glory Gaming. Oh, Royals of War was actually taken out. That's a pretty big fight there. David with the DBS coming in hot. And that is Intense Game. Their whole squad pretty much done for. Diego on this off angle, only one up left.
Yeah, All Glory Game coming out strong right now. Intense Game. You know, this was a team that could do no wrong yesterday, and they get swept by All Glory Gaming. So a lot of things, you know, shaping to be a little bit different coming into day number 2, and we're just starting to see.
Oh, what a nade from Loops.
Oh, huge nade.
Mythic coming in hot here. Yeah, QZ trying to go for the res, but the relentless playstyle from Lutz, non-stop pushing, aggression. Not very much he could do. A lot of pressure coming in from ATON up top of the hill. That's kind of buying a little bit of time, but it was only a matter of seconds. And Hyper done for. 9 eliminations for Loops. They are on a rampage.
Loops is clearing and sweeping a path all around the edges of the circle. You love to see that when a team plays aggressive on the edge, just like the fashion they did. And they will get, you know, the zone next to them as well, so they just get more and more space to work with. As YKG, they're doing what they can. 2 members. I don't think All Glory Game knows they're down there, especially since they're on foot. There's no vehicle sounds to have that cue given away, and now they're hunting down the last member of Intense Game. He's got a nade. Can he do something with
it? A nade could be brutal. Oh, no. Just mistimed it. I mean, I think All Glory Gaming saw that coming. These pre-nades, so brutal. And now we're going to see a push from All Glory Gaming, but they do not want to make a mistake. But yeah, Diego just had to full send it, tried to make a play, couldn't get it done. So Intense Game are out of there. You got to watch out, man. All Glory Gaming doing some really excellent pushes here in the late game.
Yeah, the battlefield has thinned out dramatically right now. There's only 8 teams left alive, and on Miramar with a zone this big, usually we see more, but we saw how difficult the terrain is, so it forces a lot of teams to fight their way in or get completely wiped and eliminated. We have Overknight once again, still alive with 4 and making their way in just quietly. 4 eliminations to their credit.
Oh, not to mention, you got the deadly squad of INCO still alive there down south. My question to you is, Zute, who do you think's going to win this match just based on what you see so far? Because we're in zone number 5. I'll tell you what, you got ATON all the way up in the north. You got Loops still up with 4. INCO, deadly squad, could always make something happen. And you never know. Maybe we might see something special from Jaguar this game.
You know, I think Loops has a really good chance at winning this one. They've been playing so well so far. Hold that thought. Overknights make their push in straight into INCO, feeding them points right now. 1 down already for the side of Overknight.
And here comes Vitali looking to try and mount up a beautiful nade here. This is some excellent cover. That's going to buy a little bit more time for his squad bait, but you got to know a nade is coming right for it. And bye-bye INCO. Picked apart. It is only Becker up left with a nade in his hand. The second he peeks, he's probably done for. Never mind. Actually got away with that. But yeah, one more peek and he is gone. He knows it. Yeah, he put that pin right back in that nade. He said, I cannot look at that window. This is a much safer place to throw one.
Yeah, getting some help. Getting some help from a third party from distance. One of the Overknights do get knocked, but it should be an easy res. Man, this Overknight team, maybe what we need to do is just keep the camera on them more often, because they seem to just be playing their style and it is working out for them. And they took a fight with INCO and beat them.
Well, let's see what YKG could do. I think David may have seen him. Nope, he did not. I think he noticed one of the players from Dope Slayers there. So All Glory Gaming in their buggies, just getting ready for that next zone to pop, and then we'll see them send it onto the next zone. Using that third-person perspective from that buggy as well to get a little bit more vision. Nice to see some little tips and tricks coming from these top players.
Zone is closing in. All the teams right now pretty much in the next zone. Jaguar in a great spot on top of that building. Nobody really has center zone, though. The center zone is that road that's completely open, as Overnight's having to make another push and taken out by Jaguar, it seems. Loops up to 11 elimination points, Jukes.
Goodness gracious, Loops is coming in hot here, and those were not fed to them by any means. They had to work for it straight from outside of the zone, and they may have to make another trip, as we'll see this next zone pop. Will it center up or head to one of the edges? ATON started to spread their claws, wrap around, trying to secure this chicken dinner. But Chief, he spotted Choco, and he's trying to apply that pressure. We may even see a rotation in that direction from Loops, but ATON's ready for it, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, ATON's got all the information in the world right now, and that circle, wow, favors both ATON and Loops. I think both teams are going to just play their positions. Becker is still alive from INCO, by the way. Woo! Just right there near the center of the zone in a ditch. Don't know how much longer he's going to stay alive. 4 teams out of the zone on the southern side, however.
Loops are on point right now. You can see they're just laser focused. You can always see after so many eliminations, you just move just that extra quarter second faster, just more aggressive. And Loops are trying to hunt down this victory. Chief on point with those shots. This next zone, very favorable for these teams, as Loops doesn't really have to move anywhere, and they still have plenty of cover. All Glory Gaming gonna full send it on over. Becker still alive for INCO, dead center, just trying to get some placement points for his squad.
Yeah, they're going to need the placement points. I believe they only have maybe 1 elimination point, if I'm not mistaken, so far. We'll see very soon. Jaguar, they got a big push to make that 4 up. They can make something happen on the southern side. Same with All Glory Gaming, guys. They push right into Dope, and Dope getting cut down right now, getting blitzkrieged and firing right back. He manages to knock 1, but that is all he's going to manage to get.
Done and dusted. Dope Slayers are out of there. That's going to be some more points for All Glory Gaming. That's 8 total for them. Got Loops with 11 on the other side of the map. Starting to take an eye towards the center. Jaguar with all 4 members up. Pretty quiet so far with only 1 elimination. But they definitely have a solid position. They got to make sure they don't get sandwiched from some of these other teams.
You see them checking out that vehicle. Something's fishy about it. Becker fires back some shots. Now they know for sure there's a player there. How many nades do they have, though? It doesn't seem like they have much util, or Becker would be... Oh, never mind. They have at least 1, and that's the one that was needed. INCO eliminated in 6th place.
Choco and Chief have been battling it out for this position for the past 2 zones, and have something to say. Who's going to finally get that crucial knock? The one thing about these 2 different players, though, is Chief has his teammates right next to him, so if he gets knocked, he's fine. Choco, if he gets knocked, he's done for.
Yeah, well, actually, if Chief gets knocked, that is a nade though. Sailing in. Yep. Ooh, and the nade is good.
That's huge. ATON don't want to make that cross, though, just yet. Cardoson, you can see him with that M4 so ready, just waiting. YKG eliminated 5th place. That's one of the better finishes for them. And ATON with the DBS Fred coming in hot. Gonna start off with that nice knock onto Cardoson. Mythic from the back end. Tries to run away, but where you going? You're going to the lobby, buddy. That's loose. Warpath ended by ATON Esports. All Glory Gaming on the other side of the map. Still in the mix of it. Who's going to win this game? I mean, it's pretty much anyone's. Jaguar are stuck dead center. They're going to have to make some plays. You can see them all turned around, now having to focus on ATON, but these nades are going to be brutal.
It's nades coming in from All Glory
Sohan.
and ATON.
4-3.
Wow, no knocks.
How about a Molotov?
How are they surviving that?
I'm so shocked.
They've ate at least
Oh, that molly
5
hurt though.
grenades.
Yep, that molly hurt. Yep. Oh my goodness. Zohan got knocked from All Glory Gaming. So Jaguar lives just a little bit longer, but they are so stuck. Oh, All Glory Gaming is running out, driving out in the middle.
No.
This is ridiculous. Fights from all over the place. Mercy's forced to do 360s all over. David jumps down with the DBS and gets knocked too. What is All Glory Gaming doing?
It's
One more
he
shot.
gets a knock.
It's Strap against Aton. He gets one. Can he get the other? 1v2. Not gonna be enough. It's Aton Esports gonna win that match right there. What a crazy finish. I mean, All Glory Gaming, that was the definition of sending it right there. You know, they said, scratch strategy. Who needs it? When you got a DBS and an M4, right? Just drive on in, hop out that buggy, and make it happen, baby.
You know, I actually like that All Glory gameplay now that I think about it. They had a little bit more time to maybe win the match if they got some knocks onto ATON, but then they'd have to sweep past, the team in the trenches as well. So they just went for second place. They're like, we can definitely take out this team stuck in the trenches because they have been getting eaten up by nades, and that's what they did. They did it together. They secured that second place and a few more points.
Well, Aton Esports win that one. Jason and the boys, what do you guys think about our first match of the day?
Well, what I think is that was a fantastic first match, not because of how it played out, because Mr. Cameron Davis didn't get any points in his prediction. You picked INCO, right?
No, I picked. No, that was 7. I got the win again.
Woo! I'm not last, boys.
I got the win again. No, but okay. So the reason why I picked AG7, I think a lot of us did. Looking halfway through the game, they had really
smart
good
ones of us did. Yeah.
Yeah, they were on the north side of that road. But more importantly than that, while they didn't have many eliminations, if any at all, at that point, they had such a wide spread that if the zone favored the north of that road at all, I was confident that they could use their area control to get at least a top 3 position. But you saw them execute very, very well on that game plan. They decimated loops. They took out All Glory Gaming and Jaguar and just made sure that the second that they had a favorable zone that they could really take over and not risk being third party or like getting stabbed in the back, the blue closed behind them and they executed it, and they 18 points. Low elims, but you get the eliminations that you need to do, and they got it cleanly.
Yeah, for me, what I'm actually most impressed about is All Glory Gaming being able to put up 12 elims, 18 points. That's great for a team that came into 9th place. And also Loops, we're talking seeing some of the other Brazilian teams stepping up, right? Not just INCO, not some of the other ones at the top. Loops was in 4th place. This is going to be a great performance out of them there with 15.
Yeah, it's also great to see Jaguar too. So Latin America is starting to show up here, as you saw on that first page. But going to the second, the Chosen, the Panthers, Influence CHEMIN, intense game. Fantastic first day, second place, 0 points first match. Influence CHEMIN still continually having these subpar performances.
In FLAMENGO too, I'm actually surprised they only ended up with 1 point. One team that did play pretty well right up until a point that they got eliminated was Hyper. I was impressed by how many elims they were going for, and they were being very, very aggressive, and that was ultimately their demise.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been 1 map so far, but in terms of the conversation that we had before that map happened of the 3 teams at the top, we assumed that they continue to perform well. Maybe that's not coming in true because it looks like a completely opposite form for a lot of them, especially Intense Game and FLAMENGO, who got 0 and 1 point respectively, but even INCO only got a few, right? I think part of that is just because of the way that this map played out. Yesterday, a lot of the maps were very central, strong position focused. This one was more like a bowl, where the way to play the game is that you'd want to take your isolated engagements around the edge, and you didn't want to put a lot of focus in the center because we saw how open that was. I mean, we saw what happened to Jaguar, who the only reason they went center is because they had no other opportunities, ended up putting up not much of a fight at all at the end, and even though they went out in 3rd, they were even lower than that on the leaderboard because of the lack of elimination. So I think that the way that this particular Miramar played out is a complete polar opposite to yesterday, which gave the opportunity for teams, especially like Loops, who loves to run around and frag, the opportunity to really mix it up more than I think yesterday.
Well, there you go. You can see their stats coming through here with Mythic getting 4 eliminations, but Chief putting up the 863 damage. You know, 7, we got to really kind of break down maybe a little bit of how they did this. I mean, they kind of had the domination on the east side. ATON Esports had the north side, so they kind of cleared things out themselves and really built themselves some momentum. But coming to the end, it just didn't really seem to be for Loops.
Yeah, it was a little bit too much for Loops. What I am impressed, though, is I'm actually impressed at how well Mythic is currently playing with this team, being able to put up 4 elims. And we saw him yesterday, too. He was able to be a big part on one of their Miramars as well. Being a new player into Ayala, I know you were happy to see him in this squad as well. For them to be performing like this is great. And I'm actually surprised. I wanted to see top damage because I wanted to see if Hyper was going to be in here with how aggressive they were playing. They're not. And what I'm actually surprised at is INCO. They ended up with 1,300 damage, but just 1 elim, not being able to convert that.
Yeah, that's
a raid boss elimination right there. You really had to work through multiple bars of health.
Yeah. several stashes of level 3 armors and helmet to get that, whichever player it was, taken down. But at least that shows that INCO, while they only got 1 elimination, they were still in the mix, still trying to make things work. It's just that, so far, more teams are showing up in a bigger fashion.
I wonder if we can actually take a look maybe at All Glory Gaming's player stats as well, because another team coming in from Latin America, we haven't really talked too much about them because they really haven't given us too much to talk about until maybe this match here in particular. And, you know, we kind of come into day 2 wondering, as you've said before, Cameron, will the top 3 teams maintain the momentum they had from day 1, or will we see new teams come into the mix? And what we're seeing here, All Glory Gaming, at least on this match alone, they're showing they've got what it takes.
Yeah, really good damage across the board, as well as elimination. So yeah, they were fully in the mix as well. And they actually came in from the south side of that road. You had 827, you had Loops on the north. Once it hit that mid-game, mid-late game section, it was basically just those 2 teams up there. The south was so chaotic. And so, like, All Glory Gaming, really good job of making it work here on the south side, but it was not easy at all, and that's where you see the huge number of eliminations that they were able to grab.
What's impressive, too, is that now this is their 2nd game. They're over 10 elims. Yesterday was the last game that we played. They ended up in 3rd place with 11 elims. For them to be able to put up this kind of amount of elims and this kind of amount of placement points as well in the first match is good for them to carry that momentum over. And I wonder if they're going to be able to do that and take advantage, right, of INCO Gaming not performing so well, of maybe some of the other top teams, like, as we were mentioning, not performing well, and close that gap that INCO Gaming was able to create earlier on.
I mean, yeah, it was a gap, but I really want to stress, like, that was just 1/4 of the matches we had overall today, like, to play in this event, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, 15, 30 points, it can seem like a lot, but realistically, when you're able to put up, you know, 10 eliminations and win, that's like 20 points, right? That's like 2/3 what you need to catch up. And who knows what's going to happen today. We still have yet to see Alpha 7 have a chance. Obviously, they kind of got knocked out extremely early with whatever issues were happening there. But I think that's just going to light a fire under them personally.
Oh, going to Sanhok? I'll be surprised if they don't end up with at least a top 3 going to Sanhok, especially after what happened in the last
Are you
match.
putting your prediction on
Top
them
3
already?
Sanhok?
Yeah, it's Alpha 7.
It's Sanhok.
It's Alpha 7. They were top 5 yesterday.
Sanhok is like the one map that you just cannot guarantee anything at. That's wild. I mean, I thought you were going to say, like, you know, I expect 5 eliminations out of them as a baseline. That's fine. But to be 3rd place guaranteed on Sanhok?
Yeah.
Well, so 7.
I'll be shocked if they're not. Yeah, I'll take them. I'll take them. I'll put in the prediction this early.
You don't get extra points for this. You're not Mustache Dave, okay?
I'm fine with it.
I know you predicted them, you know, like 3 zones early. You're predicting like a whole 5 zones and 4 minutes early.
That then he'll be asking for like 5 extra points. No, I'm not.
No, you don't get that.
I get 7 extra points.
It is branding. There's an argument there.
Well, if you at home are interested in being a talent here on PUBG Mobile, hit me up over on my social media, and maybe we can get you in here. If you actually live near the Katowice region here in Poland, we might be able to get you in here tomorrow and offer you his day rate, which is a whopping exposure.
Get paid in Monster Energy. What do you mean?
That's a good way to get paid, to be fair, which, funny enough, is our official interesting sponsor here at PMPL. I'm trying to catch production off guard here as we have them next to me. I'm surprised I've been able to leave that many in here, to be perfectly honest. They might just disappear slowly, but I think I'm allowed to drink them. But let's take a look at our overalls, though, right? Because that's what it's about at the end of the day. Number 1, you take home $25,000 and you get a slot into PMWI. You don't have to go through the All-Star event, which voting has already begun. If you guys haven't checked it out, make sure you head into the client and go vote for your favorite teams. And we've already seen some teams have fantastic leads, like S2G over in Turkey. But speaking of leads, INCO, 20 points of intense game.
Yeah, they didn't get that many points this round, but it's still a 20-point lead. It's still a big gap that needs to get closed in on. And for Loops, looks like they're able to. We want to see All Glory Gaming. If they can continue that form, it's been 2 in a row for them if you count the last game from yesterday. We'll see if Hyper can maybe get their engines revving fully up to speed. But that's still, like, INCO's going to have to continue to deliver a lot of poor rounds for that gap to be closed in any meaningful way soon.
Yeah, we're talking about yesterday, right? All the teams have a certain time where they can have a bad game. I feel like if there was ever a time, that was INCO, especially with the performance that they had day one. I think INCO's going to be a little bit more prepared for that next game. It is Sanhok. Anything can happen, as you were mentioning. And Hyper, I'm really intrigued to see what Hyper is going to be doing in this next one, because as I mentioned, they are playing a lot more aggressive. If they can continue onto that here, it's going to be great advantage for them, but they need to be careful because INCO is usually right above them in their land. The INCO likes to go ruins, and Hyper actually likes to go south of them, so they might not want to engage early on.
On that note, though, a lot of teams have been playing more aggressive today. I think yesterday it was testing the waters, trying to go for rotations, but Sanhok, I think, has a really good opportunity to lean even heavier in that respect and just get your entire team in the headspace of, when we see an opportunity for elimination, we need to go take it, because that's going to be free space for us to grab. It's not just the elimination point, it's also the progression towards placement points, as well as the actual physical space, virtual physical space of the land itself.
Yeah, another one too is if you're gonna end up with a 2-2 split, you gotta figure out a little bit sooner what you're gonna be doing with that 2-2 split. We saw what happened yesterday with Influence CHEMIN when they had that 2-2 split across the river. It's gonna backfire for you. A lot of teams are gonna be able to third party you. A lot of teams are gonna be able to just find different angles. So you need to figure out a plan quickly.
You know, I want to throw something in here, and you know, you can talk about it. You don't have to talk about it, but you probably should talk about it. The Panthers. I actually want to see their player stats throughout this entire event. Because for me, Panthers was always this kind of, or could be this explosive team, and it was based around like one weapon in particular, the DBS.
Oh, I thought you were just saying Nate.
That is also true. That is also 100% true. But I haven't really seen like Nate too often with the DBS. He hasn't really been able to be as impactful here in this championship so far, like we saw Joey was able to be, and he was able to be back in PMPL NA. But I wonder what's caused it. I wonder like what his stats are like.
I think it kind of goes by with what Hajik was saying. He said that he got a chance to talk to him too, and Nate was saying that they weren't really expecting this type of level of aggressiveness, this type of level of competition, which for a team that, for a player actually hasn't been here for a minute, I feel like it could be quite a shock. But then on day two, it shouldn't be a shock anymore. You should have been able to readjust. You should be able to start performing. And for me to not see them perform here on day two, especially if they don't perform here after Sanhok, it's going to be surprising.
I mean, it's always a shock if you're not prepared for it, going from one level of competition to the next. We talked about YKG specifically, of the team that we didn't think would get away with what they did in the North American lobby. You could put that on every single team from North America.
Oh, yeah.
This is not the same thing. You're not going to have the same freedoms. You're going to be punished for every single little mistake that you do. There's not going to be things that are going to be as free as you may hope that they are. So when push comes to shove, you need to have the mechanical abilities to win your fights, whether it's a 1v1, 2v2, whatever it is. And there's the hope that Panthers recognizing, oh, this is a much more aggressive lobby than we thought. We need to be prepared for that. It's not as easy to just flip that switch and suddenly be prepared for it. It's you got to have a couple of rounds to sort of like get into having your internal clock of timings and stuff be adjusted towards it. And so we'll see if the Panthers can get that done by the end of the day. But there's a real reality that them and a bunch of the other teams that this is the first time they're playing at this super regional competition just aren't able to really find their footing.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the Panthers, like it took them a while, right, to get started in an A, and not until the finals. And then even when we got to the finals, it was a big question mark if they're going to be performing or not. And it was thanks to Nate clutching one to get them up. So maybe they need Nate to spark it up.
Well, we're going to find out here momentarily. We're going to head into our next match here, and it's, of course, going to be on Sanhok once again here with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Yeah. I gotta agree with you, Jukes. I think for the Panthers right now, it's not a terrible start. They got to just hang in there. They had a rough fight with Loops, of course. They got third-partied. So they just got to, shake that one off. They made it, into the mid-game, so it's not too terrible. So we'll see what this Sanhok has to bring. But you heard it on the desk, man. Cameron especially said it. But you can't predict or guarantee anything when it comes to Sanhok. And I'm right there with you, Cameron. 7 predicting a third place guaranteed finish. I don't know. Maybe that's why 7's so far behind in his prediction points. Oh. Not the best at predicting things, but it is Sanhok. Flip of a coin, and who knows? Alpha 7 might just be in that third place finish. But here we go. Plane path coming out on the screen, flying from the right to the northwest. It's a little bit skewed to the eastern side. Shouldn't be too big of a worry, though. It is Sanhok after all. So is there going to be any adjustments in the form of potential hot drops? We didn't see any yesterday. Maybe today teams realize, hey, we got to fight for our positions on Sanhok because scrap looting is not the play. Doesn't seem like it, though. Looks like most of everyone is still dropping in the same locations as they did yesterday.
Yep, everything looking pretty according to plan right here. And we are still seeing, of course, we're seeing the Panthers, right, give up that Paradise Resort area and surround it, and we're going to see the same thing as well from YKG down here. So pretty spread out. One thing that I really want to keep an eye out, though, is especially depending on where this first zone is going to go, right? As it goes down all the way south here, YKG have to really worry about influence, right? CHEMIN, getting away from boot camp early and catching them off guard. We saw them do that yesterday. So if they are in this position, they got to get looting and have to start possibly grouping up in this area here as soon as they possibly can. What do you think about that, Zoo?
That would be a great spot to be. They essentially make the rotation across to an area of the zone where it's more likely to end, and it's a short rotation. So that is the first spot they want to go to. I would do the same thing as you, Jukes. Go for that spot you marked right there. They have to be careful of Loops, as they rotate further in. Loops, we've seen a lot of teams play this Sanhok circle, especially when they land in Painan, that they'll just stay in Painan and get the option of going on both sides of Sanhok, the west or the east. So Loops might just, not really cause too much of a problem in this early game for this match.
Let's see what's going to happen here off the rip is, oh, goodness gracious, and Hyper catching one of the players from ATON Esports. Interesting split from ATON to be able to do that, especially after winning match number 1. But yeah, losing a player early on, that's not going to feel too good. Hopefully that gives them a little bit of a check. And you know what I mean by that, Zute? Sometimes after you win a game, you maybe get a little too overconfident. And, they got brought back to reality real fast.
It is the way of Sanhok when everybody, is dropping so split and there's no real hot drops. You'll get those isolated 1v1s, and Hyper, of course, picking up the first one. That's nice to see out of them. And Hyper usually a very passive team, especially when it comes to Sanhok. So any elimination points they could get, those are a good sign for them. I'm looking at the zone, Jukes. So we have a very southern circle. Yesterday's Sanhok match, we had one more towards the north. So this southern circle, I feel like it's going to cause a lot of mayhem, particularly in terms of rotations. I feel like the rotations from what we saw yesterday, really fast rotations out of like all of the teams. And we might see that in this Sanhok match, meaning there's going to be an even escalated pace of, violence.
Yeah, let's see what the rotations are going to be from Intense Game. That's what my eyes are on, as they are going to that northern island. And that place is always a big bet, because if the zone goes in that direction, you're almost guaranteed a top 3 finish. If it doesn't, trying to make that rotation onto another island can be quite difficult. And luckily for Intense Game, INCO have left the spot of ruins and went dead center of that southern that completely southern island. So that's going to be interesting to see there, right in between and Hyper and All Glory Gaming. The Panthers! Woo! Busted out some
the
nice
landing.
Yeah, they stuck it, that's for sure.
I don't know if that's a good thing, though. Is that motorcycle still up there?
Hey, could you imagine if you were a player in that in that house just laying down and you literally just hear a knock on the roof? Oh man, that would have that definitely would have woke me up. That's for sure.
Good news is that motorcycle is not stuck up there, so they could actually still use it for rotations. Imagine like sticking the landing and you're like high-fiving your buddy and you're like, we really got the motorcycle on the roof, and then the next few seconds like, oh wait, we're short a vehicle for rotation now.
That's gonna be tough. So the Panthers made that nice southern rotation from Paradise and did make it safely. We are seeing a heck of a group though from Loops, the Panthers, YKG, and Influence CHEMIN all in the same area near Painan.
So YKG actually decided not to go for that, spot that you marked. They rotated to the east side onto the top hill, just east of Painan. So essentially, they are putting a huge gamble, Jukes, on the circle ending on the eastern side. Because if it goes to the western side, they are cut off at every choke point imaginable from teams ahead of them. I don't know if that was a play. I feel like that was a huge mistake from them. And I know we're only like a couple minutes into the match. There's still 63 players alive, but YKG might have just, put themselves in the coffin already with that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dice roll for sure, right? YKG is definitely making a big gamble. If that zone does go to that side, then they're going to be in a pretty decent spot. But,
yeah,
that spot, that place I circled out earlier, the reason why I picked it was because if that zone does go there, yeah, they have options, right? They could still rotate through an area. Where they're at right now, they're going to be sitting. They're going to be sitting. But then again, dude, there's always the option of that M4 on your back. You know what I'm saying? You're able to take out the squads around there. Then you're going to be looted up and you're good to go. But with how they've been playing, it's definitely risky. Moped action from Jaguar. All right. On the rotation all the way from that north side. They're actually, this is over by Camp Alpha. So this is on that, that same island that we saw Intense Game at. Oh, no. Yeah, Mercy, goodbye.
Intense Game, springing their trap. Shots ringing out now. 1 cut down, 2 cut, 3
oh my
down.
Gosh, Jaguar.
From the side of Jaguar. Yeah, getting their revenge. I do believe it was Jaguar that pressed onto Intense Game last map and took down some of their players. And there we go. Cut to shreds. Jaguar, done and dusted. And you can see right there on that minimap what we were talking about. YKG. Yeah. Now they got a tough rotation to make. Luckily for them, I would say no matter where they decide to go, well, actually, they only have one way. They need to wrap north, and there's only one team ahead of them, Influence CHEMIN. But it is,
dude,
you'd rather not make that rotation, or not have to. Sup, Pig?
Oh, can you get the second? Oh no, missed the shots. So Sup, Pig, trying to make a miracle play happen. FLAMENGO shutting that down real quick. I got to give props though. INCO, they knew it, right? They had that instincts. That ultra instinct, because they went from ruins down south, and now they're dead center of this circle as, oh boy, here comes Alpha 7 in the Cybertruck. Starting to press Overnight. No hesitation. Quick knock, going for the push. And Overnight said, you know what, buddy? That's your fault. That is your fault that you got knocked. We are out of here. Uh-oh, they got spotted.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Swim, unknown, swim.
So aggressive.
Survive. Oh my gosh. It's just like hellfire raining from above. Overnight has to realize that, okay, we got a bad boy squad on us. Well, after losing that player, they know it's Alpha 7, so I'm not shocked to see them run away as fast as they can. But, I mean, at a certain point, you got to realize that that was just not the play.
I mean, there's only one team that can instill fear in this lobby of this caliber.
Goodness gracious, they're gone.
And it's Alpha 7, right? You get one player knocked, you still have 3 left. That's more than enough to fight back. But when it's Alpha 7 knocking on your doorstep, you got 3 players left. I mean, I can't blame Overnight for just trying to hightail it out of there as fast as possible. And, I mean, what describes Alpha 7 more than what we just saw. You knock one player, and then you just shoot the rest, trying to swim away. That is how desperate they were to disengage on that fight.
It's like they're a bunch of AI sentries or something, you know? Like the second they just get one spot, instantly all of them just straight shooting in that direction. And these guys are lasers with those M4s. So Alpha 7 starting this game off real strong. So we'll see if they can continue on with that play style. ATON in the Bugatti, a brand new one. Driving on in. You're going to find a nice, good spot here. Safe and sound. Here's Fran. Got to be sure to keep an eye and not rotate here blindly, because you never know if there's a player in here. I know we can't see them, but they don't. So an interesting strategy from them. Oh, dope Slayers. Just getting picked apart here. I mean, they're definitely seeing a different level of competition in this tournament.
Intense game at 6. Alpha 7 also with a couple elimination points under their belt. This is Sanhok for you. And when the circles are shifted like this way in this manner, Jukes, teams are getting cut down. And it's the teams that are deciding to fight their way in that are coming out on top.
Right you are. Alpha 7 seemed to be putting some shots from across, or maybe that was even All Glory Gaming. Let's see where this next zone's going to go. Is it going to center on up? Possibly have another hard, crazy shift? I would like to see it. You know, YKG wants it up in the north because, luckily for them, do you see how fast Influence, CHEMIN, and Loops just left Painan completely? They're like, you know what? Forget this spot. We're heading center zone, and they nailed it. They don't have to worry one bit. YKG still going to have to make a rotation on in, and it's going to make things quite interesting. INCO still have all their players up, and Hyper as well. This could be their chance to possibly make some noise, but they're going to have to worry about ATON Esports down there. They did lose a player early, so that's going to be good for them. Zoo, do you see that ever deadly Alpha 7 there at the bottom, though? That is going to be the big thing to keep your eye on.
Yeah, Alpha 7 are definitely making their presence be known. They didn't get to do too much in the game we just had, so now, you know, they got an extra little flame under them, spurring them on to be even more aggressive, fight for even more of those points that they missed out on. And the lobby's feeling it. ATON right now looking up at Hyper. You know what happens when Hyper gets the high ground, Jukes. They typically win, and I'm pulling a stat out of thin air right now. They typically win 99% of their fights when they have the high ground.
The high ground buff.
Yes.
So well for them in the past, but they do it here in the Americas Championships. You can see Kindness. This guy could spot a wrong pixel from a mile away, and he's jumping around right now into some shots from that M4. Lays down.
Oh, wow.
Right back again. So the crazy sighting, right, from Hyper just shown right there, just how ridiculous it is from these Brazilian teams. And after hearing those shots, Alpha 7 is going to be like, all right, now we know where one of these teams are at. And now their eyes are laser locked on INCO. INCO's going to be really careful here.
Yeah, INCO fired the shots on Hyper, and instead they summoned Alpha 7 at their doorsteps.
Yep.
This is going to be tough. INCO might think Alpha 7 don't know they're here, but Alpha 7 knows. But how well will Alpha 7 execute this? That's the question. Did they just throw a molly in? I think they did throw a molly in there. Yeah, so Alpha 7 is prepped for this fight.
Look at this. Alpha 7 does not run into a building blind. They know. They say, you know what? The chances of there being a player here is huge.
Oh, double!
And that grenade from Sanatexa just said, we're not dealing with none of these snakes here. 2 players of INCO done and dusted.
I've never seen a team so confidently push a team inside buildings on Sanhok like the way Alpha 7 just did. They are decimating INCO right now.
And the pre-fire, too, to make sure that even when they peek for a second, they're going to get punished. And yeah, you just try to full body peek, it's over. INCO just dominated by Alpha 7. Alpha 7's coming in with a chip on their shoulder here, Zute.
Yeah, Royals of War, though, right behind Alpha 7. Yep, getting third party. Alpha 7 gets cut down to 2. It's such a good execution, but you can only do so much when a third party comes in on your backside.
And they did it fast. It's not like they were kind of holding that one for a while and allowed a team to third party them. No, they did exactly what they could do. But I mean, heck, this is the Americas Championships. You got some monster squads that the second they hear shots, they're going to start full sending it too. Let's see if Revo can do the same thing that we saw a little earlier, but actually have some success. Royals of War seem to be kind of on that same strategy from Alpha 7, not trying to make too much mistakes. Oh, Lord Gaming from the top. That's going to be INCO Gaming out of there.
Yeah. All Glory Gaming is like, you guys can fight your way up. We're just going to go straight to the top, but they're getting cut down from all sides right now. Royals of War gets 2, and now they're going to deal with the rest of Alpha 7.
Oh, they heard the shots now. Some big DBS pre-fires. Rebel, jump shot. Can he get another one? Looking to make a comeback. We haven't seen one yet. That Molotov's going to be pretty dangerous. And I think he does end up burning his own toes here. Yep, he's going to have to back things up a little bit. Mafioso busts out the DBS, shuts him down. Alpha 7, not done yet.
Here is the prime difference of execution.
Goodbye!
Nade goes in. Oh, it bounced, and it got 2. Down to 1 now for Royals of War.
The finish. Oh, he knows where the last player is. Got him! And it's over. Alpha 7 with the 2v4 defense shuts down Royals of War.
Disgusting. Oh, nades. Nesquik nades some self-influence. CHEMIN coming here, trying to finish out the last of Dope. And that is done.
Bold strategy from Dope Slayers, not working out for them here. Influence CHEMIN. Whole squad still up, 2 eliminations to their name. But I'll tell you what, this duo of Alpha 7, gotta keep an eye on them. And All Glory Gaming is laser focused in their direction. But that is a dozen eliminations for A7. That's gonna do something to the leaderboards.
Yeah, that makes up for their first game for sure. And Alpha 7, we just saw a prime example of the difference in execution when it comes to being aggressive, right? Alpha 7 4v4 against INCO, the top team, no problem. Royals of War 4v2 against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 win that. So that is a clear-cut example of just a difference in skill level between some of these teams.
Textbook pushing. You could just see them pre-fire. One player pre-fires that angle, that door. The other one throwing some utility. I mean, their synergy is just ridiculous. Let's see what they can do with 2 players up. Since they're not out of this just yet here, Zoo. Maybe even adding a couple more points to that insane total they've done so far. And Hyper, full snake mode right now in the zone. Trying to buy some time, possibly looking to sneak their way up on into Influence CHEMIN here, as they are right on that north-western side. ATON Esports is dead center. The Panthers still up 2. Anyone's game, but this is that calm before the storm coming up here.
Yeah, here comes YKG. So I actually like what they did when they didn't get the zone. Instead of trying to, you know, catch the rotations in, they just played so slow to the point where they're essentially snaking their way in since zone number 3, right? They've been avoiding everything and just going wherever other teams have given them space. Now, though, in the late game, they're going to have to fight, and they're going to run up against loops.
Well, they did get 4 eliminations so far, so they end up kind of catching a little bit of action. But they need a whole lot more if they want to make something happen on these leaderboards. Intense game getting shut down from Federal. Let's see what's going to happen here. And it looks like we are seeing that YKG Loops battle go crazy. Let's see what Influence CHEMIN can do against Intense Game. Can they shut him down? Fears has to clutch it up for his team here.
Joey's still up. He's got the angle. Fire some shots. Mythic managing to dodge those bullets. It's not looking good for Loops, though, because YKG's getting that full reset right now.
Got him.
YKG playing it extra slow, making it work for them, not getting the zone and being on the edge outside of all of the circles.
And that's pretty insane to see because Loops dominated the last match. So YKG taking him out, it's going to definitely help out their confidence. What could QZZ do, though? He's got that high ground. You said 99% of the time we see them win these.
Yeah.
And they get it done against Influence CHEMIN.
Shots ringing in. Influence CHEMIN. They do move closer. QZZ didn't get the opening. They still have that high ground. Like you said, Ren with the nade, cooking it, letting it go. Might have flown a little bit too far wide to the right side, but he's got more.
He definitely does. We'll see. And Hyper looking to possibly move away from this one. That's going to be pretty interesting as they have that high ground, but the zone is forcing them away. That's going to make things that much more difficult, but it does leave the door open for Influence CHEMIN to push on in now.
You know, and Hyper just moved from one high ground to an even higher ground. That's why they disengaged from that fight. They're just like, oh, there's even higher ground in the zone. Let's go there instead. And that could be a good move from them. They don't take any risks, and they just position themselves in the next zone. They're not going to get too many eliminations, or not as many as they could have this match, but they could still win this game.
Well, you know what? According to your stat, Zute, 99% chance of winning this fight with the high ground. That's going to have to be my pick to win this game. Let's see if they could do it here. Chronix from the Panthers, still up, last player, but he's going to go down in the next few seconds as this zone starts to close. Right now, ATON Esports, they won the last match, and they still have a couple players up here. Let's see if they can get it done here in this final. Sanhok, Kindness, putting pressure. Mounting a great defense against Influence CHEMIN, and Hyper doing exactly what they've been needing to do all tournament long.
Oh, wait, hold on.
What a shot from Lil Boy. Wow.
Kindness moving wide out into the open there. I'm not sure there were some missed comms, but now they're getting shot from All Glory Gaming as well. This could be where Hyper falls apart, because Kindness is stuck in a really bad spot.
What a shot from David from way across. Just some nice blind pokes. These peaks are ridiculous. Lil Boy now forced to run out into the open. QZZ finally shuts him down right on time.
Yeah, and Hyper will manage to stabilize too. They only had the one player of Kindness knocked, almost having 2 to 3 knocked there, but they'll get those revives, and I think the next circle already shifted, and you can see right there, Hyper not in the zone. They're going to have to fight their way up the hill in All Glory Gaming. This is a different All Glory Gaming than we saw yesterday. Right now, they are shooting themselves up in the leaderboards, picking up so many points, and GK first, he's not making it in.
This shift is just all Glory Gaming could have possibly asked for. And Hyper gonna have to pull off a miracle here. Papa Blue working against him, and he is chunking each one of these players. QZZ, only a matter of time. Done and dusted. It's gonna be All Glory Gaming versus ATON, and they have the high ground. Rojas looking to finish this one out and win the game.
Can ATON make a miracle play happen here? It is only a 2v3. If they get one knock, it's 2v2, and all of these players from All Glory Gaming are very separated. They get the advantages and angles, but if one of them goes down, there is no quick revive coming out on their end.
Let's see, Rojas, he's got the angle. I mean, this is All Glory Gaming's game to win. I mean, it would take a Christmas miracle for ATON to pull this one out, and it is not December. Deny the points. Give them the game.
I respect it. Yep.
Cannot blame them one bit. That's going to be All Glory Gaming with the huge victory. Like to see that from them here. But hey, we actually saw some life, right, from one of our NA teams. Coming up with some points on the board as well.
Yeah, but more life being shown by All Glory Gaming. They had a pretty good game number 1, even better game number 2. All Glory Gaming, whatever they did, in that, day break-ish or so, they got it. And I think one thing that they definitely have coming in today was confidence, and it is showing right now.
Well, it's going to help out big time. I mean, to be honest, with that zone shifting on over to them, that helped them big time to get that victory. And when they got it here so early on, regardless of how it finished, that's going to be huge for their overall mental game. So hopefully they can just kind of continue with that, right? Use that momentum. We've talked about momentum before. That's actually Jason Kaplan's favorite word as well, Zute, in case you didn't know.
Oh, well, we're going to hear about that momentum as we go over for a quick break, and we'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Ay, me gustaría tener un chip descapotable. Lo mejor que para ir en pleno playa por ahí. Pero não, me encantaria ter um chip.
Bugatti. Copé com a skin de Bugatti.
Na verdade, eu tenho quase todos. Só jogo de copé, mas eu queria ter a primeira McLaren que lançou. Eu acho que é a melhor para rotacionar assim dentro do jogo.
La motocicleta. La recién que salió, la Ducati.
我会选 Racing 吧。
Uy, qué difícil la pregunta, pero elegiría Lipapka, algo así creo que era.
Lá em Zdarsk, lá em cima, nas árvores.
É, lá do Fundizark, lá, que tem basicamente tema de piquenique.
雨林吧，因为我觉得雨林应该有很多水果，我又比较喜欢吃水果，喜欢吃。
Me encantaría Vikendi. Siento que porque soy amante del frío.
Acho que esse é Sanhok, né? Porque é pequenininho assim, não precisa ser tão grande, não.
Yo siento que Erangel, porque es bastante grande y tiene mar.
A Sanhokzinho, né? Gosto da natureza ali, tá sempre perto da água e floresta. Acho que seria agradável.
自雷吧。
Con su propia detonación, supongo. De la manera más tonta.
Ah, pro gás, correndo da safe.
Acho que quando você tá muito miado assim, você dropa do carro, aí você morre assim, eu fico... É uma maneira bem idiota de morrer.
Yo siento que matándote con tu propia granada.
卖5.56子弹吧，因为我平常带的5.56子弹挺多的。
Gasolina. Muchos autos se quedan sin gasolina.
Eu venderia, acho que arma. Uma M4, um colete necessário ali pra sobreviver.
Ia vender M4.
Las M4.
Man, what is going on today? We came in today wondering if we'd see the same 3 teams dominating, and it seems like no, we're not going to see that happen yet again here. We're going to see All Glory Gaming step up here, ATON Esports as well. The question for me is, can they continue to do that today, man? This is ridiculous stuff, 7, and I'm honestly happy to see it. And I think you are too. I'm happy to see some other teams challenging.
I'm liking what I see out of All Glory Gaming. I think yesterday they ended up with 19 elims out of 6 matches. So far today, they are 22, already outperforming their elimination pace, which is great to see. And out of ATON, I mean, this is such a veteran team too from LATAM that I was expecting for them to at least at some point start performing. Remember, they do have the MVP out of their league stage in Milos. I'm hoping he's going to show up.
Look at this match ranking, though. I have to eat my words. 7 said that Alpha 7 was going to be top 3. They only got 1 placement point, but 12 eliminations, and they're second overall of this entire match. It was this is exactly what you want to do on a map like Sanhok, is just go for the fights. Placements are secondary because you can never guarantee them. And Alpha 7, for having a rough day 1, a really rough game 1 of today, came back with a huge vengeance.
Yeah, and this is why I was picking them, because their aggressiveness and the Sanhok playing style kind of just lines up perfect for how they usually play. They did end up getting surprised there. I think it was by JAGUAR when they were fighting INCO. They ended up getting third party, but they were still able to manage them, and they were still able to wipe them on a 2v4, which was even more impressive. Influence CHEMIN, though. I'm impressed to see them here with at least
them too.
Guys,
points.
Influence CHEMIN, 7 elims, 4 placement points. Yeah. And YKG, 3 placement points, 7 eliminations. I mean, I got to talk them up because, you know what, I talked them down quite a bit. But look at this. Maybe this is the spark they needed. This is a team who's been extremely quiet this entire event. And for them to get 10 points is a very good starting point. Especially when you have teams like Overnight not do well, INCO not do well, Loops not do well, FLAMENGO not do well. This helps teams who are out of reach, you know, that gap you guys talked about of like 30 points. It helps close that gap for quite a few different teams now.
Yeah, we saw after game 1 that middle section. The top section was still pretty stable, but the middle section was where things started to get tightened up a little bit. That's continued here right now. And so, and also what we said about Sanhok, this is going to be, I think, the perfect opportunity on the second map of the day to really get everyone on the same gear of let's go fight, let's go frag out, let's get these eliminations. We see a number of teams like Alpha 7, Influence CHEMIN, just going for even AGG. They were going for eliminations the entire time. They weren't just focusing on placements. Placements just came as a secondary factor of getting on those eliminations.
A team that actually did not decide to go for eliminations early on was Hyper, and I was actually impressed because at some point they, very late into the game, they had 0 eliminations, and they decided to just hold off and kind of set themselves up for the final circle. It didn't end up working out for them, but it's good to see that they're now starting to mix it up, right? In the first game, we saw them being super aggressive. In the second game, now they're starting to be a little bit more passive. I can't wait to see if this team can find that happy marriage between being aggressive and being passive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, and I could definitely be wrong. I feel like in league stage for PMPL, and Hyper would typically like not go for early engagements, wait till later on, and then they would just rack up the limbs.
Yeah, they would.
Their general MO was wait for the mid-late to then, oh, hey, guess what? We have an entire big giant like 1-1-2 box spread of the zone. Surprise, we took it from you. I was kind of worried if they'd be able to get away with that here, just because you can't grab free real estate from teams as good as we have here in this America's Championship. But as far as the actual foundation of that strategy, I think it's, again, as what Seven is saying, is about making sure that they have a level of aggression to be able to take that space needed to make a good late game play without throwing yourselves into a fight with zero backup.
And I mean, even on the fight that we did get a chance to see there between Enhyper and I can remember the other team, you could see QZC still trying to readjust to this lobby as well, because you saw him kind of push out towards the middle of nowhere, stuff that he would be able to get away with in an A, and he was pinned down. He had to lay down. He's not getting away with that, so I think they're still trying to adjust to those little things.
Okay, that's a very good point to talk about. And obviously, another thing we're going to have to mention, as you guys talked about before, Alpha 7, they had just been kind of unleashed in the lobby here. But the question comes, how are their player stats looking? Because normally... okay, yeah, I'll let you say it.
Okay, the reason why I wanted to see this is because in this last game, they did end up with 12 eliminations, but Carrillo had 0. By the way, these are the stats for the whole tournament so far, and that's impressive to see that Carrillo is currently not performing, only averaging, what, 2.5? Not even a match, all right? And then when you go to Revo, their MVP, he is currently being able to put up some elims, same with Senatexa. But that's just impressive. Carrillo needs to step it up because he is always known as a big part for the team. Even if he hasn't been able to get those MVPs like Revo has in the previous seasons, Carrillo usually sets them up in a great way. And they need that fragging power. If that fragging power is not going to be there, that's going to hurt them, continue to hurt them in a big way.
Yeah, only having 2 eliminations this entire event so far is just not going to cut it for a team that's trying to win. If you want to be the top of the leaderboard at the end of this entire event, you need to have all 4 members delivering in some fashion. They don't all have to be superstar numbers, but they got to be something.
A player that has been stepping up for them is going to be Mafioso. He stepped it up in the finals for them and actually throughout their league stage, which I was actually really impressed with his numbers in regards to elims, the damage output that he's been putting up. It is a player that's coming into himself, and if he can continue that, that'll be great to see as well.
Man, this hold at the end by YKG, we thought that they were down and out. Loops were very quiet in the game so far, and just holding on to that one singular rock. Look like they had YKG on the ropes, but YKG, they're not as tilted as perhaps some of us were worried they were. Joey saving the day there at the very end of all players, I think, to come out and perform in this match. YKG, they still have a lot of room to make up from yesterday, but they seem to be on track, as well as a bunch of other teams in a similar narrative on track to be able to make that climb.
For me, a team that I'm actually going to be looking forward to, as we're seeing the highlights here from Sanhok, is I'm going to be kind of moving forward a little bit in my head towards Erangel. I want to see what INCO Gaming is going to end up doing. Remember, that was a team that won twice, both of this Erangel matches yesterday. Yeah. So far, they have not been able to perform. I think in both of the games that we have played, they've only gotten 3 points. That is not the INCO Gaming that we were getting yesterday. And I feel like if there was ever a chance for them to actually spark off their day, would be in Erangel, considering what we saw yesterday out of them.
So in INCO's defense, they've been defeated in team fights by very strong teams. It was A7 the last one. It might have even been A7 on...
But they were beating A7 yesterday too, like very good teams.
Sure, but what I'm saying that it's not like they're falling over to like the runs of the litter, right? And they didn't have, it wasn't until the 3rd map of yesterday, the one that we're about to enter, that they really started to peak, right? Their win on Sanhok was very low numbers. That one was very much of a win of opportunity there. So I don't think that this is deviating from their narrative from yesterday just yet, but it really does have to be Erangel that we're about to enter, where INCO returns to yesterday's form if they want to keep up that lead.
Well, speaking of the lead, right, why don't we just take a look and see where they're currently standing here in the lobby at the moment with their overalls. Ooh. And you know what, that lead, the lucky thing I think for them is that Intense Game hasn't been playing well today either. So it's like that gap they created against the 2nd place team hasn't really been shortened too much. Remember, it's a 14-point difference going into today, and it's still a 14-point difference at the moment. If I can do my numbers correctly. Yes, I can. But the thing is, the shape-up we're having, the shake-up, I should say, All Glory Gaming 3rd place. Loops was in 3rd place, they dropped down to 5th, and Hyper's still going to be there overnight. Actually, the rest of the leaderboard is pretty much the same now that I look at it here. ATON, I was expecting them to be a little bit higher, but I would imagine to be high up here on the 2nd page. But we have a new contender, and it's All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, All Glory Gaming started off the day in 9th place. I think it was with, if I'm not mistaken, 27 points. So they've been able to start off really hot. And with the way INCO Gaming is performing, with the way Intense Game is performing as well, they're being able to close up that lead. FLAMENGO has actually been one of those teams today as well that I feel like it has underperformed in a big way yesterday. We saw a great progression out of them. So far today on the 2 matches we have seen, we have not seen them play very well.
I'm really pleasantly surprised at the speed that AGG has been able to climb up. Not only did we have those top dogs have such a lead over the rest of the lobby coming in from yesterday, AGG are playing almost a totally different strong play style. They're going for really high eliminations coming in from their region in the finals. They played center focus, not full turtle, but they still focused a lot on the center. And they've been doing that a little bit today so far, but putting an extra emphasis on making sure that they're controlling their edge as well, and so they can have like multiple levels of play, and it's been working out for them.
Well, to be fair, you did say there was a gap between like first and third, but the number crunch was a lot closer in the middle of the pack, and maybe that's how they're jumping up so much higher in the leaderboards. But you know what? We have INCO coming up here. We got Erangel coming up. We got All Glory Gaming looking on fire today. But also, so are our casters. Zute, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Hey, we're on fire. I know you guys watching are as well. One team, though, that I'm really keeping my eyes on that doesn't seem to have that heat yet here, Zute. It's Influence CHEMIN. Right? They are all the way down in 14th place with only 27 points. You know, you got a couple other teams right in that same pack there. I think this is a huge game for them, right? We're going into Erangel. All these teams know this map like it is in their souls, right? So they got to come in hot as we are taking a look at Pachiki, baby, right dead center of the map. These guys are below the center of the leaderboard, so it's this game, in my eyes, Zute, that a huge chicken dinner could really help them out, make them a contender for that first place position on the leaderboards.
Yeah, especially since this is like kind of the halfway point on a day, all right? Sure, bad start to the day, 2 games down. All right, now no more excuses. Especially if you're a team that has a caliber to perform well, like Influence CHEMIN, and it being Erangel, like you said, everybody knows this like the back of their hand. It almost doesn't matter where the circle goes. You should have a solid set plan to at least put yourself in the top 5 if you are a team of that caliber. And Influence CHEMIN, we know they are, but will they pull it off in this match?
Yeah, that is what my eyes are on. Take a look at the players with the most eliminations there. David from All Glory Gaming is absolutely crushing it so far with the most eliminations. This team really just came out strong. This Erangel match, I think, is going to be that big difference maker for these squads, though. Like, you really want to set that tone, get the pace going here, and make something happen. We see a tense game all the way to the left side of the map. They are going to be stretching in here. We might also see them even head in this direction to loot up. Really depends on where we'll see that loot going. Loops looking to head on over to military base. We still haven't seen a military island zone yet here so far, Zute.
Not yet. Yeah, I was just going to mention that. We saw like a Yasnaya finish the other day. And wow.
Look at this right here. Oh, what do you think about this, guys? Look at that. Oh, let's go. A military island finish, most likely.
Not necessarily, which, hey, I'm happy with it shifting back up north as well. You know, like, this is definitely a fun circle to be had. How are these teams going to adjust to this circle? That's the huge question mark.
Right, they're going to be adjusting by trying to snake their way into this next zone. It's going to be tough. There's, I mean, we all obviously, right, there's only really 2 ways in through vehicles to get on here, but you could never know, right? You could even head on some nice little boat tates from ferry, right? Even from mill to power right here. Well, I've even seen some teams go all the way from Lipovka, right? Trying to make a crazy stretch in that direction. That's if that zone goes here. Now, if the zone ends up in this spot, we are going to...
that's going to be chaos.
Yeah. We're going to scream tears, and those tears coming from loops.
Oh, yeah, not on Military Island. One thing I'm curious to see is what Hyper is going to do, right? We see out of the North American region, every time it's a military zone, they do some crazy splits. They do like a 2-2. Have 2 on the north side and then 2 on military base, but with the lobby of this caliber, of this level, this speed and aggression, I think in Hyper, they might not do that 2-2 that we usually see.
Oh, man, look at this, how we're starting off the rip with a bridge camp squash from INCO. Just absolutely shredding. I mean, Jaguar, poor Jaguar. They are just getting beat up like crazy on these rotations. Same thing happened last game, right? Last game, they just got absolutely wiped, and poor Jaguar, Simple C, gonna have a very tough time trying to get out of this one because he's got a shotgun, a pump shotgun, and Becker has an entire squad of INCO, top team in the lobby, coming after him. Uh-oh, the toes. One more.
That's one.
He's got a
Can he get a
7-6 weapon.
finish?
Oh, he's got him down to 1 HP. He's owning.
Oh.
He's owning. One more shot. Watch for that gas can. No, the team's coming. You got to make a play, brother. He's going.
Oh, he got Becker.
He got Becker.
That's a win. That's a
and
win
then
in my book. Yeah.
Did you hear that pin pull? He pulls it back. Oh, jumps out. Simple C is feeling himself, Sute. He's got the power. He's got it. He's got the pump shotgun. The man is dangerous. Jumps away. Oh, if he was going to take off with that vehicle, I was going to scream. Instead, he stays.
Yeah, Squash doesn't have any HPs. No meds, so he's still sitting there at 1 HP. And the other player of INCO doesn't have a vehicle, so he's just running over, making this a 1.5 v1, maybe a 1.2 v1, because one of the players at 1 HP. That's why they're so hesitant right now.
Let's see. And I bet that the calm before the storm. Just trying to figure out how do we do this. You know, he doesn't want to go by himself, obviously. I mean, he's got to wait for his teammates. But making a press like this is dangerous. Anytime you have a player with a shotgun, you never know what's going to happen.
The third player is finally here. I think they're going to go for the committal push now. Surely a 3v1, they don't lose this. A 2v1, there's a chance. 3v1, they got to just clean this one out. There's N-Hypers already across. You might not be able to tell, but look at that mini-map on the top right. There is a gray little splotch right there. You can see that Ren is looking at this fight right now, and the rest of N-Hyper, they might be crossing soon too.
Jaguar, Simple C. Pump shotgun in hand. Try to make a play. INCO scared to push this blindly. They do not want to make a mistake. They've done, one bad play and it's over. Okay, he swaps out for the Uzi, getting really aggressive here. Vitali trying to catch something with that DBS, but Simple C not going out. And then Hyper's coming. Rin takes down Squash, and he steals the points. This man cannot be stopped. One more, and it's a squad wipe. Vitali! Vitalici just said, no, sir. That is not how I'm going out today. And now N-Hyper here to clean things up.
INCO must be slamming their phones down on their desk right now. It was a 4v1, which led to them getting completely wiped out. They took way too long. The last player out of Jaguar, Simple C, he made that look simple.
Oh, he sure did. Some beautiful plays there and some nice utility use from N-Hyper to shut down INCO Gaming. And I'll tell you what, Zute, I just heard that door, right?
Yep.
That door opening up. That first place door is now creaked open, and every single team in the lobby heard that.
Yep. Plane tickets to PMWI. They've officially have made more space on the plane. So, here comes another team rotation. FLAMENGO. One getting cut down here.
You got there. To the ground.
Ooh. N-Hyper, 2 points now. You know, like I was going to say, the rotations, everything are faster at this level, but the bridge camp's pace even faster. It's just so unfortunate that INCO just couldn't deal with Simple C, however.
And to see what influence CHEMIN can do. These guys have been having a rough go at it so far this tournament. Same for the Chosen. And I believe we see some trades coming out back and forth. Federal is going to start throwing out some smokes for his teammate Law. Gajowski on that off angle. Gaji, can he get that crucial knock? He does. He catches Gajowski. So now, I mean, influence CHEMIN once again in huge trouble. The Chosen can wipe him out right here now.
Yeah, they should look to do that. It's a 4v2 isolated fight. They have no priority over any zone rotation, so just take the fight. Sup, Pig getting tagged up right there. Blue Zone's also slowly ticking at their health bar, so just a little added pressure. Any coming around, trying to really distract Betterall as the two others press through the smoke. They get it, and there we go. Clean finish for the side of the Chosen. Influence CHEMIN. We were saying it, Jukes. This is the map to really decide if Influence CHEMIN's going to get that bounce back today, and that is the furthest thing from a bounce back.
Oh, I mean, if Roles of War do good here, they could be in last place. Let's look at this fight again. Simple C, just absolute insanity. Stealing points, bop, you know, coming on down, shutting down the stairs. And if he would have hit this, he would have been cemented into PUBG Mobile history. Unfortunately, just cut short there. But, I mean, taking out INCO that early is going to definitely shake up the lobby.
To be fair, you said if he hit this, he did. He was using a pump shotgun, and that player lost half his HP bar. So he hit his shot, his one and only shot.
He switched to the Uzi. He switched to the Uzi.
Oh, what? Oh, he used the Uzi at the end to do that.
He used the Uzi at the end.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought he had the...
Oh, it would have been brutal. But
I thought he had the pump, and it only did half. Either way, man, Simple C just really putting on a clinic right there. And we know he didn't win the fight, but that was like a 1v4 that he held off for so long. Sure, and Hyper came in with the third party, but that was INCO he was against, the #1 team.
True.
So it took a lot of finesse and skill to be able to do what he did.
That's definitely the play of the tournament so far, at least in my eyes, right? From a single player. Yeah, so that is the best that we've seen. Still a lot more action left to have, but I mean, heck, against the top team in the lobby so far, that's looking pretty good. Uh-oh, YKG. We talk about Christmas miracles earlier. We saw the Christmas US. Said, you know what? Let's just shut that down. Head on over to the Lamborghini. And all the teams started to make that great migration onto Military Island. It's still split, Zute, right? The circle did head on over.
Yeah.
Just a little bit to the right side of the map. Novo is still in play, that big bridge as well. But most likely, we're going to see a finish in Sosnovka military base.
I want to see a bridge ending. That's one that we haven't seen for years.
Toxic.
Right? It's happened, though. But ending on the bridge, oh, that'd be a treat. And right now, the bridge, you know, a lot of it is in the zone. Still split, like you mentioned, but still favoring the military base side. We'll see on the next circle for sure where it's going to go. Still a lot of teams have yet to rotate from the north. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. Yes, there you go. It looks like 7 teams have yet to make their rotation down south.
Oh boy, the Chosen overnight all the way up in the north. Gonna have a tough go at this one, but I mean, they do have a little bit of room to breathe at that farm Milta area, but I don't think they're gonna do it. I think both these teams have that idea of going through the blue zone onto that bridge. And Zute, what a toxic circle we see here as it splits into the water, reducing the amount of real estate tremendously. I think we're gonna see a lot of swimmers here in this lobby.
100%. Imagine if it hard shifts to the east onto the bridge.
Please. Why not? Why not, right? Give the people what they want. A bridge can't finish. Especially with these new bridges. There's so many different places that people can hide. That would be a crazy one to see.
Well, we'll see very soon. Either way, this zone's going to be a treat for all of us to witness. I'm hoping there's going to be at least one water snake that just does something crazy, because we see it all the time, at least once in a zone like this. So maybe it'll happen. And if anyone, it's going to be Alpha 7, right? If Alpha 7 doesn't take the bridge, they're swimming across. And I'm willing to bet you, Jukes, they're as deadly as swimmers as they are fighting on land.
Oh, goodness. Let's take a look here. A little quick little replay from overnight. Wow, what a shot. I think this tournament has just been some of the craziest shots out of vehicles we've seen.
Yes.
Like, trying to rotate here is so hard. You're getting popped out instantly.
Yeah, shots on point right now from all of the players. Zone crunching in on so many teams. ATON now looking at their backsides. There is Alpha 7. This bridge push right here onto this spot, we've seen so many teams execute it before, and if any team could execute an aggressive push, it would be Alpha 7. Let's see how they do this one. if they elect to take the push. Time's ticking.
have to.
I think it's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to. Only a minute left on the clock. They're going to have to push ATON here and now. And these guys do not let up. Once they decide to go and make this push and commit, they're going to... Yep. Regardless of shots, they're still full pressing the action here. This is the way to do it, too, from this side. They're going to have plenty of cover. ATON really's got to be on point.
Defense for ATON, offense for A7. Which one is stronger? Mafioso at the front lines, all nades being prepped, and Senatex, of course, opens it up with the first nade. ATON's defense falling apart to bits. Oh, some return fire. Is that enough to stop A7, though? 2 of them down.
Yeah, I don't really care for ATON's strategy on how they decided to mount this defense. They allowed Alpha 7 to push up on this side relatively for free. And there's 2 split up from their teammates to really assist them. And Alpha 7 is going to be able to get the res, and we'll see a 4v2 in the next few seconds.
It's a close fight, though. ATON needs another knock for sure, though. Make that 2 now, because Alpha 7 is back to a full force. Yeah, ATON is going to get wiped out here. Not much more they could do. Maybe if they hit in the lucky nade, we'll see. This one's got to hit, or else it's done.
Oh my gosh.
It's already done.
Carrillo getting it done here at the end. That knock on the Milos is the nail in the coffin for ATON. And they are out of here in 13th place. So, and that was right on time for Alpha 7 too, because they're going to have enough room. And lucky for them, no one is on the other side of that bridge. So they're going to get into the zone for free.
Or Jukes, it's lucky for the team that was on the other side of the bridge that they moved. Because Alpha 7, they might just win that fight as well, crossing the bridge and taking the fight. Because Alpha 7 is on a tear right now. YKG getting teared up right now by the Chosen.
Anying with some huge nades. And it's only him. So it's him by himself trying to take out the entire squad of YKG with nades. And Anying's getting picked from the back. He might go down here. He jumps in the window. That window was not covered because of that smoke. And now he's in here for free with the DBS. YKG cannot afford to go out like this. And yeah, beautifully played. Joey coming in, shutting that down. Gives a little bit more breathing room for YKG.
That's big for them. They're still not in the zone, though, so they got to fight their way in. Overknights getting a little of a...
Over-sniped.
Yes, swimming in the water. About to be swimming with the fishies. All Glory Gaming, man. This team, just 3 eliminations already. I know that's not a lot, but given their position, that's pretty big. If they win one more fight against Dope coming right up here, or even if they just rotate in the zone, they set themselves up for a nice finish towards the end.
And Hyper's dead center in this one, and they're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so we can see some sign of life from them. Joey, some big shots downhill. He's gonna have to be really careful here, and he knows it. Trying to hit them shimmies. Gets caught by Cardosen. The rest of YKG finally coming up on in here. Here comes Acer, trying to make some shots out the vehicle. Jumps out here, but loops, shutting them down. 1 player left, it's up to Chico. He's gotta win this.
Chico in a 1v2. He can't go for the res here. He's got to hit the shots. Falls back, gets a better angle. Here comes the nades, back and forth.
Chico does go for the res after all, so he goes for Acer. That nade, oh, just a little too far. The Panthers eliminated. That's going to be tough for them.
Third party Jukes.
Oh my goodness. Ayala taking off here. Intense game. They smelt that blood in the water, looking to pick up all these eliminations that they can.
Here it comes. Ayala fending off both sides. He's caught in a tough spot. Meanwhile, YKG is just getting their reset up to 3 now. All the work Loops just did for nothing right here. 2 left for Loops. Intense game. They still got 3 up here on this press.
Yes, they do, and YKG is up, and it looks like they're trying to get away from this fight completely, living to fight another day. Diego hungry for these points, though. He's definitely got to have some sight lines onto Ayala. What a headshot there. That's going to wake him up. And here he goes. Cardosen trying to drive away and sneak off while Ayala applies more pressure from this side. Gets caught during the reload, and Ayala goes down.
That is Loops eliminated. They were looking so good, but intense game. Just so aware of the map, going for any opportunity they can to third party, and works out huge. YKG, they get 3 up. Can they win this fight? They lost against Loops, but this one's a little bit more favorable because it is a 3v3.
Let's see what YKG can do. They have the sight lines. They know exactly where Intense Game is, and they're on the thin side of the zone, so they'll have a few extra seconds to really make a play here, but they gotta do it diligently. They have vehicles too, so they should be able to move away. And now, finally, Acer. Yep, he pops that drink. He starts heading on in as Adrian is trying to find another angle. Yep, has a little berm, but I think he's gonna have to just take off completely.
And to the buggy he goes, realizing there might be some shack in the zone that he could just snake in. Down to a solo, he's going to disengage that fight. Meanwhile, on the water side, Dope versus Royals of War here. Dope pressing in on the ridges. They have the man advantage. They just need to catch this player, and just one more shot, and he gets it in.
Huge from Bray there. Huge from Bray. Dope Slayers had a rough tournament so far. They are on the entire north side of the zone. If they can secure this quickly, take out M2M, we could definitely see them mount up a good offense here against these teams.
Up to the rooftop he goes, hiding in that attic right there. Dope. They have some time to work with. Zone is closing ever so slowly. They just got to make sure they're aware of the sidelines elsewhere. They have Alpha 7 to their east side looking their way. They got to make sure they don't push too far into the east, or else they're going to get cut down by that. So it's not as easy as a 4v1 as it may seem. On the other side of things, YKG, they didn't get eliminated, a couple minutes earlier, so they're making use of that blessing, but he oversteps just a little bit, and Acer gets caught in that off angle.
Fierce just doesn't even want to peek too far, hitting that tree. And he's looking at multiple angles, almost gets busted up by the vehicle, and actually does.
It's Intense Game, they're back.
Intense Game is back, finishing what they started, and take out YKG. 3 eliminations for them. Looking to make some noise here in the first Erangel match of the day. Alpha 7 Carrillo now starting to get into it with Dope Slayers from way across the map, and that's all Glory Gaming done for. Finally taken out early so far in this tournament.
Man, that was such a huge play from Intense Game. They disengaged, made YKG think they were safe. YKG gets a little bit distracted elsewhere, and they come right back in and finish what they started. Royals War, yeah, he is not in a good spot. Blue zone, and Dope is looking back at the house as well, so just deny the point most likely. Maybe get a knock here. He's got 3 first aids. Might survive just a couple seconds longer.
Gone. Yeah, he's gone. Yep. He's going to have to deny the point here. There's no way he's making it out of that building alive. But he's going to try. He's going to try to see if he can steal 1 point off, but it ain't going to be from that window, brother. I'll tell you that right now. Peeks it. Yeah. Goodbye. Yeah.
Oh, that was Alpha 7 that got that, too.
Oh, my. Where was Alpha 7 at? From the other side, stealing another point away. Dope Slayers got to be kicking some rocks there because, man, every single point counts, especially for a team like them. But Alpha 7, especially with INCO taken out early, they're looking to rocket launch themselves up to that leaderboard. Take that first place finish, and Hyper gets the shot on the Bray. Now in Hyper on the huge defense against Dope Slayers. You can see it right there on the minimap. You still got Intense Game there on the south side. GK first with a massive off angle. What do you think about that, Zute?
I think he's there just to apply pressure and then back off once, he feels like he's in any threat of danger. That is a huge off angle, though. He's got to play that correctly. Smoke's coming in on the north side. Here comes a push from Dope onto Hyper, potentially. But they're getting cut down by Carrillo out of the side of Alpha 7. Yeah, Dope is there. Hyper and Alpha 7 looking at you. Yeah, Dope is out of there.
Forced to make the trip through on the Lambo and straight into the lobby just like that. And Hyper going to go for that quick res on the QZZ. Alpha 7, 7 eliminations here. They had a great game in the last one. Looking to make some noise and take the chicken dinner. Can they get it done from this side of the map? Plenty of real estate to work with, and this is still Zone 6, so with this hill, and how they've been playing so far, it's definitely looking like it.
I would love to see a zone shift down to the south where it forces Alpha 7 to sweep in, you know, from that eastern side and go aggressive again. Because, man, they have been putting on a show today. And, you know, they didn't even get a chance to do much in the first match, but they are just wrecking it today right now in the form of eliminations. I think, not yesterday, that last match on Sanhok, they had 1 placement point, right, Jukes?
Yes.
They had 12 elimination points.
Crazy.
That's insane.
That is crazy. They're definitely making some noise on the leaderboards here. And with a good finish and a chicken dinner, they're going to be in contention for that top 3 really quick. So let's see. They're starting to creep up their way up this hill, trying to play it very carefully. They know that there's some snakes in the grass nearby. And just trying not to make a mistake as they're trying to cross this hill. FLAMENGO playing it very quiet. So every player, you notice, right? Every single player, for the most part, is like full laydown mode, not moving. But Alpha 7, yeah, just straight on their feet, hunting players down.
Yeah, they're just already planning their next step. Very proactive. Oh, and they get the knock onto NHyper. I mean, NHyper is playing as defensive as possible, and Alpha 7 still hits the shots.
It's ridiculous. And look, not to mention a little gift, right? A beautiful.
Oh, they get the zone.
Right there, and the zone. Oh my goodness, Alpha 7 looking dangerous, and with those shots, just applying even more pressure. Yeah, he's gonna go up for that crate. Can't say I blame him. Definitely want that level 3 gear to finish the game off. Maybe he even finds an MG3. If he does, that's going to be tough for the rest of the squads in this lobby.
Yeah, and NHyper not looking in a good spot. They're not on the high ground, they're on the low ground, and worst of all, they're not in the zone. GK first, the closest to the circle. Intense game is definitely looking towards NHyper's way. Same with Alpha 7. NHyper's got a tough push to make on this circle now. Oh, huge nade. Well, there you go, NHyper. They might not have the high ground, but they're taking it away right now from Intense Game. All down to 1 player left. Ren is knocked, 1v3. There is a chance this could all go wrong for NHyper. And there we go. Oh, that almost was a double knock from that nade right there. QZZ survives, and that is Intense Game knocked out. We might see an NHyper versus A7 showdown. FLAMENGO's still here, though, with 3.
Big battle. NHyper with 4. Alpha 7 with 4. Both of these teams looking to really make some noise on those leaderboards. NHyper having a really rough day 1. Alpha 7 not having the day that they were looking for either. But quick bounce back here is going to be huge. FLAMENGO, don't count them out either. They are in a pretty good position with 3. So really depending on the timing of this fight. If you're able to catch two teams going at it and third party them at the perfect time, you could definitely win this game. And look at Toiko.
Look at the zone, though. It might just be a stalemate for the zone. Every team is like in their favorable part of the circle. Any push at this point without a easy opening,
he's off.
They're at a disadvantage.
And lucky for them, both these teams have plenty of utility. I see like 4 nades each. Carrillo's going to throw one out, try to piece them up, and he does. So that's going to put FLAMENGO on notice. Oh, this nade for Toiko could be dangerous. Catches Revo really big, down to 25% HP. How about another one? Trying to predict where they're going to run to. Doesn't hit the mark. Don't want to burn all your util here, but if you can get an opening knock, oh, that'll be huge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if you want to get an opening knock, to be honest, Shooks, because if you get an opening knock, you're going to feel pressed to take that fight. And the third team that's not in the fight, they're third partying. And I think all 3 teams realize this. 11 players alive. There's got to be at least another strong squad on the map. So this might come down to the final zone where it's just gonna crunch straight dead center, and we're gonna see a 3-way brawl if nothing happens in this circle.
I'm gonna give the advantage to Hyper here because with their position on this high ground and Flamengo and Alpha 7 so close to each other, we're most likely to see a battle between those two teams. And Hyper, if they time it perfectly, and they're definitely known to do so, they could clean up this fight and win this game. At the same time, you could never doubt that gun skill from Alpha 7. One mistake, and they are turning and knocking you instantly.
And if any player on A7's feeling it, they could get 1, 2 knocks like back to back. That spray transfer, always so deadly.
Okay, let me ask you this, right? Are we going to see a heal strat from one of these teams? Because this is the final circle, right? This is the final circle. So passing out those first aids to one player might not be a bad play, but with this point system and eliminations being so huge, I wouldn't be shocked to just see them go full on aggression here.
Here's Hyper getting some shots in. Alpha 7, they get the opening, a trade right back, Jukes.
Here it is, back and forth. Yep, Alpha 7 pressing the action, and that's Flamengo down. So now it's Hyper versus Alpha 7. And Hyper, you said it, Zute, they have the high ground. Can they clutch it up against one of the best teams in the lobby?
They have the man advantage, 4v3 and the high ground, but it is Alpha 7. You can never count out their firepower. Nades coming in, GK first dodging and weaving. Down prone he goes. Another nade coming through. And Hyper playing the slow. They get the opening again.
Kindness looking really good. Alpha 7, that Molotov is looking solid too. In between them, GK first with the run over. He knocks out 3. And Alpha 7 is out of there. Goodbye. And Hyper showing up and showing everyone how it's done.
What a way to finish that match. 2 Titans right there going head to head. And Hyper, right, playing that so strategic with their positioning, just outmaneuvering A7. And when they needed to go aggressive, Jukes, and Hyper showed they could go aggressive too, especially with that buggy drive-by.
Let's go, baby! That was ridiculous. Hey, you know what? You're scared to take on Alpha 7 with your M4s, right? With your Uzis. Why not just use a buggy, baby? Just use a buggy. That is how you do it right there. Perfectly timed. I love that Hyper showed the confidence to do that too, right? It takes some grapes, right, to hop in that buggy and make that drive through there. But they knew the strategy. They were like, hey, worst case, you know, it's a good distraction and opening up from our team. And denies that res, right? And that's exactly what happened, but and more. 3 knocks, GG.
Yeah, I almost forget sometimes that Hyper can play hyper aggressive because they play so strategic and defensive until the very, very last moment, and then it's like, oh wow, I didn't know Hyper had that in them. But I mean, that was the play. Drive right through. Alpha 7 was cornered. They had like no real estate there. So if you just drive down that way, you're definitely hitting at least 1 player, and he hit 2, maybe 3 players right there, Jukes. And Hyper with a huge win.
That was absolutely insane. That's going to be huge for their overall confidence. Hopefully, they're going to be able to just continue that going forward. And we've got more action for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
And Hyper, man, what a fantastic finish out of them, taking down Alpha 7 and claiming their first chicken dinner here of the PMPL Americas Championship Spring 2023. I'm still Jason Kaplan. I got two gentlemen to my side who are looking handsome and ready to break down that last match because Hyper, you two both predicted them.
We did. And I think a big reason for their win is how quickly they moved on to the military island. I was actually shocked when we saw it was phase 3, I believe it was.
Yep.
Where it was quite obvious going to be the military island that it was going to end on. There was virtually no chance of it swinging back up north, but it felt like half the teams were still out in the blue. People were so tempted to just swing down onto the island because of bridge camps or whatever it was, and Hyper moved very, very fast, and which meant that they had full control, full macro capabilities, and they used that to a big advantage through the mid game into the end.
Yeah, and something that Hyper's doing really well, the third party, they're finally starting to be that aggressive team and also kind of turn that off when they need to. And that's something that Suti was mentioning. He said it best. Sometimes we forget that Hyper can actually be that aggressive team. We saw them third party INCO Gaming and Jaguar. We saw what ended up happening there. They got some illims. And then here at the end, they waited for the right moment between FLAMENGO and Alpha 7 to start fighting. They decided to push. It looked a little bit scary there, but GK first with that buggy coming in, that was impressive.
Yeah, here the head-to-head that you're looking at is actually yesterday versus today. So not quite as big on the survival times for today so far, but they're getting the eliminations. They're getting much higher damage out of it as well. So overall, it's looking like a much better day for them. And then here is that final swing. Talking about Hyper pushing and sort of taking over the space that FLAMENGO had left when Alpha 7 took them out. GK First was the guy who's trying to be a bit of like a roamer there, trying to be a bit of a distraction, a bit of a just in that buggy being a big nuisance there. Almost got caught out a couple of times, but he's realized the pressure that him and the rest of the team had put onto Alpha 7. They were still into one little corner, no opportunity for Alpha 7 to have expanded out much. He said, you know what, let's just swing it on by. I don't know if he expected to get the knockovers that he did. Even if he only got maybe one or even just pulled their attention, it was the rest of his team that had the angle to clean up after that. He just happened to make it look really, really good.
Yeah, so we're looking at the match ranking here. By the way, something I wanted to say about Hyper was, I mentioned it earlier too, if they can just play their ways the way we're kind of used to seeing them play and keep those 4 players alive towards the end, this is what they're able to do. This is the second time they do it, and they end up with 4th eliminations and a chicken dinner. You can't ask for anything better. Also, Alpha 7, we finally ended up seeing a little bit of Korea there. Intense game too, 7 points from FLAMENGO as well. These were teams that were not performing that well in the first 2 matches.
Well, let's also, I mean, we have to still criticize maybe a little bit for Hyper if we talk about the positives, right? QZZ got knocked like back to back towards the later stages of the game. I think he was in like a Harry Potter tower or something. He got knocked. Luckily for him, he had a teammate there to res him. And then GK First, as you were talking about, Cameron, like Senna was there. Threw a nade, he actually missed the nade and then allowed GK First to get away, and then he channeled his inner bowling ball and knocked down almost a strike. But you can see down the rest of the list, so All Glory Gaming 6 points, Loop's getting 5 points, YKG again getting some points on the board, even Dope Slayers. A pretty good game overall, I'd say. But a much tougher game for Alpha 7 because they had to come in from the Eastern Bridge, right? They had to fight through ATON. They were the last of like the 3 teams, or the top 3 teams who got in towards military, and yet they were able to like win those fights cleanly because they still came in with 4. Yeah. And it seems like they got their confidence back.
It does look exactly like that, by the way. Carrillo being able to put up those 3 eliminations. This is what we were talking about earlier as well. They need to be able to have Carrillo put up those numbers for them to actually win those gunfights. And that's something that we weren't able to see yesterday. We kind of got a hint at it, but they just weren't winning those gunfights.
Yeah. Yeah, and overall, I think if you want to just compare the 2 different strategies, there is a weakness to going to the island early, where in the way that Hyper did, and it has to do with you're not going to have nearly as much time to loot on up. So either Hyper had like the most perfect loot pathing imaginable, where they were fully geared within 30 seconds, or they went on to Sosnovka with being under geared and, you know, hoping to find some loot on the island itself, which, you know, they went to the crossroads area just south of the Eastern Bridge, so I'm sure they got some loot from there, picking up pieces from that early game fight that lasted forever. Alpha 7 came in geared to the teeth with arguably potentially more equipment behind them to take those back-to-back-to-back fights where they just had to go from one team into another in a singular direction. So there's not one of those 2 strategies that is objectively better than the other. You just need to know how you want to execute onto both of them.
Well, and Hyper was lucky enough to still have a lot of nades left as well. As we saw Kindness, he's the one that cracked open that shell against Alpha 7 after they were able to recover from the fight against Flamengo. So able to keep their utility around for long enough was extremely important. And funny enough, you know, when I talk about Hyper, when I think about Hyper, Kindness isn't really a player that I think of as like, oh, he could be a star player. It's usually QZZ and GK first, because those are the two names that you think of when you think Hyper. But again, as we talk about rosters, you can't have those 1 or 2 players anymore that are your standout players. Everyone has to have the ability to do that, and it's great to see Kindness step up and do so.
Well, Kindness previously has been able to put up numbers. I feel like he just got a little bit
overshadowed
by what QCC was able to do. At one point, Rin was able to do that as well. Now GK first coming in, right? But overall, he seems like the most patient one, the most that's willing to not take as many risks. And I feel like kind of criticizing a little bit with what you were saying, right, within Hyper, with QCC getting knocked back to back. I'm not happy with what I'm seeing out of him. I still think he's thinking he's back in an A and he's able to get away with certain things that he's just not able to.
They still did a 3-1 split, remember, on the western side of the zone. I don't know if it was, I think it was like the last match actually, and I think it was GK first, and QZZ was like by himself, and I'm not sure if it worked out necessarily in that situation, but they're still feeling confident enough to play like a 3-1.
Which, that's fine. That's fine. Like, I'm not knocking that. That's definitely going to end up working out in their favor, and it did end up working out in their favor. What I'm saying is GK first being able to push out in the open, and you know what? If we're actually talking about North America, if I'm talking about North American teams, another player that I feel like is doing the exact same thing has to be Joey. I feel like he's putting himself into situations where we saw him being able to take a fight, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was against Loops. And he stood out in the open for a little bit too long for our liking. I felt like he should have definitely gone towards at least some cover. He was maybe too overconfident at that moment, and then he ended up
ego
getting
peaking.
knocked. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at overalls really quick. We don't have much time until we head into our 4th match, which will be over back on Miramar. But Hyper, they have catapulted themselves forward here into 3rd place, 79 points. And you know what, Cameron, I know you're smashing on the prediction game, but you don't need to smash us on your top 3 predictions.
hey, listen, it's not there yet. There's still, what is it, quick math?
A lot.
15 games left. So it's not over and done just yet, but this is a really good recovery for Hyper, who at one point weren't even the best North American team on the overall.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I look at Alpha 7, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, okay, they had a 12 elimination game with 1 point. They had a really good game here. They should definitely be up because they were in 7th place all day today, but they're still in 7th. So there must have been a really big gap developed, or other teams above them were still performing.
There was a big gap. I mean, there was like a 50-point gap, I think, at one point between INCO.
Well, you know what? We'll see if they can continue to do things here later on today as we have our next match coming up. But before we get into that, it looks like they were able to drink their Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner here at PMPL, as 7 rips off his shirt. Later. Let's go to our casters now to hop into our match with Hot Jukes and Zute.
I was like, is it time?
Oh man, I got excited for a second, dude. You hate to see that. Hey, well, you know what? Maybe we'll see it a little bit later, guys. So just go, hang out in your seats for now. But we got big match coming right up, right? It's Miramar. We saw Alpha 7 put up some crazy numbers. Finally, we see an NA team break into the top 5 here, Zute. I think this is a big match for INCO, at least in my eyes, right? They had a rough one on that last one. They're obviously still hanging in 1st place, but I think this is a good one for them to kind of put some points on the board and just kind of keep that trend that they have had going. If they have another bad match here, I think we could start seeing the mark of a decline.
You know what's crazy now that I'm thinking about it? That match could have gone completely different if INCO finished their fight. Because you know why? It was Hyper that came in and took that position away from INCO. If INCO finished that bridge camp, right, and then they set up for Hyper would have never been in the position that they were to ultimately win the match. Now, I'm not saying INCO would have won the match if they just, finished off the last player, but it definitely would have changed a lot.
Yeah, I was kind of showing that where that overall is right here. I'll go ahead and bring it down right here again. You can see this is that area. I think it's going to be huge for these teams. If they're able to put a big game here, we can finally start seeing them jump up those leaderboards, because if not, that gap is just going to be too big for them to really just chill out. So I'm talking about Overnight on down. This is their game to really put some points on the board.
I gotta agree with that one, Jukes. We'll see how they do on this match. Playing path very hard skewed to the eastern side. Will we get one of those crazy circles again? We'll see that very soon. A lot of teams right now dropping in that northeastern, mainly due to the plane path. So many teams adjusting their drop spots according to the plane. So a lot of different strategies coming into play for all of these teams. And another eastern circle once again.
Yes, sir, indeed. You know, one team I'm going to keep a look at here. He's got the Panthers all the way down. They're going to be pretty dead center of this circle. And another favorable one for them. Now, another team, right? Influence CHEMIN. This squad, we've expected a lot from these players and have been really struggling, as you see them with 27 total points on the board. So they need a big match here. And honestly, Zute, this is that game to do it. But what is going on in this area right here is Hyper in big trouble. I think that's 2 of their players knocked, and that's against All Glory Gaming.
That's not looking good. Yep, there's a confirmation. Hyper down to 2 already. All Glory Gaming. Oh, that's FLAMENGO actually. Yeah, that's FLAMENGO.
Oh, actually, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. It is FLAMENGO. So FLAMENGO, they're right below them on the leaderboards. So, and Hyper with 79, All Glory Gaming with 71, and FLAMENGO with 69. Pretty close and dangerous here. Let's see, and they're actually gonna get those 2 confirmed. Wow. Yep. Oh, that angle, Rin never stood a chance. Gigante. Oh. Getting that knock. So, I mean, man, this is the worst case scenario, Zute, right? When you get a nice chicken dinner, you're feeling confident, then bang.
Yep.
Off the rip, losing two players, that's tough.
It happens. It happens.
It does. It does happen.
I've seen Hyper, I don't know. I feel like every once in a blue moon, they could start off with 2 players and somehow make it into the late game. This lobby, definitely a little bit harder, you know, to survive that long with 2 players. So I'm not going to count Hyper out, you know, completely. But hey, they've been doing better and better every single match as the days have gone on. This is definitely a huge hiccup to stop down their pace, but with 2 players, they could pull off some elimination points. Maybe, you know, snake in a building, hide in a shack, something to that degree.
Yeah, definitely not the most optimal thing for them for sure. So, and Hyper gonna have a tough one after this game. And, you know, All Glory Gaming, FLAMENGO, Loops, Alpha 7, they're all gonna see that and try to break into that top 3. Jaguar making some nice jumps onto some buildings. Trying to get looted up here. ATON Esports doing the same thing. So I'm noticing a little bit more calm here. I think we've seen faster rotations on day 1. So it looks like we're starting to see teams really get comfortable where everybody is.
Yeah, we're no longer seeing like a huge discrepancy in teams getting outpaced, right? Day 1, we saw teams just getting caught in splits, getting caught, you know, in positions where they get the zone and then they're just not reacting fast enough. Today, doesn't seem like that, right? I think everyone's adjusted and realizes, you know, okay, so this is the level we're at and this is the level we have to play up to. So not seeing any, you know, mishaps, not as much as day number 1.
Yeah, you can see Loops in that golden Morado. Got that over there at Hacienda de Patron. Only one of those in the whole game. Guaranteed spawn drop, and it's like Mythic's gonna be rocking that one as he is heading up these mountains. Or hills, whatever you want to call them. Moving on through just to their next rotational spot. Most likely heading towards that Minas Generales kind of area, dead center of the circle. That's where they like to kind of chill. But so far, nothing's really standing out to me too much, Zute. Alpha 7 on the north side. You got Dope up there as well. Yeah, this is all the way just below Campo Militar. So they are going to have a nice trip south with nobody in their way to get going sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I will say, though, this Miramar zone is one of my more favorite ones, by the way, because there's not as much high ground in play. You know, typically any Miramar zone, you're going to get like 3 separate high ground power positions where if the circle goes that way, you know, it's a huge focal point. This one, there's like maybe, you know, next to Impala, that mountaintop, but most of the center of this zone is compounds and flat land. and you get those shacks and hay bales, you know, spewed across. So if it ends anywhere around there, you know, it's going to be a much different type of Miramar ending than we're used to seeing, where, you know, some team is, you know, uphill and dominating, you know, the entire, you know, map almost, come Circle 7, Circle 8.
Interesting point here, Zute. Here's the final remaining members of Hyper, just chilling on a bike together, trying to figure out what the heck they're going to do this match, because, I mean, losing Kindness and Rin isn't good. I'll tell you what, though, GK First and QZZ are some monsters in themselves, so if anybody can really try to pull some points, it's them. But it's going to be tough, man, because these teams, they're playing so tight right now, not trying to make any mistakes. I think the whole tournament we've seen one time that we saw a 1v3, right? And that was just in the last match. So to see that happen again, it's going to be pretty tough. You're going to have to really pull out something special if you want to do something like that.
Definitely have to agree with that one. Teams starting to take up a few power positions in the map. This one going a little bit slower because I think, you know, this is a hard shift on the eastern side, like I said, but there's not as many, you know, those giant sprawling, you know, hilltops you have to worry about on rotation. So teams are taking their time a little bit more because rotations are a little bit easier into this type of terrain on Miramar and Hyper. You know, with two, what better way to snake it out than in a city with a bunch of corners, a bunch of buildings.
Oh boy!
That's the ideal spot. FLAMENGO loses one. He knocks one, but he's by himself.
Yeah, the Chosen are so well set up that there's no way that they're going to be able to get their teammate up here. And they even throw a smoke right there to get that confirmation. Toiko, he's actually going for this. Okay, I mean, he does have this little hill, so I guess it does make sense to kind of just try to cross that up. But, I mean, the Chosen, if they lose this, that is going to hurt them big time. I mean, they have that man advantage, or they had it. Now it's a 3v3. Anying backed off big time, so it's actually a 3v2.
Yeah, things are changing around real quick right now. TC, the Chosen.
Oh,
that's crucial damage. Zone shifts again, though, so they got to hurry up with this fight because more teams are rotating in.
Goodness.
They get the confirmation. The Chosen getting smacked down a little bit now.
How did they let this happen here? I mean, they had this huge advantage. All they had to do was continue with what they were doing already. Instead, they just allowed FLAMENGO to just push up on them for free. And they're in big trouble. Gachi's up front by himself. Gonna have to try and get a crucial knock here against Gigante. Can he get it done? Pieced them up pretty good there, but has to go ahead and crouch down. Stellar tried to come back here. Fox is on a hard angle. Toiko hits Gaji from the big rotation, and Anying not in the action at all.
I'm not sure what the Chosen's doing here.
They're losing. That's what they're doing.
I mean, you're definitely right about that one. Anying on the backside, realizing all has been lost.
Way too late.
Point. Yeah, he got in the buggy to try and leave, and even that was too slow. Toiko up close with the UMP. Anying, DBS.
We're getting
headshot.
G2.
Yeah, it's done. He doesn't stand a chance at this point.
He's going to have to do some miracle with that DBS, but, I mean, Toiko seems to have his number, and he does. So, I mean, this is a different Chosen than I've seen before here. I don't know what that play was. Hopefully they are able to kind of just, have a nice little talk right here and change things around, because it needs to happen sooner rather than later. They're all the way down in 14th place, so that's hard though, right? I mean, when the going gets tough, how you bounce back really matters. It really just shows, the capabilities of your squad. And for some teams, when they get that deep in the hole, it's really hard to get out. But all it takes is a good couple games. The tournament's not even halfway over yet, so if they could turn things around next game, we could see something happen. But it's going to be tough because these teams in these lobbies, Zute, are just no joke.
Yeah, it's cutting it close. Like, even if they bounce back a little bit and start doing better, the other teams are just gaining points on them. They're way down there in the leaderboards right now. FLAMENGO rotating off 6 elimination points to their name right now. It looks like they will take the city. The circle shift, by the way, did center up pretty much onto Impala, while that scrap fight was happening between the Chosen and FLAMENGO. They'll get a good position right here, smack dab in the center of zone. And Hyper's here as well. And if you look at that minimap, there's a lot of teams all circled around here because this is center zone. The rest of the zone on that eastern side, away in the water. So more than likely going to pull away, but there are 2 giant land masses in that water, Jukes. There's a chance.
Oh, please. Come on, please. I would love to see a zone in one of those islands. It's been way too long, but I doubt we're going to see it here.
Oh.
Yep. It goes right back onto mainland. So this is relatively the same circle, right? The same circle that we saw in that last match.
Changed.
So nothing too crazy. ATON Esports in the south is going to have to push on up, but look at that center zone. I mean, there's so many squads just jam-packed right there.
Mm-hmm. The Panthers on top of the mountaintops over there. And a 2-2 split. Everyone else just playing on the outskirts. Of course, Hyper is stuck deep in that city because they're down to 2. Alpha 7 coming in from the edge. This is the team to kind of watch out for today, in my opinion, because they've played stellar in every match where they've gotten the chance to go aggressive. And they're shaping up to be in an aggressive position once again. And look, already getting a knock from that distance. Wow. So easily. Man, they just don't miss.
The gun skill is ridiculous. The gun skill is ridiculous. They've definitely proven that just so seasoned. Oh, Chronix with the Car 98. Finally starting to see some bolt actions come up at this level. Nothing better in my eyes than seeing a beautiful bolt action snipe from downtown. Hopefully we can catch one on screen. They're really difficult to catch because they're so fast. They're so fast. Senatexa just applying more pressure. He gets the finish?
What? Just Alpha 7 things.
What?
Just Alpha 7 things.
Excuse me?
Yeah, 200 meters away, and you're in a giant compound. They're gonna. You ever seen? Oh, what movie was that called? It was a movie where you can like curve bullets.
Wanted?
Yes, Alpha 7 are on wanted level right now. They're curving bullets into that compound. Doesn't matter if you got hard cover all around you. They're finding a way to land those shots in.
This is ridiculous. That is insane. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, on another level. It's just hanging out on that high ground for now. Everything's just back to being quiet for a little bit here. FLAMENGO, they have 6 eliminations. So they are sitting pretty to start things off. That's going to definitely help in case they go out early. They're still going to have some good points for the board. And FLAMENGO's in 4th place. So they are sitting pretty. 3 players up. Let's see where this next zone's going to go, Zute. 28 seconds left on the clock. All these teams should already had that strategy set up and told. And I think that the strategy for all those teams in the middle is going to be stay still, because I have a feeling that's where the zone is going.
Yep, next circle shifting out here. It could still pull to the east, which will cause a lot of mayhem, but I don't know. I feel like it's going to just center up, probably shift to the western side, pull away from the water once again. It's a hurry up and wait type of game here, and actually it just centers dead in the middle. So nothing changes once again. All Glory Gaming, they got to push in. Same with ATON, an intense game. And to the north, Royals of War. These are the teams that have to make the next press now.
Yes, indeed. Royals of War absolutely at the bottom of the leaderboards, trying to crawl their way out, but it's going to be from the north side. Can they get a couple eliminations under their belt? They're going to need them big time. They only have 18 total points in 9 games, so ooh,
that's rough.
That is really rough. They're going to have to make something happen. Intense game. You can see there, driving all around in that buggy, just trying to figure out their next spot. They're outside of the circle, so they actually do have to push in through Overnight. And Unknown trying to do his impression of Alpha 7. Not too good so far. But they're going to have to start focusing here in this area. Yep, and you can see Fiend running right back into the building. That's going to allow Overnight to get here for free, by the way. So yeah. I don't know if that was the right play from them.
I think they have some type of disengage plan for the next circle, right? They have that giant mount. Oh, just as I say that, Unknown knocked on that giant mountaintop. So Overnight Their defense looking at... Oh, he's knocked in. Oh, I thought he got finished right now. His HP bar went to like absolute nothing for a second. Yeah, Overnight, they got to be careful. Intense game. They've proven they could go aggressive when time needs, and that is what they're doing right now.
Panthers creeping through Impala here. Just trying to find the best spot in this zone. All Glory Gaming catching out Overnight on their way out of that area. So not the play that we're looking for, but they might be able to get that res. And again, I mean, there's so much real estate here. This is still circle number 4, but where it's at is just too many areas to count. And intense game, hunting down Overnight. This is a different Overnight that we saw from yesterday. Voodoo took the shots.
He got baited. That door popped open, and he started shooting immediately. Oh, forced the peek into the pre-fire. That's another player down. And into a team molly. That's okay, though. It's only Queen Up.
Oh,
not much he could do. Running away right now, actually, it seems. Yeah, Overnight. Overnight, day one, just like, I'm not going to say they were unstoppable. It was just like, they just cruised their way to the top placements. Now, they're facing some, challenges, and they're getting smacked down.
Yes, they are. Intense game's going to have 3 points. They were in second place, so if INCO goes out early, we could see them even take that first place spot away from them. Something to keep an eye on here as we look at the rest of the lobby. ATON Esports with that high ground. Let's see where this next zone's going to go. Zute, you tell me. North, south, center?
Oh, man, this is tough. I feel like to the west. Like northwest.
I'm feeling hard north. I don't know why. Let's see. Who is correct? North. Oh, it's dead center.
Okay.
All right. We were wrong.
We're so not used to the circles just not hard shifting because, back in our competitive days, it was once in a blue moon, you don't get a hard shift. Every game is just moans and groans whenever this circle shifts. But, I mean, the circle...
Hashtag PMPL circles, right?
Yeah, the circles did get changed, I think, last year, right? They don't shrink as much anymore. So it's kind of nice to see. Gives everyone a fighting chance to fight their way in, just as YKG tries to fight their way in, meeting a lot of resistance here, Hot Jukes.
Acer has to hit this against Rojas. Getting peeked out. The lean's just so strong. Rojas is beat up. Finally gets knocked. So All Glory Gaming coming to try and assist their teammate. Nope. I think they realize that they're going to have to cut their losses here. So they're going to lose Rojas. Going to be stuck with 2 players up, I believe. Yep, just 2 left for them. And YKG is going to get this res and reset, head into the next zone.
Yeah, All Glory Gaming finally getting slowed down a bit. They have been playing really well today, and YKG of all teams to get those 2 points. YKG showing signs of life here, but this is a tough circle to navigate, especially coming in from their side.
Yes, indeed. Influence CHEMIN at the bottom of the lobby trying to finally make some noise here. And it's going to be on these mountaintops. We've definitely seen teams have a lot of success in this area before. Right by Impala. ATON Esports had a great game to start this off. Intense game going down, though, and this is to Royals of War.
Oh, wow.
If Royals of War could take them out here, that would be huge for the lobby.
Yikes. Royals of War winning this. Oh, well, they're down to 2, but there's only 1 up for Intense game. That is Adrian right here. Oh, is he going to get that finish? I think he does, yeah. The bleed does come through. And actually, it was INCO that got the knock, so INCO gets the point there. So Intense game do not manage to get that point. Influence CHEMIN, Dan, they've been struggling all of yesterday, all of today, and they are still on that struggle bus.
Oh, but could that finally have turned a cheek as Law is putting in some work here, stealing these points all over the place, and making something happen for his squad. He's going to throw some smokes for his teammate up there. Applying more and more pressure to ATON Esports. Down to 2 members. Let it out. Really low. Trying to reach up to his teammate, and he does. Okay, so they are in a pretty safe spot now. Influence CHEMIN should be able to rotate away no matter what happens.
Yeah, it looks like Influence did stabilize right there. It looked a little bit dicey, but they hold for now. Next zone about to shift as well. Certainly it goes center this time around. We'll see as intense game. They're back up to 2. Royals of War still fighting against them.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what intense game can get done here. Oh, all right. That's going to be them out. So that's the second place team. Rest of the squad is going to be keeping an eye on the lobby there. Influence CHEMIN putting in some work against ATON Esports as well. It's just Milos, last one up. So I think ATON, yeah, going to go out here in the next few seconds. Law, can he bounce the nade off? Threaded the needle perfectly. Just a little bit off the mark.
Close.
Erangel going to get this, though. Got him.
Surely that one hits. Yep. There we go. ATON is out of there. Great defense right there. Alpha 7 pressing in right now onto INCO, the top squads. And wow, just like that, Jukes. Alpha 7, they're gone.
Woo! INCO putting a huge defense. We were talking about him earlier, right? Their need to put some points on the board. They get 5 eliminations in total. So that's going to make that gap that much bigger, especially with hyper and intense game getting knocked out.
Definitely so. Dope coming in now on the northern side. They don't have to worry about the Alpha 7 team. That was a team that every team would have been scared of fighting in this urban environment. INCO smashed them down. Dope, not fully in the zone, just barely on the smidge of it. INCO ever so aware of their surroundings, scoping up, down, left, right here. They're down to 3, however, so it's going to hurt them in this urban fight. Let's take a look, actually, Jukes. Who still has 4 up? We have quite a few teams with a 4-man. You don't see that every day.
Oh, my God.
You don't see that every day.
That monster truck, the suspension wore to its absolute limits here as Influence CHEMIN are looking to fly up these leaderboards. Loops, Mythic getting a nice knock onto Dope Slayers. Bray forced to try and crawl behind those containers, get a res off here. Loops just stuck in that building, not wanting to move. Can't blame them at all, as we're starting to see players get knocked all over this lobby. That's Overknight God. Okay, so Overknight having another tough one here. Let's see if Loops can, in fact, mount this defense against Dope Slayers.
Loops right now. They're down to 3. Imagine if they still had 4. If Alpha 7 didn't somehow curve a bullet into that building and get a finish, they'd be feeling much more comfortable. As YKG, Joey, not feeling comfortable at all. Back to the lobby he goes, and All Glory Gaming still staying alive out here behind that buggy.
Dang, losing Joey like that is tough. They had all 4 up, and just losing them to Strap is definitely going to be difficult. So YKG has to start making some decisions here. That's a great nade there from Fears. Does he have it one more time? That was an eviction notice. This is one hit. Got him! So a little bit of revenge for his teammate. That was a nice nade. So 2 points for YKG. Need a lot more, though. Flamengo is leading the lobby with 10 eliminations.
Flamengo with 10? Wow. Showing signs. Royals of War, they're not done yet. They're not done yet, Jukes. Royals of War still here. Fears getting cut down a little bit. It's just this is rough.
Yeah, it's just Skeller 24M. Fears and YKG doesn't realize that, though. So he's going to go ahead and steal another elimination. That's 6 for them. This is the team that is currently in last place. So, heck, a good performance so far. At least in eliminations. Just trying to make some noise. Dope and Loops sharing rent in this building as they're hanging out together for the time being, but both are going to have to make that eviction here soon because that zone most likely going to head up in that center area.
Yeah, this circle did just pop, so they could share and wait one more zone, but I don't think that's the play here. Loops, of course, on the defensive with only 3, so it's kind of up to Dope to make the offensive push right now. And Blue Zone closing in, he can't stay outside here. I don't think this outside part of the circle is fully in that zone. As we see a quick replay right here. Yeah.
Pow!
Imagine it got blown up midair.
Oh my gosh, like a movie.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Laying down the law, right? Get it? The law. That's how you do it there. That is how you do it. Dope. Budding with Loops. What do you think they're talking about here, Zute? Huh? Can you do your impression?
You go first.
All right, that's quick.
You go first.
Saying, hey, buddy, how you feeling? How's everything been? How was your week? Weather out here is pretty dry, huh? Yeah, it's pretty dry. But you know what? I'm inside the AC in here. You're outside. Nesquick didn't like that, so he's telling the rest of his team, like, hey, we got to start pushing these guys sooner rather than later.
Look at Loops, though. There's just all hard holding angles right there, waiting for that imminent push. I think they're used to teams pushing, right? I think in their region, it's just like, whatever team's outside, they're 100% pushing. NA, taking it a little bit slower, not necessarily like the wrong play, right, Jukes? They're just biding their time, a pacing difference right there. So we'll see what happens in the next zone shift. Heck, they might both even get the circle and just continue to chill out over there.
Let's see what the plan is. Is Flamengo. Fox thinking about throwing that nade. Says psych. Let's go ahead and kind of get some information. Zone starting to constrain onto these players. Where is it going to go? Are we going to see another central circle? We do.
Ooh.
So now Loops and Dope Slayers gonna have to battle it out. Dope has the advantage, big time.
Loops now have to leave the safety of the compound, whereas Dope, they're a little bit closer to the zone pretty much, and they have the man advantage. This is probably going to be the next big fight. The only other teams not in zone is YKG and Royals of War, and they have no cover to move into.
Oh, they do not. Ayala, he has that DBS. He's going to have to make a play. That's really what's going to come down to, is who's going to hit these shotgun shots.
Jaguar. Another team that's got to push is Jaguar, actually, Juke, so they got to cross this and the smoke.
Yep. Oh, here they come. Mythic with the DBS. Gets one. Can he get the other? The Uzi coming in hot. Dope Slayers finally going to shut down Loops. And they are still in this match here as Jaguar pushing onto Flamengo. Flamengo with double-digit points, feeling themselves, and they are in a really good spot here.
Jaguar moving in on the push. They have to worry about Influence CHEMIN and Flamengo. Flamengo in the zone, same with Influence CHEMIN. I think Jaguar, only one of their players barely in the edge of circle, but they definitely want to move now while they still have some space to push in. If they wait one more zone, they're all stuck behind a slim piece of cover. Dope trying to stabilize now as one of their players, Nesquick, did get knocked. INCO looking strong with 3, moving downhill, getting out of the sightlines. Dope.
Oh, nice shots there from Robert, piecing him up. They have this beautiful little berm here. That's going to be absolutely essential. Oh, he actually really went out there to get that nade downtown. But once the zone...
Oh, wait, this is the final zone.
This is the final zone. This is 9. This zone's going down to nothing. Is this the first time we've had a stage 9 and this many teams?
Yeah, with this many teams, for sure.
All out mayhem. We're going to see teams drop like flies in just a few seconds, guys. Grab your popcorn, grab your Monster Energy. It's going to get intense. And Gayoski shutting down Jaguar. Huge nade. Molotov coming out too well. Mercy on the other end. I mean, they're just having to focus in every single direction. There's players everywhere.
Yeah, Flamengo and Jaguar trying to see who can outlast the other because Influence still have 4 up. It's going to be hard to turn over that rock right there. They are cementing everything down in that zone. They're just fighting scraps outside. Jaguar gets one member of Flamengo. Mercy moving in, gets the confirmation points. That's what you want to do in a zone like this at this point. Just get every scrap point you can. Influence just chilling inside that building. Now they're springing out and picking up what's left over. Gigante, last one alive. Yeah, wow. He's not going to be able to survive this one. All the meanwhile, YKG with 2 players getting closer and closer, and same with INCO.
Little boy putting Gigante on fire. He's forced to put on his dancing shoes, and he is back to the lobby here. Chico getting burned up as well. Yep, that is going to be it for him. It's just Acer up for YKG. INCO still alive down south. They could definitely make some noise here, and this is the game they needed. We talked about it at the start. They need to put some points up on the board. Down goes YKG. Huge game for INCO and for Influence CHEMIN.
Panthers, Chronix. He could time this, but the Blues pressing in. He's got to jump out soon. He's probably going to end up in third. Who's going to win between Influence and INCO, though? That's the big question.
Oh, he got a knock. Can he get a finish? Nope. The blue zone's going to take him out here. And it looks like it is going to be Influence CHEMIN to win this one. I mean, in a blink of an eye, INCO, the Panthers, all gone. And finally, we see Influence CHEMIN do what we all expected, right? Putting some big points on the board.
Yeah, man, I wouldn't say it's too late. It's almost like in the nick of time. Any later, it'd be kind of like, that's great, but you still got a mountain to climb. I mean, they still have a lot of points to catch up, but at least they got it done today.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it perfectly. I don't think they could have waited one more game, right? Now that they got this chicken dinner in, it's going to definitely put them in around that mid-pack, I think. They're going to have a huge jump here. But, you know, a good couple more games, and we could see them in the run for even first place here. So there's still another match, obviously, here coming up. I think they need to have that back-to-back performance. But now they're going to have to also keep an eye on INCO, because INCO put up some big points on the board. That gap from first place is going to get even bigger. And at the end of the day, that's really the goal for all these teams, is getting first place position. Yeah.
Yeah, the qualifications typically for tournaments, it's like, you know, top 3 move on, top 5. This is right now, that first place, as far as we know, that's your guaranteed ticket to the PMWI. And I mean, at that point, you're competing for like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. So INCO, they have it in the bag right now. There's still 2 days left to go after this. So obviously there's a lot of tournament. Anybody can still win this thing. But, you know, what we've seen in plenty of tournaments in the past, when you start creating such a big lead, it's really tough to lose here at this level. So it's good that Influence CHEMIN got these points that we just saw. Another few teams that you want to see kind of have that bounce back, and at least in this next game, Zute, can you list off a few?
YKG definitely come to mind, because they're actually a team that's doing better, if ever so slowly, right? A little bit slower than the rest of the teams that have been improving, but they're doing it, Juke. So that's one team I'm looking at.
Well, let's see if they can get it done here, guys. We'll be right back right after this break.
Good to see Influence CHEMIN able to take themselves a victory after having a very subpar performance so far here in PMPL Americas Championship Spring 2023. But the question is, can they continue to do so? Of course, as well as some other teams here, as we had a pretty hectic finish, I think is the word I'll use for this one. But one thing that does make me happy, Cameron's pick didn't make it top 3.
Yeah, my streak finally finished. My streak is finally over. But how can you pick a top 3 team on an urban finish like that?
I mean, yeah, who would pick like Alpha 7 as well and then instantly see them go out as the predictions came up? I don't know who would do that. Let's take a look at our match rankings so from this last match, an idea of the point breakdown. And, you know, you would look at this on any other day, any other event, right? And be like, yeah, Influence CHEMIN just do what they know, what they do best. Yep. But this is obviously their best match they've had so far. I almost want to say they like doubled their points they have overall from this match, actually. But it's a good start for them. Maybe it's that spark that they needed to get going.
Okay, but how many times have we seen them have one okay game and then not follow up? And then they have another okay game later. Then like they've had 3 all right games so far. They had, what, that 8-point yesterday. They had a 7-pointer earlier on and then 22 now. they're not able, so far they haven't been able to string anything together in a consistent basis back to back with anything meaningful at all. So until that happens, this is still, I'm still going to consider this a one-off for them.
Maybe it's the kickstart that we need. By the way, before this match, they had 27 points, so they almost
doubled. Wow.
Almost doubled it. And also, in Hyper, right off the bat, losing 2 players after we were just talking about how they should try to continue to keep those 4 players alive, at least for the top 5 situations. That hurt. That hurt. Also, Alpha 7. That hurt too.
I mean, I feel like we've seen quite a few times, at least in PMPL NA, where teams will like win a match. Next match, 0 points.
It's very hard for people to actually follow it up, except for INCO Gaming yesterday, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, here's 7. You want to take a look here at Influence CHEMIN, and I believe this is stats from yesterday against their stats from today. And obviously a big step up, but I think the big thing that stands out is still their average survival time for me hasn't really increased that much.
Yeah, it's very, very low, but I am impressed that now we're seeing a lot more elims, right? Almost double the elims and a lot more average damage as well. And to what Cameron was saying earlier, yeah, we haven't been able to see a follow-up for them when they have a good match to pretty much try to continue that momentum. Hopefully this is the break that they will need going into Vikendi. We saw what some of the other teams were able to do yesterday. We're talking, especially you, Cam, you were talking about how the NA teams kind of had the advantage going into Vikendi. Well, now that one, we already played 1 game.
Yeah.
Influence Gaming is going to be able to go back. I'm pretty sure they went back and saw what happened. I think they might be able to come and surprise us here.
I mean,
I'm being hopeful.
That's very hopeful. 1 round on a single map does not make up for an entire season of play that Latin America and North America played on it. But, you know, it's still progress in that direction. Head-to-head here, though, from Influence CHEMIN and INCO. I think this is of the...
Is this from last match?
I think this is from the last game. Yeah. 12 eliminations, 11 eliminations. So really close between the 2 of them. It just came down to the wire of who was able to really push it over the line. That's not uncommon for what to expect from any sort of urban finish at the end.
I will say I like what I saw from INCO. It kind of gave me a little bit of vibes of what we were seeing out of them yesterday. They were just being patient, waiting for teams to kind of fight it out and then try to find their spot, try to actually third-party those situations, try to time it right, which was good for INCO Gaming because before this, they have had pretty much a horrible day.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, I'm going to transition that, unfortunately, into another team that I don't want to necessarily have to. Looking at Chronix there, the Panthers, 0 limbs. Yeah, they made it into like top 3 when it came to placements, but I don't know what's going on within the team. Like, this is not the Panthers we saw in the finals of PMPL. This is, like, for instance, like Nate, we haven't really...
He's not cooking.
He's not. I'm almost even curious to see how many limbs they have as a team or individually on the team because they were one of our heaviest fragging teams. If we remember back to league stage, they would have like nothing when it came to placement points and a ridiculous amount of eliminations. In finals, they finally fixed that a bit, but here they have nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. They're just not winning their fights, and it seems looking at from the last game, the problem is I can't recall exactly when they went into Impala. But the fact that they were dead center of that city makes me think that they weren't even really trying to contest for a controlling position. They were just trying to hide and play it safe. Which, yeah, they got 3rd place off of it. That's 5 points. But you're not going to be able to do that time and time again. And you got to start to actually put up some numbers on the eliminations side as well. And I'm worried that they're just even subconsciously or even consciously aware that they are out of their depth here in the Americas Championship.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening too. I think they just haven't been able to adjust at the aggressiveness out of the Brazilian teams. You were mentioning like we're used to seeing them be that aggressor team.
Yeah.
They're not used to having to back off to some of these teams. And as we mentioned as well, we really haven't seen Nate pop off. And I felt like Nate in the finals, as much as some people wanted to disagree with us, he was that spark for that team. They need that spark right now.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our overalls, get an idea of which sparks have flourished here over the course of today. And INCO again, I mean, we saw that gap closing, but they're starting to lengthen it another time. I think you said it was like 17 points last time we checked in.
Something like that.
And now it's like 25?
25.
If I can do my math correctly?
Yeah,
it was.
So yeah, they have actually increased lead yet again.
Yeah, that gap has continued to grow wider. The numbers have increased, which makes it look like almost the gap has grown wider elsewhere, but really 2nd down to 8th or rather down to 7th is pretty consistent. There's a small gap between 4th and 5th and then 5th and 6th, but really that's sort of par for the course at the moment with the number of games that we've been playing so far. But again, talking about what we mentioned at the end of or rather before we went to Miramar, Alpha 7, they've just been sitting in 7th place the entire time. They can't seem to make I mean, it is, but they can't seem to be making any sort of headway to really break out of it and get into 6th, get into 5th. They're making it close. They're getting the numbers like really, really tight. But when is that dam going to finally break?
Yeah, they haven't been able to carry any of that momentum. By the way, I wanted to mention Overnight. That's been a big drop-off to a team that was in 5th place. That it was one of the bigger worries for me as well. Massive drop-off there to 8th place, and Influence came in now at 9th place after that win.
But did you see 12th through 15th?
No.
NA teams.
Did you see that Panthers had the lowest eliminations of the entire leaderboard?
I did not actually notice that.
18 eliminations.
Okay, you know what? If we had a second, and maybe production can tell me if we do or don't, is it possible to look at the player stats from Panthers overall in the event, or is that something we have to delay on or the next match? Because I mean, the thing is, like, I know we keep hammering at this, but day 1 of finals, if Nate doesn't pop off, we have no idea if the Panthers ever would have made it here.
Yeah.
Does he have to do a star play like that yet again to get them going? Like,
I mean, at this point, whether or not that's the reason why they perform so well in the North American finals, you got to try something. Like, you can't just let the game get away from you at this point. Someone has to make a play, whether that's a spark to try and like revitalize everyone else or to do something. 635 average damage. That's a good number for an individual player in a round. That's a low number for a squad.
Yeah, well, maybe when we'll check in with the player stats then next time when we get off this last match if they have a good or technically I guess a bad game. For you guys at home though who are watching, remember the All-Star event voting is currently going on, and we have a couple of teams already landslides ahead of the rest in their region. So make sure you guys head into the client and go vote for your favorite teams. One team from each of these regions will be going forward. If you look at North America, at least the last time I checked, it's not the team you would expect to be in first place currently.
Really?
But, yeah, really.
What is it?
Dope. They were in first. Even Bope was there in 3rd. YKG wasn't even top 5.
Wow.
When I saw it. But we'll see. Let's head over to our commentators, though, as we hit our only Vikendi of the day. Hot Jukes and Zute, take us in.
Let's get it, baby. Let's head on over to the Icy Tundra. I mean, it's so crazy. I love to hear the desk, of course, just deliberate on so many of these different squads. You know, one that I heard off the rip was the Panthers. And I think looking at this squad, they're still just trying to figure it out. You know, we saw them right off the rip in the first Miramar to say, okay, let's do aggression, right? Let's full send it on loops. Didn't work, right? Playing passive. It's kind of working, not really working to what they need it to, right? So I think the Panthers need to finally get that one good game under their belt and just have that confidence to realize that it's possible, right? And Hyper did it in Sanhok, and we see their success so far. So that's what my opinion is. Zute, what do you think as we head on over into Vikendi?
You know, usually I would just count out the teams towards the bottom by now, and I would count out pretty much all the teams near towards the bottom besides the Panthers, because, Jukes, we weren't looking at the Panthers in the NA finals. You know, not until Nate just pulled out the impossible, and even then they weren't qualified yet. And somehow, because of Nate, with that miracle play where he clutched the chicken dinner, it revitalized the whole team, and they just somehow skyrocketed up the leaderboards in the last match or two. So the Panthers, they're so low down there, but that is kind of, you know, what happened in North America as well. They were not playing well whatsoever, and then Nate turned it all around. So there's a chance still that we might see the same thing happen again. This is a way tougher lobby to pull off something like that, though.
Absolutely. Now, one team, another squad that I got to keep an eye on, right? That's going to be this bad boy right here, Influence CHEMIN. They are all the way in 9th place, and they made a big rocket jump all the way from 2nd to last. So they're in a decent position here with 49. Obviously, quite a big gap from first place, but you know, one good game here, then two more days left to go. We could definitely see them contend for one of those top spots. Now, you know, and Hyper getting knocked down into 4th place, not too troubling just yet. They're in a really good position all the way down here at the bottom of the map near Winery. That's, of course, where they like to land. So considering that this is actually in this zone, it's not a bad spot. But it's going to be a little bit of trouble trying to get in, especially if it kind of heads north through these different areas, because there's a lot of teams gatekeeping them right now.
Yeah, definitely so. So they might want to do a faster rotation. But the question is, you know, it's not even guaranteed it's going to end on that eastern side of the bridge. There's a chance, you know, just a slight shift to the west, and we're looking at a whole different ball game at that point forwards. So they might want to bide their time on this first zone, honestly, and we'll see what they decide to do as INCO getting into some early scuffles with the Chosen. The Chosen continuing on with just trying to fight early on. And are they going to get the knock? They do not get the knock. Instead, they will get knocked themselves. What the G? Oh my God. Is INCO going to go aggressive, though? That's the question. They got one knock. They didn't get the second.
Vitaly SY just in a great spot here. I mean, he had that angle, and it was ridiculous. Sub picks down, and they're just not going for reses. They're just playing so passive. The Chosen just getting picked apart. Just not looking good in this tournament at all.
Yeah, Vitaly actually got a second opening for the team, and not a single lick of damage on him. Yeah, the Chosen... I mean, things looked really shaky that last match, right? On their aggression towards, I believe it was FLAMENGO, and they just played it absolutely horribly. And whatever happened there, it's carrying over to this match as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Chosen, when the play is obvious and they are in a really good spot and get that first knock, they're fine. But it just seems like once they get knocked early, they just seem to crumble. And
yeah.
I think we're seeing that here, you know, hook, line, and sinkers. INCO is looking to get another point on the board. They're going to get the confirm on a sub pick for sure. And now they're hunting down the rest of the Chosen. And with how they've played so far and the fact that they're second to last place, I can't blame them at all.
Yeah. Oh, INCO, no, it's a weak team as well, so they're not scared to hunt these players down. Getting some more points to cushion that lead. They have like a 20-point plus lead, so quite a considerable lead,
they can
honestly.
afford it. Yeah, they can afford it. They can afford to play it a little loose.
Yeah, they're closing in. So at this point, they're not worried about rotations or whatever position inside the circle. They're like, this is more guaranteed than, you know, getting the circle shifts later on. So they're just going to go for it. They're not in a bad spot to rotate either. You know, they have a couple bridges to choose from. So they're taking their time.
Yeah. Doar is not a bad spot to be in this map. So they can definitely just sit back and relax. They got plenty of loot to do it as well. Panthers on a little bit of a rotation. Try not to get caught out of their vehicles. Chronix does rotate to safety. Dezel's teammate behind him. It's going to be Nate on the right pathing to victory. Oh, Zuko, actually. Yeah, there goes Zuko. And the Panthers dead center of this map here on top of the hill. Looking at Royals of War, this is a team that's currently in last place. We've seen them take out some big squads here and there, but so far really not able to kind of fire on all cylinders.
Yeah, not just yet. Royals of War, they're stuck in a building. That building is probably one of the worst spots to be into. Your vehicles aren't safe. No matter which way you rotate,
they want
high ground surrounding you. Yeah.
They both countered at the same time and started making those shots. They did get the knock. Ooh, nice little return fire there. Nate feeling that one. You know, and this is the tough part. We've said it before. When you get stuck on the bottom of the leaderboards like this, your name changes, right? You start to become the title of free points. And that is not a name that you want on your team. So these big teams in the lobby, if they knock you and finish you and they realize who you are, they'll be a little extra aggressive because they think that they could just take you on. And that makes this tournament 10 times harder for you. And I already think the Chosen are in there. Royals of War are. And you can see by INCO's playstyle. But Stellar looking to shut him down a little bit. And he does. Gets the double knock.
Ooh, INCO not respecting the Chosen right there. Being really sloppy on that push. And now it's a 2v2. The Chosen, they could actually end up wiping out INCO here.
Oh, Squash catching Anying with that cheeky angle. It's going to make things that much more difficult. Becker's going to get the confirmation. So now it is a 2v1. Stellar. Bop. One big shot with that DBS is what's needed. Peek. 3, 2, 1. He heard the pin pull. Did he not hear the pin pull?
Oh, yeah, he backs
fake.
up in time. They got to respect the DBS now, though. So they're being careful with this. They're not just going to bum rush up there. One shot of the DBS will take a player down. And that DBS, it's got 2 shots in it. instantly back to back. That's all he needs to take down 2 players. So now INCO being back to careful again.
Yeah, they know it. Don't want to make mistakes, so they're going to have to try and just do some cheeky angles. Squash is looking for another one. Top it up on top of ledges. Rails looking for some angles for some information. Information. Stellar, can he do it? He's feeling himself.
I thought he was going to push down for a second. Just trying to bait out some shots, maybe. No util on either side.
Influence CHEMIN's gone!
Oh, wow. What?
Gone. We missed it completely. The Panthers got 2 of them. So looks like they split it with FLAMENGO. Oh. Stellar trying to possibly get a first aid off. He think he realizes he's getting pinned. Yep. Yeah, he knows.
Cameron with the prediction though. He was saying one game, and then they fall flat the next game.
Oh, he's pissed. Squash is mad.
He is mad. Hey, that's on you guys, INCO. That push, he ran in like 1 at a time, so that was not the way to push that building. So they will get punished for it. Royals of War getting punished right now by the Panthers. Yeah, that compound is just so
Panthers, be careful.
They're pushing. They know they got to change something up. They're going aggressive now.
But they need to be hyper aggressive because they got to finish this fast because intense game is coming for them. So the Panthers really need to just full send this. They cannot delay. Here they go. They get 1 knocked. Molotov through the door. Intense game's coming with the setup. Oh, they have this. Yeah, Chronic should have this fight done for. That DBS shot, actually, that one did hurt. And
last one
those
up.
Shots. Oh my gosh! Skeller.
Now.
And now YKG's on the other side, too.
Oh. It's getting messy out here.
Yep. This is what happens when you take these early fights, though. He's going to get shot in his back.
Not committing, though.
Quan's going to get shot in his back.
Isn't full. Intense game's not full committing, though, so it's up to YKG, maybe? Okay, now Intense game is coming in. Yeah, the Panthers are gone. The Panthers are gone. I don't see a way of them surviving this.
You know what? They have to believe. That's what they have to do. They have to believe. Quan has to do something magical. He's got a DBS. He's missing the shots. YKG helping, trying to. Panthers go down.
Yeah. I mean, I get the Panther, like, they gotta change things up, but that is not the play. Actually, 5 points? 5 points, given with how they've been performing, is actually an improvement. So
I will say this. I think that they need that push. I can't say I blame them for it, right? I mean, it was a good position, get those points. They have to know that third party's coming, though. So the Panthers, you know, not making a bad entry, I think they need to practice their exit strategy, though, on pushes like that early game. Right? Like, okay, we're going to go get this finish. How are we going to get out to safety immediately after? I think that's going to be the big question because, man, these early third parties have just been punishing so many of these teams that get into fights early on.
To be honest, I think it played out the way they probably imagined because, I mean, okay, so you got to go fast, right, on these pushes. You don't have time to use your util once you get close. So if you go fast, the only thing they could have done better is not get knocked. And it is so hard to not have a single player get knocked when you're going fast. So it's just, you got to be like Alpha 7 synergy level. And even then, you see Alpha 7 getting knocked in third party. So even at the pace that they execute things. So it's just, I think Jaguar, or the Panthers, they knew what they were heading into and they at least won the fight, right?
Got to make the plays. You got to make them plays. So yeah, they won the fight. Got to be able to secure the finish. And Hyper with some high ground. You know, that is something that they definitely enjoy to have. They love it. FLAMENGO on the bottom, playing it safe. 2 eliminations to their name, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good here. Intense game also feeling themselves here with 4 eliminations, trying to catch up to INCO with that, what was it, 25-point lead going into this game. So if they want to start cracking away at it, now is the time.
Shots running in, Intense game, making sure that rotation doesn't come across the castle side. INCO, they could just wrap around. Blue zone doesn't hurt too much at this point. And with only 2 players left, yeah, just play it as safe as possible. You're not really hunting for any fast rotations at this point. And they're going to go back into castle. they might just decide to wait in the blue completely and take the bridge way later.
See what INCO opts to do. Still looting up, getting ready for that late game. Looting up to the teeth. Definitely gonna need all those nades you can get your hands on in a map like this. So much cover. We could still see, you know, 8 teams in that final zone. I wouldn't be surprised. Loops the whole team in one vehicle. Always a little risky, but they do make the rotation safely. This is just right next to Hot Springs, right below Hyper. Zone pretty thick right now, so we'll just see some nice poke shots going back and forth for the next few minutes, and then we'll start to see the action really start turning up.
If this Vikendi match is anything like yesterday, Jukes, I mean, we have some scraps in the beginning, just like we did here. We have a lull period, and then it is just more action than a Sanhok game, right? So hopefully we'll be blessed to see something of that sort once again. And, I mean, it's shaping up to be, look at the control that teams have on that eastern side. Very spread out, just waiting for, you know, any opportunity they can to pounce in when the circle closes.
Let's see where that circle decides to close to. You know what? Why not? Let's get a castle finish. You know what I'm saying? Let's just really turn things up here. Why not? See if we're going to get that hard shift. Nope. It is off and down, a little bit headed towards the south. So YKG is going to have to leave Cement Factory. And that shouldn't be a problem. Nobody in their way to do so. And Hyper, big chillin' dead center. Well, maybe not for long because FLAMENGO is right next to them. Might start to see a battle for that center zone position. Alpha 7 creeping in through the right side of the map. Ever so dangerous. Overnight's got to watch their back.
Here comes Alpha 7. They're probably going to wait to strike on the next zone shift. They get a lot of spacing and real estate on the eastern side, which they should be content with. 0 eliminations so far for Alpha 7, but that's going to be changing real soon on the next circle shift. And Hyper, like you mentioned, near the center with FLAMENGO, but I think they're just sharing, or not sharing compounds, but it's just 2 compounds really close to each other. At different elevations too, I might add. So they're both just going to chill out, wait for potential crashes. YKG, they got probably, out of all the teams, the riskiest rotation, which isn't even that risky, but they just potentially might get into a fight with Intense Game here. And, oh, actually, they're pulling right up into Intense Game, so they are going to take this fight.
All right, let's see. Can they mount the offense? You can see Cielo there, trying to get a nice little pre-nade. The rest of Intense Games looking to help them out. And YKG forced to take a little bit of a break. Oh, they actually get that knock, but that off angle from Adrian is very strong. So a nice positional defense from Intense Game. They do lose 1, but this is a heck of an all-out battle. That's a big knock there from YKG. Zute, what do you see?
Yeah, they're double teaming that right there, so that's great. Oh, drop shot from Adrian, coming in huge, quick reinforcements off that snowmobile. Chico trying to hold that left side peak angle, fire some suppressive fires. It's down to a 2v2, so both teams on even footing. Now with that nade. Oh, he cooked it so long. He naded himself, and they're gonna line that up in the kill feed to make the push on the 2v1 and YKG close it out. It could have been such a good fight, Hot Jukes, if not for the self nade.
A bold strategy. Not working out for Intense Game. So second place is where they were sitting. They're going to be out. That's going to leave the door open for FLAMENGO and Hyper, All Glory Gaming, to possibly sneak away that second place finish. Next zone does pop, and it does go in favor of Hyper. They're going to be pretty well central in this next zone. All Glory Gaming is heading up there as well. Loops on the back foot here. They're going to be late to the party, so they're going to have to find a vehicle and get moving quick.
Let's look at this nade one more time. And
oh, look at this.
Just
the windows.
Oh, it looked like it was going through.
I think there was glass on that window.
You know what I think? I think that nade was mismanufactured, and it's just a little bit fatter, a little bit thicker than the other nades he's used to. Yeah, and that. Yeah. Look at that. Carrillo nades his teammate. So it looks like the nades on Vikendi a little bit thicker, and it's harder to thread through those windows. Yeah. I don't know what happened with A7 there, but I think they'll get that revive, hopefully.
It's always the thick ones that sting the most. You hate to see it there. All right, well, looking at this next zone, I think it's going to be really tough to bet against EnHyper. They're dead center of this one at the tippy top of the mountain. As Loops, Jaguar, INCO, all going to have to battle it out on the southwestern side of the zone. And they're going to be pushing into FLAMENGO and ATON Esports as well. Yep, we can see it right there. INCO, nice shots there from the tough position INCO does onto Ayala, but only a matter of time.
Jaguar making their ejection, hearing those shots, knowing it's time for them to use that distraction to leave, and they will manage to rotate out safely. Loops now in the blue, forced to follow right behind. This is where the action starts heating up intensely, Jukes. We'll see some compound crashes for sure, I'm willing to bet. ATON down to 2, just running out in the open field. They have no home for themselves. Everything pretty much taken as Jaguar driving by with a squad of 4, and INCO Squash with 3? I think he got 3.
I think he almost took out the entire squad of Loops.
Oh, yeah, Loops is gone.
And Loops is done from FLAMENGO. So, wow, Loops getting hit hard by the single player. Well, that would have been crazy to see. Maybe we never know. Maybe I can catch that on the replay. That'd be nice. Let's take a look at FLAMENGO, though, right now. Trying to mount up a nice offense against Jaguar. From the deep blue of this mountain, trying to throw some nades up over it. Let's take a look at who's going to win this map. Everybody going for EnHyper, except for the good old Caparino himself, Jason Kaplan, our host, believing in Loops here. Can Loops do it? Can Loops get it done?
I think Loops has a chance, a slight chance. A long shot, I'd have to say.
All right, well, bold pick from Jason Kaplan here. Let's see if it pays off for him as FLAMENGO is full sending it up the hill. Gigante trying to throw some smokes, buy himself some time. He doesn't have a lot, though. There's only 36 seconds left on the clock. Make that 33, and this zone is coming for him.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, battles are heating up elsewhere as YKG, with 3 members up, trying to survive the onslaught of Overnight, but they got to worry about the high ground. You see up there, there is one player up there. It's Robert from Dope, and the fight still continues on the FLAMENGO and Jaguar side. It's a blitz, it's a drive-by, it's a drive-through. Runover is good for FLAMENGO. Only 1 up now for the side of Jaguar, but it's Simple C. If anyone could clutch it up, we've seen Simple C hold off a 1v4 against INCO. Can he do it again this time around against FLAMENGO?
Oh, Simple C. Oh, yeah, just too much pressure. Yeah, he definitely needed a building with some stairs. Unfortunately, yeah, that dossier is not going to provide enough cover to really give him that breathing room to make something happen. Let's see what Alpha 7 can do. Alpha 7, 1 elimination so far, but I think they're just getting started. Here from the south, this is where they definitely thrive. Nice shots, and still, even though they're taking the shots so far, Zute, look how tight that they keep themselves, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Always right next to cover. These guys not trying to make any mistakes.
Yeah, they're playing really tight right here.
Look at these tight peaks. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's just core mechanics, you know, down to a T. Doesn't matter who you're fighting. Always take the tight angle peaks if possible. And FLAMENGO getting cut down from EnHyper now, and Alpha 7 helping along with that. FLAMENGO down to 2, and they crashed on a building that All Glory Gaming's holding. And now, yeah, the nades coming in. 1 member of FLAMENGO goes down to All Glory Gaming. Man, FLAMENGO just getting picked apart by 3 different teams now.
Nice little finish there. All Glory Gaming. A little bit quiet in these past couple of matches. They had a nice start of the day. Looking to finish off strong as they're going to go ahead and take out FLAMENGO Esports. So, huge one for there. Mini coming out to play. Zone centers up. This is going to be an all-out brawl, Zute.
Oh, yeah. And wait, is that an unoccupied compound right there?
Dead center.
At the yeah. No one's there. I mean, Overnight, they might have
nice shot.
Get the info that the compound's open. Good shots out of EnHyper right there. Should be a revive, as there is time to get that revive. A minute left on the clock before the zone forces everyone in.
Let's see what the play is going to be here as Alpha 7 starting to try to get it done from the low ground. And Hyper having some of that real estate on that ridge. They're going to have to fight out their North American brothers, YKG, for it. And YKG are definitely on their back foot. They have 1 knocked. 6 eliminations so far, so not a bad game for YKG, but I think they really need to finish strong if they want to see them start making some noise, and they realize this is not the place to do it. Let's take off and head for the building. And they do secure that center compound. Alpha 7's coming for it, though.
They make it inside. Fierce does get knocked, and Hyper getting that knocked. Alpha 7 shooting right back from the wayside, getting a return knock for the favor of YKG, so it might slow down that Hyper push. Overknights creeping in, and Alpha 7, they're so cognizant. I don't even think, Overknight really shot at anyone from this angle, but Alpha 7, they just know through their guts, through their game experience, that there is probably a team on this side that they have to clear out first.
Let's see what the play is going to be. Overknights trying to head over this mountain. Gonna have a tough time doing so. Some of these teams just set up and waiting for him. Kindness, yeah, watching their backs, keeping an eye out for Robert GG up on top of the hill, throwing some utility in that direction. Now facing inwards. Rin getting knocked by All Glory Gaming. That's gonna make things a little bit more difficult for Hyper, as it looks like Alpha 7 are starting to finally lock their eyes on a squad, and that is unfortunate for them. It's Overknight.
Yeah, Mafioso shimming left and right, closing the distance.
Nice
that nade's not going to slow him down. Revo getting even closer with the vehicle. This is what imminent destruction looks like from the point of view of Overknights.
QZZ stuck in a pretty bad spot here, as now Overknights are starting to feel the wrath of Carrillo and Alpha 7. Some quick and easy points for them. That's going to be 5 eliminations total. And Hyper in a tough spot here, as pretty much all eyes are on them. All Glory Gaming has them locked down as QZZ is trying to get some cheeky knocks through that smoke. YKG
did come up.
Still alive.
Yeah, right on to YKG, by the way. So New Zone is going to go towards the compound. Alpha 7, though, with 4 up. That's
what a spot.
Watch out for. And Hyper's so good at just finding those cheeky angles.
They need to push
That's where Hyper excels.
Man, it would have been easy. It would have been nice for them to push that fight, but with those smokes going out and no vehicles, they do not have the real estate to run in and do so. But as soon as the zone starts closing, All Glory Gaming is going to be done for.
They could stabilize, potentially.
No, I think
they got to do it fast. Alpha 7 nades raining in as well. Alpha 7 looking to take the win here, honestly. And Hyper, yep, they're meeting a lot of resistance. It does open a path for All Glory Gaming to potentially press through this zone.
Kindness gets caught from Alpha 7. That makes things that much more difficult for Hyper. And the predictions of the entire lobby going really rough right now, as Hyper stuck with only 1 player. It's GK first. He was able to make it on in. And because of those knocks from Alpha 7, that does open the door for All Glory Gaming.
Man, oh,
God! Revel catching YKG slipping. Now it's going to have that roof. I think it's going to be an Alpha 7 win here without a shadow of a doubt.
Alpha 7, man,
Rojas?
curving bullets, threading grenades. They're just finding all sorts of points in any type of compound. The 1v1, the jump.
Oh my gosh, didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I think he shot off like 2 bullets and then he was gone. Alpha 7. This is the Alpha 7 that we all know and love.
Uh-oh. That's all I'm going to say. Uh-oh. It's the eye slits in the eyebrow, That's what it is. Right? Once you have the 2 of them, that's how you know you're not missing 1 single shot. And these boys they're not playing around here, Zute. I think we're finally starting to see Alpha 7 wake up.
I love it too. It's at like the perfect time in the tournament. Like if they came out strong, there's probably a chance they might burn out. But I think right now is like the perfect time to ramp up and just power through the rest of the tournament.
Oh my goodness, and they worked for that one too. They did not get blessed by any means. They pushed through and absolutely dominated. Great timing, great execution from Alpha 7. Guys, one more match. Let's go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm here today with QZZ from NHP. First off, how are you doing? How's everything going? You excited for the championship the next few days?
感觉并没有完全准备好吧，我们还有很多需要提升的地方。对比赛的想法就是，我们尽力打好每一局吧，尽量少犯失误，然后，是的，冲刺一下。
So you guys were the runners-up at PMPL North America. What are your thoughts on the championship? Is there any team or perhaps an entire region that you see as a big competition or perhaps your biggest rival, and why?
我觉得最大的威胁，有两个比较印象深刻的是 A7 和那个 NF 吧。我觉得这两个队伍都是很有实力的争冠目标吧。
So when you returned and GK First arrived to NHP, that seemed to bring an extra level of firepower. Do you think that your team will be ready to take the championship?
机会肯定是有的，但是因为我和怪咖，我们两个的音势都很高，然后所以说感觉还是比较难的。不过还是有机会冲刺一下的，加油吧！
Can you walk us through or give us some insight onto how you analyze your gameplay and prepare for upcoming matches?
如果是比赛前的话，就打下特训岛打下训练场练一下枪法吧，然后就准备迎接比赛。
It seems the sleeping beasts of Alpha 7 have woken up here and have come to play. Finally, we're seeing the Alpha 7 that we've come to expect as they take home a chicken dinner and potentially get themselves out of 7th place. We'll check in with that in a little bit of time here. But gentlemen, this was another good showing. I think most of you had N Hyper. Sucks for you guys that they didn't win. Loops, they almost won. It was very close, as Hot Chicks and Zute were alluding to, but, you know, didn't work out in the end.
But listen. Everyone was contesting for that singular compound in the dead center. I'm actually shocked that it was as free as it was until YKG, I think, was the first team to try and send it on in. But you could see just how many open angles there were once the teams like N-Hyper on the north or Alpha 7 on the south swinging into the east. Once they took control of their edges, they just were able to full focus on that singular compound in the center and sort of attack it from an isolated angle, essentially using the compound itself as a guard from the opposite end of the zone. And it just allowed teams to sort of like just beat by beat flowchart their way through into the center of the zone.
I did appreciate that N-Hyper decided to take like that middle section as well and try not to get into as many fights. And also I gotta give props to YKG being able to get 6 elimination points. This has been a big question mark, right? Earlier we were talking about the Panthers. YKG, I feel like it's one of those teams as well that need to have a spark from at least one of their teammates, if not everybody else.
Speaking of the Panthers, I want to give a shout out. 5 eliminations for them. They don't have any placement points, but the fact that they went for a play. They went for a play, they got scrappy, and it didn't work out for them, but they need to start doing that more and more and more rather than just sort of wait for the game to leave them.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, by the way, those Panthers illins came from everybody within the team, which is great. It wasn't just Nate.
Yeah. It wasn't Nate, though. Nate, I want to see. See, the thing is, we talk about Panthers, right? If you guys missed out, I mean, it was typically like Nate.
Yeah.
And then everyone else. But Nate's not popping off. I don't know if that's a good or bad sign. Maybe the fact that everyone else is playing better, but are they playing? Game, you know what I mean? It's a little bit interesting.
At this point, we just want to see them try and put up something and get themselves out of the hole that they've kind of found themselves in. They have all right placements, right? They have the lowest eliminations, but they're not last. So their placements are giving them a little bit of a buffer. But they are not the only team that we want to see more of. Royals of War is definitely up there. The rest, honestly, every North American team that's not.
And name, I was gonna say, and name
you see more from. We focused a little bit on the Panthers because they performed so well in the North American finals. We thought that would carry on through. But frankly, with Alpha 7 waking up, with INCO having sort of got that win on the previous match, put themselves back into good form and maintaining that lead that they have, I'm worried that like the bottom 6, bottom 8 teams are just going to be completely left in the dust at this point.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, there will be teams that have to lose for others to win. That's just kind of the way it works when you have 16 teams in a lobby. But you did mention Alpha 7. Let's take a look at their player stats here, because we checked in at the start of the day 7.
Yep.
Korea was at 0.25 limbs a game. He's now up to 8.
It's a lot more.
It's better.
Yeah.
He had, I think it was, Cam, you said it too, I think he had 2 elims throughout when we checked it in. So for him to have 8, that's good. It's good to see that Revo still popping off. He's putting up good numbers, right? 19 eliminations. Send a text to a player that is usually known for being that support. It's good to see him being able to frag out as well. As Mafioso, I mentioned it earlier, he's actually been a big surprise for me of how he's been able to keep on improving into his game. And now we're starting to see the Alpha 7. This is kind of what I was hinting at yesterday too at the end of the show, and also hinting at the beginning of the show. This team usually tends to show up in day 2. First day, I feel like they usually test it out to see how teams are going to be reacting, how they're going to be able to get away. If they do get away with certain pushes, which yesterday it wasn't going their way, today this is more like the Alpha 7 I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, head-to-head from yesterday compared to today, so already the eliminations look a lot different. The average damage, I'm surprised it doesn't look more on the day, and then the survival time as well actually being less overall. But the eliminations alone, I think, is a really, really key takeaway for just their performance looking better overall.
Well, keep in mind, too, for the average survival time, they did get eliminated super, super early in Miramar as well, and they ended up with zero elims. So I feel like that's maybe what's causing the average damage. I thought it was going to be a lot bigger, too.
But if we remember yesterday, it wasn't even terrible. It was terrible by our expectations for Alpha 7, but it wasn't terrible full stop, right? They were making it relatively deep into the rounds. They just weren't taking over the lobby in the way that we expected it to. So that survival honestly wasn't really the big concern for us. It was getting the eliminations to back it all up.
They weren't winning those fights. That's pretty much what it came down to.
Yeah. Highlights from Vikendi. Looking at right now, a lot of scrapping around the side, and I think just the terrain, the water being in play on both sides of it, and it being on a coastline with not as much terrain perhaps to be able to play around in terms of cover or what, mind you. A lot of fighting from the very, very beginning, and just continued to push itself in this direction.
Well, then let me ask you, right? I mean, when it comes to Vikendi, you obviously talked a lot about NA and the fact that they've had an entire like PMPL with it. Is it surprising you to see a team like Alpha 7 actually win Vikendi for the second time we've had it played?
No.
Yeah. I mean, so we know that it's the same game, right? It's just a different map. It's just a different terrain. And it's not like Vikendi is a new map into the map pool overall. They just haven't played it in a while. So my only concern was just like the immediate reps on it. But I never expected like to be North America, Latin America on top every single Vikendi, Brazil 0 points every single Vikendi. That would have been way too ridiculous. It was more just a slight edge that would give NHyper the edge on the overall leaderboard.
I mean, it has given North America a bit of an edge too when we play Vikendi. We've seen a little bit more out of the NA teams, right? NHyper, we saw YKG as well being able to put up a great performance. But I always thought it was going to be those Brazilian teams that were going to be able to dominate in Vikendi because of what we have seen before out of them. When we did end up playing Vikendi, they would always own that map.
I remember actually, I think the last time I worked on an NA show before this PMPL season, it was Korea on Loops and Loops on Vikendi, where they would open up with a nice nade and they would just swarm over their opponents. Like that's something that stands out so cleanly and clearly in my mind. But you know what? Overalls, right? Alpha 7, we're talking a lot about them. They've been in 7th place all day. How they finally moved up and finally 5th place. But the crazy thing is that's very misleading because there's only 7 points behind 2nd place.
Yeah, very, very close. Getting out of that 7th point spot has put them in the mix in a very, very strong way. One good game could put them up to 2nd place. It's going to be a while. They're not going to be able to take over first. It would be really hard for even NHyper or FLAMENGO Esports to take over first off of this last game, even if INCO go out with 0 points. But the fact is, Alpha 7 are in the mix. NHyper, FLAMENGO, intense game, are not dropping out in the way that we were sort of afraid of the first couple of maps. All Glory Gaming also in the mix. These stories that some of the stories that we were hopeful for have developed from the beginning of the day, and some that we were afraid would happen haven't gone that way.
I'm really happy to see NHyper, by the way, in 2nd place. I feel like this team has taken that little bit of time that they had right between the days to do their homework, to look at the VOD, to review a lot of stuff and adjust on what was actually going to be their playing style. And I'm glad to see that their playing style is still the way that we're kind of used to seeing in Hyper. We're able to see them third party. We're able to see them kind of take control of the center and also keep those players alive. And I feel like we're finally starting to see that more and more out of Hyper.
We also need to give them extra credit because they have 2 players with really high ping.
True.
And they're still second place in Americas. Like that's not, it's not easy to be second place in Americas, period, but to be second place with 2 of your like star players having ridiculous ping just kind of is a testament to how strong of a team they are.
Go ahead.
We saw real briefly the second page of the overall leaderboard, and the drop off in points from like the top 6, top 7 down to 8th and below is ridiculous. So that's what we were talking about when it comes to Panthers and all the rest of the teams at the bottom. There is a big gap forming there from just even the top half to the bottom half.
I mean, at some point you have to just kind of say to yourself, all right, we're playing for experience and we're playing for earnings.
Yeah.
And just try to get as much money as you possibly can. You guys at home, though, we still have our YouTube vote going on for your favorite teams. Make sure you guys check that out. Just go ahead and check out the chat. Make sure you're voting for your favorite teams as well. I think it's actually time, funny enough, I think it's been a pretty fast day. We're into our final match of the day. It's on Erangel. It's with Hot Jukes and Zute. So take us in, boys.
You got it, Big Papa Jason. Here we go. One more match left to go here for day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship 2023. I'm Hot Jukes here with my man, the myth, the legend, Zute. Brother, right? We have seen the precipice, right? The increasing intensity of competition over the years, right? And I think now we're finally reaching just that pinnacle of just where it is at in Americas. These players are at another level. And one team that I'm really keeping my eyes on is Alpha 7, man. They're all the way up to 5th place, and they did it just like that.
Alpha 7's putting on a spectacular show for us, a show that, you know, a lot of us have been waiting to see, and we are getting it today. And there's one more match left to go, man. This Alpha 7 team, I know they're like not in first place yet, but they're looking like a first place team. INCO is playing really well, I'll say. Nothing like crazy huge from them, I would say, but just playing in tip-top form. But how good is that form when you're going against Alpha 7 at their peak form? I mean, Alpha 7 at peak levels is like Super Saiyan 5.
Well, I mean, due to some, yeah, I mean, absolutely, because I mean, due to some issues they had in game number 1, they got 0 points, right? So
yeah,
they pretty much are in 5th place right now, missing an entire game, right? And they are creeping up on this lobby. So who knows? Maybe that's a little dose of medicine they needed, right? To kind of really fire them up and go even that much more intense. And hopefully we can see that intensity fire up even more as we're looking at the final match of day number 2. And we got a southern playing path here, Zute.
Very southern playing path. This could cause some issues for Erangel in the early game. So far, every Erangel match we've had, we don't have any scuffles, you know, off plane drop. But this one could be a little bit tricky. A lot of teams going towards the north, right, Jukes, are going to go for cars. And car spawns here, pretty scarce if everyone's going north.
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's see exactly how this is gonna fare for these teams here. INCO, of course, dropping nice and early over in Novo, and Loops doing the same thing, heading on over to Military Island. Nothing that we haven't seen before in the past. One thing that you're gonna have to keep your eyes out, though, is right here in this area. With a southern plane path, we're gonna start seeing a whole bunch of teams land to try and find some vehicles and head up north, and we could definitely see some teams clash in the process of doing that.
Definitely, that's what I'm keeping my eye out for. You mentioned Alpha 7, right? They didn't really get a good start to the first game. They went out extremely early, but they came in so explosive. Jukes, you know what I'm thinking they did while they've been, you know, not really playing the first match?
What?
I think they just chugged a bunch of Monster Energy.
Yeah,
during that downtime. And it is showing right now. And look, towards that eastern side, Jukes, I saw a red blip already happen. FLAMENGO losing a player already.
Yep, that's what we're talking about. And that just happens when you have a really just off the beaten path plane path. It makes things pretty difficult because you're fighting for a vehicle and losing a player early on is definitely possible. So out of all the squads in the lobby, I think it's only FLAMENGO are the ones to lose one, so really unfortunate for them, but a nice little boost as we could see. Oh my goodness, wait. Royals of War punching out Carrillo and Senatexa. So Alpha 7 in trouble. Rebel. I'll say this, for Royals of War, because he's pissed, and he does have the squad wiper right next to him. They're only stuck with pistols. He can kick out this whole team.
They could, but there's only 2.
He's running.
Alpha 7.
The pistol!
Say what?
Oh, baby! Goodbye, Alpha 7. It's been a pleasure watching you guys dominate in the last match, but in the final match of the day, adios. That is gotta hurt.
I'm at a loss of words, Jukes. Royals of War are in last place, Jukes.
Woohoo! Bodied.
They're the last place team, and they just won in a hot drop against the most dominant, aggressive team in the whole lobby, Alpha 7.
Pistol versus LMG. Pistol all the way. Pistol all the way. Royals of War's just better. Just better. Alpha 7. All of that training, all that dominance, just.
I feel like we jinxed it, man. Like, we were hyping Alpha 7 so much just for that to happen. Oh, boy. Well, there's that.
Wow, goodness gracious. So, I think right now we're watching INCO Gaming and the rest of these squads just, wipe a little sweat off their bra. Yeah, absolutely. They're just like, oh, thank you, goodness. That Alpha 7 is out of there. And by Royals of War, too. So maybe a little snickering, too, in that process. But, heck, still got 2 more days after this, so we could definitely, of course, see Alpha 7 bounce back strong.
Oh, yeah.
Man, going out this early, definitely going to sting. Let's take a look here as we're just watching Nenabete jump around on some crates, getting some nice loot. Hopefully we can see those crates get looted up soon, man. I think that's something all us PUBG Mobile fans have been waiting for quite a while.
And we haven't really touched on it yet, but this first circle, right, not much to speak on, which is why we didn't mention it. It's just smack in the center. The only tricky thing is if we get a hard northern shift on the first zone, then we could get potential 50-50. But I mean, this circle is just clear-cut Erangel. Like, I think everybody knows what their game plan is coming into here.
Oh, this was it. He got punched out? No way. Oh, I was about to say. Oh, no, he's going to get ran over.
Afterwards.
I said, who are you punching, bro? Who are you punching, Sensema?
There was a double knock with the pistol in the beginning.
Bop, 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 bop. Wow. And then punched out as he ran out of ammo.
We gotta see this.
This was the one.
Oh my god.
That level 1 vest was huge, Zute. And I mean huge.
What pistol was that? If I'm ever in a pistol fight, that's the one I'm going with.
Wow. That is absolute insanity. Well done. Well done. Everybody give a round of applause for Royals of War. Let's see. We're looking at Hyper. All right. Hey, North America on deck. 2nd place in this tournament. So, they got to be feeling themselves. And I think it was really that chicken dinner, Zute. Once they got that win under their belt, they broke the blindfold, right? They now realize that, hey, we can do this. We can get it done. And they have had a really good day here today. Oh, Becker. Look at him.
Oh.
What do you think about this, Zute?
He's on the military side of the bridge, so I think he's just doing this for scouting purposes, like scouting info. He's trying to see if they are being bridge camped or not, but he might just end up giving it up. Yeah, just one try, and it's like, there's no one over there. We're good. But bridge camp is in full effect from the side of the Jaguar.
Jaguar. Victex trying to get this bridge camp going. I think Becker and INCO are starting to feel it. On Ying again?
It's just not TC's day, man.
The struggle. The struggle. Nice point pick up there for Hyper. Let's see. The rest of TC, they're not that. The Chosen is now in last place. That has got to sting. Simple C, he's had a crazy day today. Some pretty nice plays. Becker is going to have to take off with that Bugatti. Pretty beat up, but will live to fight another day as he tries to find his safe spot for rotation. He's the only player from INCO that's on this island, by the way.
Yeah, the bridge camp. They didn't get Becker, but they are separated now. So INCO, they got to plan a way to regroup. And it looks like if you look out on that southern side, they are going to take the other bridge. So Jaguars, they didn't get any points, but they managed to push INCO to the other side.
See where the zone's going to go. I think INCO, yeah, probably either going to try to head over the other bridge. I think Becker's looking to scout it for them. Or that swim will be tough.
No,
I think the bridge is going to be the option. Yeah, the bridge is going to be the play, especially, well, the zone. Not a bad one. That's going to really help them out because they don't have to make that crazy stretch up there. Loops is looking to pass them all up and head into the zone. And now with Loops going in that direction towards the circle, that should open the door for INCO to make it into this mainland.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good shift for a lot of I'd say every team, honestly. All the question marks are pretty much out the window. There's no, river that they have to contend with going north. And it's just good old Erangel right here. Pachinki, Potato Hill, and then the compounds, just south of Potato Hill. Those are the crucial focal points now for this match.
And Hyper, this is the place they know and love, Potato Hill. Trying to mount up a defense against Dope Slayers. Trying to catch Robert out of the buggy. Oh, that's a good angle, though. Yeah, kindness. Catching Bray. That's what happens when you're in the back of that buggy. You're so easy to get taken out from, especially if you're heading the other direction. And Dope Slayer's going to have to make that rotational player sacrifice.
That's so unfortunate.
RPS.
Rotational player sacrifice. I mean, at this kind of level, it's hard to not get shot out of vehicle because everyone's shots are so accurate.
We've seen it happen a crazy amount of times this tournament. Insane. I mean, even tough ones. Like, we've seen guys go full speed and only give like 2 seconds of vision, and they're knocked out. It is crazy. Rose of War still chuckling after the start of that match. And that was really M2M. He had 3 of those eliminations.
It's the pistol. The pistol's the new meta. It's going to be the new meta, Jukes. Just watch. Players are going to be charging in close quarters with DBS, right? And the other team, they're just going to pull out the pistol.
Goodness gracious.
Win. Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Well, heck, why not? Why not? It's worked against Alpha 7. So it has definitely been tried and tested here in the Americas Championship. Influence Kevin against Gaji. Gaji's done for. And we'll see them add another point to their total. And Influence Kevin, man, had a pretty solid day today. They went from way down on the leaderboards to around mid-pack there. We got 50 points in total so far. So they have to double that if they want to even get close to INCO Gaming. You can see the leaderboards, the live finals rankings right there. But there's still 2 days left, so anything can happen.
Yeah, the Chosen I feel like they've given up. Look at where the 2 other Chosen members are. They're at school and have one player. They have one player split all the way over there. It just doesn't even seem like they're playing as a team. It's just like, you know what? I don't like you guys. I'm gonna go over here. And
that's tough.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. And next circle comes out. We are gonna get a central focal point of Potato Hill. Hyper is already positioned up there, but that Potato Hill is wide enough where it could house 2 teams, maybe even more. So Hyper's got to stay vigilant. All the teams starting to fill in now.
Let's see right now. We're starting to see some players go down nice and early. I got one of the members from Royals of War down. Influence CHEMIN down as well. And Hyper still holding down Potato Hill. Spot right by school. Overnight, so they seem to take it. They're going to be sharing it across the street with Dope Slayers. And Intense Game does knock one of the players from Overnight. So this is just a lot of battles happening due to this rotation. Influence CHEMIN's in trouble, though. I think Law is going to have a hard time getting up here.
Royals of War and their rotation and fighting their way in. Ooh, nice little drift maneuver right there. They get the confirmation, and I think they're going to just back off. They just wanted that 1 point. They're in a, they're on the edge of zone, but they're at a spot in the zone that gives them a lot of vision.
I like it.
And don't necessarily have to press any further center.
Gaji with the big nade. Here we go. You can see Diego trying to apply even more pressure. There we go. Does get Voodoo. Now Overnights are stuck on the back heel. Oh, that was stolen. That's right.
Oh, another one. He really tossed that one in through the smoke, through the thin doorway. This third one's got to be good. And yeah, Overnights are about to go down here. Intense Game.
Oh,
looking for the finish.
Does he see him? Oh, he doesn't. And the Molotov is good. So Intense Game just absolutely punishing Overnight. This nade might be it as well. Bang, survives, actually makes it through. Yeah, you'd never want to jump through these windows, everybody. And he knows it himself. So Rise, the last one up for Overnight, getting beat up by these nades. It is not looking good for him. He might be able to steal one away, though.
The smoke is gone now, too, so they could really... Oh, that's a really tight angle. He can't even spot him looking that way. Diego's definitely got a feeling about it, though. He knows.
He wants to go in that window. He wants it so bad.
Oh, he goes in.
But he still got him!
I think the Overnight player hesitated just for a split second. If you rewind that player moved his crosshair away from the window for just a split second, and that's what cost him there. But honestly, even if he got that knock, the other players of Intense were right behind him. So
you got an M16 as well. That's not the gun you really want to have in that situation. You really want that DBS. Big rotation coming out from All Glory Gaming. YKG getting beat up as Acer and Fears get knocked. Joey, though, got something to say. Can he go ahead and mount a comeback? This nade could be good if he threads it perfectly. Oh, the Panthers are, though, coming from the back. That's going to make things tough. He hits it, too.
Is here, too. But he hits the double nade. But he can't confirm the points unless All Glory Gaming just gets... Oh, look, yeah.
It's a Loops,
potentially getting... Where's that from?
Loops.
Yeah, that's from Loops.
On the bottom, right below him, Nate. Forced to throw a nade right there on the Chief. It looks good. Ooh, 1 HP. These headshots are coming out here. Absolute brawl between the Panthers and Loops. Panthers have not been able to really get it done here this tournament. Trying to fire things up now, but it is so tough when you have so many teams. This is what really hurts them, is these engagements. They get into a fight early on and then get third-partied. It makes things so tough for them.
They're just not ready for the pacing of the matches, it seems. Loops just always finding themselves on the right end of the third party, coming in, taking those players out. And Intense Game, they're pushing across the road. They probably got the info somehow that it's just 2 players up, so they're going aggressive. They're taking it to Dope, and Huayuya goes down. Diego opening things up once again. Robert, nice nade, but gets caught on the side. That's Intense Game, showing some intense aggression right there. 5 points for them already, and they secure that side of the circle just as the circle starts closing in.
Dope Slayers gone out of there. That's going to be even more points to their total. They're going to make that gap really big. They want to secure that first place finish. As Royals of War were in last place before, but now they have swapped with the Chosen, and it looks like that's the way it's going to end up staying, because looks like it's only a matter of time for Sup Pig. Uh-oh, that one hurt. Just bounced off one of those 2x4s on that window.
It's the thick nades, Jukes, that you got to be careful of. And they're taking their time with Sup Pig. Oh, there we go.
the knowledge. These guys are not making mistakes here. Nate and the Panthers. Oh, it's a 10 game as well. It's third party after third party. I don't think I've seen the Panthers get stuck in a fight with one team. Yeah, they have not been able to get into an engagement with one team at a time at all this tournament.
No, maybe even fifth party because Loops, Influence, CHEMIN, and Hyper, the Panthers. These are 5 teams all on that western side. They all want prime control of Potato Hill. Yeah, and Hyper is way too spread. And that might have worked, you know, back in NA, playing that split on top of Potato Hill, but not in this lobby, Jukes.
Oh, sir, indeed. Just the collapse is insane. So many of these teams just looking to pick off players that are too separate from the rest of their squad. So we definitely noticed, especially around this time, just sticking hardcore together seems to be the play. What do you think about that?
I mean, you need a balance for sure, but seems like sticking together towards the late game, definitely the way to go.
Yeah, because, I mean, the way that these teams from Brazil are really rotating, full 4-man, just looking to just absolutely dominate, makes things just that much more tough. Let's see who's going to win this game, though. Loops is going to be the heads of this Potato Hill up on top of it. The rest of these players are going to have to push on in. It's going to be tough to see them get beat here. But at all the squads, I think I could deny intense game. They've got 7 eliminations. They're feeling themselves. That's the squad I'm going to go with.
Yeah, Intense Game is a formidable squad. They're not performing as well as they did on day number 1, but right now, in this very match, they're showing why. You know, they had such a stellar show out on the first day. They're playing to their fundamentals, and they're playing it well. 7 elimination points already, and still fighting their way in, just as FLAMENGO is forced to fight their way in on the eastern side. Gets cut down by ATON from the wayside right there. Fran with a good opening, and now FLAMENGO forced to change their attention towards that side, but might be too late as 2 of their players now pinned in one spot.
The Zohan throwing that nade, trying to get it. Oh, but Gigante's got one for him. And FLAMENGO making it tough on ATON with this utility. Fran21 trying to answer back somehow against Gigante here. But I think that might just do it. Oh, just a little bit off the mark. Only a matter of time here, though, for Fran.
Yeah, Fran right now is just slowly backing up because that blue zone is closing. His teammates are doing the best to support, but FLAMENGO is just out maneuvering, out shooting them. And the nades are
hating them.
Yeah. And ATON getting picked apart. Beautifully done by FLAMENGO from a tough spot.
Way to get it done there. Let's see what Milos can do. He does have that high ground, but they know exactly where he's at. Toiko is going to throw some smokes out here just to kind of give his team some room to breathe. It's going to be a hard defense. He's got to hit these shots, though. He's wide out in the open. Toiko makes it up with the buggy. Huge push. DBS is now coming out. Going to try to throw some utility. Yeah, he's got to hit this one.
Yeah, Milos instantly went prone with those DBS.
Got him!
Oh, nice one.
What? Where'd they go?
I mean, there was only 3 up, and I think Jaguars knocked one of them as they were pushing in. So, I mean, ATON, they win the fight, but a very costly fight to be had as they're just now down to 1 player.
Loops, Kings of Potato Hill, looking to clean up some players on the way towards the center of this next zone. We'll see where it decides to pop. Does it go center up? Most likely. Oh, Influence CHEMIN. They're actually the squad that's dead center here, so they're going to be able to put a good defense against Loops. Can they hold it down, though, as Intense Game is finally looking to set up their position for this next zone.
Intense Game controlling the outskirts right there.
Look at that crouch run, crouch run, crouch run.
Yeah,
crouch run.
Pretty good spot for Intense Game to be because they get pretty much not clear sightlines on the northern circle. Oh, well, I mean, now they really are in a good spot controlling that northern edge. Loops, are they going to go for the head-on fight with Influence? It's going to be tricky because a lot of these teams on the southern side, Jukes, are probably going to have to push up straight into that same particular fight.
Well, it's either against Influence or it's against Intense. That's really the only play for Loops. Let's see what they have to go with. Is GK first? Finds Jaguar. Another player as well. Starting to ramp things up. And Hyper still in a good place on the leaderboard. So the fact that they're up here, definitely going to make a difference. INCO, where is INCO at? INCO is still alive. They have one player up in this game.
INCO and Hyper down to just one. Both of them. That's first and isn't Hyper second right now?
They are, but INCO has the goose egg, and that's what they're going to end with here since they went out in 9th place. So no points total for INCO. One player up for Hyper to get some more points on the board and try to catch up to that first place finish. But really, all eyes are on Intense Game, Zute. They can definitely shake up the leaderboards here and now. GK first, goodbye.
Not much he could do there. Managed to pick up a few more elimination points, so that's the best he could hope for. Now Intense Game and Loops shaping up for a brawl. Looks like Influence CHEMIN just gives up that position and scooches a little bit more to the eastern side. They want to play for the next circle. They don't necessarily want to fight now.
Let's see what the play is here. Simple C, ever so deadly. So we know for a fact that this guy can take on a whole team if he finds the right position. We've seen him do it before. Gayaski hops in the buggy. Federal, oh, did he catch him? I think he did. Did he see him? Yeah, he saw something for sure.
They're looking. I don't think they got a 100% vision spot right there. And,
oh, Milos? Oh, he does. Goodbye.
Oh, so smart. He knows that was a solo player.
Yep,
so he takes his shots.
Easy peasy. So nice point for him. It's really between these big three teams. Loops, Intense Game with all 4 players up, and Influence CHEMIN. Another good game for them. So they're really having a nice comeback here today.
Influence. They're going to need to win this one because they're still pretty far down in the leaderboards. And the last game on Vikendi didn't help too much either. I believe they got a huge goose egg there. Influence CHEMIN trying to find the last player. They heard the shots here just a second ago, right?
Yeah, they're
when the Jaguar player took the shot. So they know they want to deal with that player first before trying to deal with a potentially stronger team. And that is a much stronger team on the Loop side.
I don't think you saw him either. Yeah, so Influence CHEMIN's going to think that this entire area is clear. Ugh. That's going to make things tough for them. But we're going to see a battle most likely between Loops and Influence CHEMIN. And that's going to open the door here for Intense Game, especially with this circle shift.
Yeah.
This is huge for Intense. This is their game to win, honestly.
Intense could just wait and let the other teams fight it out and hurt each other up. Here comes a push. Loops pushing in with the vehicle and on foot and gets run over without any hesitation.
Here come the shots. Mythic getting the jump onto Influence. Oh, that knock though on a Chief is going to be tough. Oh, it's a double knock.
Oh, wow.
So that nade turns the fight completely in their favor. Federal just hesitating a little bit, just thinking, what should I do? Should I stay in the buggy? Nope.
Oh, no way.
The DBS.
No way.
And I'm getting those headshots.
Federal opened it up with the double nade too. If he manages to finish the last player, that's essentially a 1v4, but not before Simple C. This guy, man, he knows his timings so well. Simple C definitely becoming a star player for me on the side of Jaguar, but Intense Game, they still have 4 jukes. This is their game to win.
It is their game to win, and they are letting Loops breathe a little bit. And I think that's only because they know that they are stuck. They have to push due to where this blue zone is. And you know where they're running right into? Simple C. Oh, did he get spotted, though? Nope. He's perfectly on that rock. He's perfect. The legend.
Perfect.
Oh, his toes. His toes are coming out, though. He's going to be careful.
I think he's got to be a little bit more worried than just his toes as Ayala creeps on up with nade in hand. Throws it really far wide.
Uh-oh.
They don't see the rock. If they saw the rock, they would have a good idea of where to throw it. But that rock just out of vision, and he's going to throw some smokes down. He's hoping Intense Game helps him out here. Maybe put in some shots towards Loops.
He's saying, come on, guys, it's just me by myself. I got a VS and a Dream. Pre-fires it, doesn't hit, and goes down to Chief. So here we go. Last game of day number 2, everybody. Get up out your seats or stay in them and get hype for an intense game versus Loops.
4v3 situation, intense game at the disadvantage when it comes to the terrain, but they have the man advantage. Loops right now, they desperately need to find an opening before the circle goes down to the center. This is the last zone, and I do believe Intense Game have more control of the zone.
Way more control. They don't have the high ground, but they have so much control, like you mentioned. But they have to make sure that they cannot get knocked. They are so split up that if one of them gets knocked, they're most likely not going to get up. I think Diego is going to be that big driving force. That snake in the grass, so dangerous. He cannot afford to make a misstep.
Cardozan, though, look at that. He has an inkling of an idea. He's in charge of the flank, and he's watching it. But one mistimed distraction could give Diego the go-ahead, and Diego is creeping. He's looking for it. Shots ringing back and forth, and oh, Ayala just maybe just throwing some shots there, blind shots.
Yep.
So they don't know for sure, but man, so aware of the situation at hand.
Wow, he's been in this position so many times. He's been in so many of these end games. He knows that even though I don't see him, he's probably over here. Let's go ahead and throw some shots. Maybe if I hit a hit marker, then I'll know for sure. And with that nade, now they definitely know. You can see Cardozan. Yeah, Cardozan. he said, right over here, boys. That's for sure.
You know that metal snake exclamation point? That's what happened when that nade went off.
Yup. 100%.
Oh, man.
Let's see. Loops are just so stuck out of the position, and they're trying to get some breathing room. Those Molotovs are dangerously close. Yeah, Diego says, let me just back up a little bit just in case. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit.
Yeah. So Loops didn't find an opening. It is the final zone closing into the center. Now Loops had a huge disadvantage because even though they're on the high ground, it's a sloping high ground, meaning when they stand up, they're fully exposed. They need to find this one. They desperately need it.
Oh my gosh, they caught him. Diego going down is brutal. Now it's down to a 3v3. It's really who can hit these shots. And Loops.
Oh, they find a second one, Jukes.
It's unbelievable. Loops. They're going to
find a third?
A third? It's over. It's over.
It is done.
It's over.
How intense game through this match.
Wow. Unbelievable. What a game and finish from Loops to win that game. Absolutely incredible. I think I'm just going to pick every single team that Cameron Davis picks going forward because there's something about it. I mean, this is ridiculous. What a finish. Beautifully done.
I mean, like Alpha 7 went out extremely early, right?
Yeah.
And another Brazilian team, though, stepped right up. Loops. They've been like consistently up there, but they've yet to explode onto the scene. And I think with that match, the way they ended that, you know, this is final game of the day too. That's a lot of momentum that they are carrying into tomorrow.
Well, you know what? Speaking of carry tomorrow, that's going to be it for us. But the desk, of course, has got to wrap these things up and tell you guys all the things you need to know. Don't go anywhere. Let's take it on over to Jason and the boys.
Did you guys hear that? Did Zute say the M word? Did he say momentum? Do we need a momentum meter for tomorrow for Loops? Who knows? But one thing we do know is they close up the day with a fantastic finish and potentially getting themselves further up on the leaderboards. But gentlemen, that is a great game for them. A little disappointed that Intense Game didn't close things out, especially in the situation we had, and especially because I picked them. But it seems like my predictions have become a curse.
You almost got it though, but Loops
than you,
with those naturally juicy nades, I mean, you got to give it up to them.
Yeah, it was a slow final fight at the very end. They're taking control of any position on the top of Potato Hill can be incredibly hard to do because there is a very little like real cover, right? It's really all about wide angles to have to try and contend with. And so it could have gone either way, but Loops, I think with the high ground, even with the man disadvantage, was able to really keep the pressure on to Intense Game, even with Intense Game's spread that they had with the potential crossfire. You couldn't really put a lot of pressure onto the high ground, and Loops had all the time in the world to just peek over duck back down, peek up again, duck back down, and it was, you know, just made the timing work out in their favor.
And they played it even perfect before that too, because they went up against ATON Esports at a moment there. I thought ATON Esports was actually going to be able to take it because they were all the way on the east with the nice spread, and somehow Loops was able to take on them and actually destroy 3 of their players. Milos was the only one alive out of that team, and he was actually able to get a couple elims for them, 6 elims for ATON Esports, which is impressive.
Well, let's not forget, there's a team here that we don't normally see in our top 8. Royals of War taking down Alpha 7 with a pistol.
Yeah, right off the bat in a hot drop.
Who were they, John Wick?
It was the curse. It was the curse.
I mean, yeah. You win a match and you're gonna perform terribly the next time around. But the fact that Royals of War got more, like they also got 4 other eliminations immediately after and got a placement point as well. So their team that is realizing as well that they need to step it up if they want to try and climb themselves. I don't know if it's possible at this point for them to put themselves into even the top 8. We are only halfway through, so things could change a lot, but have to be a really big surge of force. But at the very least, try and get like closer to the single digits.
Yeah, I was just looking at the 0 points there from Overnight, and man, what a big disappointment out of that team today. I thought they were going to be able to maybe bring a little bit of what we saw today won. It wasn't the case. They definitely did not perform like what we saw yesterday.
No, I mean, at one point yesterday, I think they had like 13 placement points after like 4 matches, maybe it was.
Yeah. And that
they
was
had one chicken
win.
dinner, right?
Yep.
So they had 3 placement points outside of their 1 win, which is obviously not what you want to see. But again, that victory they had, as we did break down yesterday, was kind of a little bit lucky.
Not a little bit.
A lot of it lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, if INCO didn't shoot Alpha 7 coming in, then
it's not even that. They also were in the center of the zone.
Yeah.
3 shifts in a row.
They didn't have to do a thing for the longest time.
I mean, what about the Chosen?
What about
we haven't really been
good question.
We haven't really said much
Good
about
question.
Them. They haven't really done anything to be talked about.
Are we surprised though? Like, it's the Chosen, and something that we always talked about in NA as well is the Chosen always takes a very long time to warm up, and if they don't warm up in events like this where it's only 4 days, it's not going to be looking good out of them, especially if they don't come out hot in the first day. And that's something that they did very well in NA in the finals. They came out hot in the first day, and it kind of worked out for them, but we're seeing what happens with the Chosen. They're currently just not warmed up.
Okay, we'll take a look at the report here from this last match, get an idea of a couple of key players across the spectrum. And Milos taking 3 slots out of 5 here. 6 eliminations, 752 damage, and he gets the 1 limb as well with the grenade. Not bad.
I'm actually happy to see that because this was a player that I've been wondering where he has been. He is the MVP out of LATAM, so it's good to see that he's finally starting to show up here. And today, so far, ATON Esports actually didn't do that bad.
Yeah, they had an all right day, but I think Milos actually being the most eliminations up here shows that Loops was a team effort on their behalf because they got, what, 15 eliminations overall? That means that it would have to be, like, it wouldn't be one player carrying the entire thing if Milos is out here with 6 eliminations at the most, right? That it's got to be that entire team effort for them, which is, I mean, it's definitely exciting to see for a team that has sort of been almost like false starting a few times yesterday and today.
Okay, well, you know what? We need to see more of it. I think we always talk about events like this when they're like 3-4 days as a sprint, but it's kind of like a mini marathon at the same time in the sense of like your consistency. You can't really like falter too often or you're not really gonna have a chance to bounce back. I mean, intense game. They did falter a bit today, but obviously the 2nd place finish for them, able to help them catch up yet again to INCO a bit here there, especially with INCO getting 0 points, right? So that buffer they built up for themselves is almost gone. But you look at some of these other teams, in Alpha 7, they had a 0 at the start of the day. They had a 0 at the end of the day. They had a decent day overall, but like those zeros could come back to actually determine whether they get first or not first.
It will, and I think it kind of helped out for teams like Alpha 7 that INCO didn't do what they ended up doing yesterday, which was taking advantage, right, Cam? I believe you were saying this too. INCO yesterday, what they did so well was take advantage of what was given to them, whether they ended up with a blessed zone and were able to also be proactive and get those eliminations. Today, we didn't get a chance to see any out of that and allow those gaps to close up in a big way, which for me, I'm actually excited to see.
The gap closed a bit in that middle section looking at the top, but INCO with the win and another good, I believe there was another game that they had a nice like high level placement with a good couple eliminations. Similar situation in the intense game, they had a couple of stinkers, but also some good placements as well. So they didn't completely drop off the top. It's just that middle section. Today was the progress of that entire middle section getting themselves as an entire pack closer towards the top. I think it was really only EnHyper who were already just behind the top leaders who were able to put themselves closer in that mix with INCO and FLAMENGO and Intense Game. So I think, again, this is I believe what we were talking about at the top of show today, that no one would be likely to overtake INCO and everyone else at the top today. It's really just about setting themselves up for tomorrow to really try and flip that script of making that leaderboard change for the favorites. But again, with Loops being false starting, with Alpha 7 having really good games and then really poor ones, I don't know if anyone's a favorite at this point outside of the actual literal numbers that are on the leaderboard. And at the moment, that's still INCO.
Okay. Well, what about our MVP? Do you guys have any predictions? Maybe of what team it's from? Because player, I think, is going to be extremely difficult to do today.
Team might be EnHyper.
I feel like EnHyper had a great day.
Okay. Then do you have a prediction from who?
I kind of want to say Kindness.
It's not a bad shot.
I know it's actually a bad pick, but
no, it's not bad. I don't think it's a bad shot at all.
Fragger, but I feel like Kindness today really showed what he's capable of.
I'm a little worried disagreeing with you because I feel like production might have told you. Like stuck it in.
Oh,
that's true.
AGG, they had such a good start. Recency bias, we totally forgot about their first couple of rounds. They had such a good start. Oh, man.
I was going to say him too, actually.
Yeah,
you're sure.
You didn't ask me my prediction, so.
Yeah,
I'm going to pick somebody from Loops.
Yeah, But yeah, no, this is...
I was going to predict
again,
it's a team who didn't even qualify.
Again, it's 6 rounds in a single day. So if we have 2 really good ones, even if they are in the front half of things, that can set you up very, very well. You don't need to perform like INCO did yesterday, where you like win an entire series of events. You don't need to perform like I did on my predictions, where you win an entire series of events. You just got to have some really good rounds.
There it is. There it is.
You know, a couple of good rounds in there are as long as no one else beats you on that, you're still at the top. As long as everyone else is sort of trading blows back and forth, you just need to have like a slight edge on like average.
Yeah, what I don't like out of AGG is it's that up and down performance, right? It kind of goes back to what we were saying with Alpha 7. It's just too much of a roller coaster right out of this team.
I think we're going to predictions next. I'm not sure.
I'm definitely not last. If I am, that's crazy.
I hope we're not, but I didn't understand what I was told if we are going to them. And if I was told predictions, I hope I can make them skip it, because I don't know if I want to see.
I want to see just how far in the lead I am, because
Gosh, put it up, please.
I've been smurfing today on these.
Ooh.
Nice. I'm exactly where I want to be.
Me too. 9.
That is...
I'm happy with it.
That's not on brand.
That is a gap.
It's okay.
My intention tomorrow is to not get a single point.
I just can't be last, right? I was trying to pick underdogs here and there, but I just don't want to be last. I don't want to have a Monster Energy pour on me. I just want to drink one.
Why not both?
Oh.
Take a look at the recap from today. We're not having any double winners, though, which we had a triple winner yesterday, which is good, actually.
Yeah.
We don't have any team running away with the whole event here, but 30 minutes for Miramar. Things closing out for Influence. CHEMIN here in a very strong fashion, I guess you can say. But anything kind of surprising over the course of these 6 matches you're looking at in the terms of the stats or any team in particular?
No, not really. I'm not surprised to see Sanhok with the lowest damage from the winning team, because that's one that is like isolated fights. You never see like one team sort of take over in a big way. I am surprised to see how much damage there was for EnHyper on Erangel, because on the first Erangel, if you remember the military island, that played out very similar to a Sanhok, where everyone's just like trying to scramble to even get into the zone in the first place. But because they were there early, they had that central position and were able to like pick off a couple of stragglers here and there, a bit more than I think I would have expected.
I am surprised, though, of how Latin America started off the day today with back-to-back chicken dinners. Obviously not from the same team, but it was nice to see that it wasn't just Brazil. And I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll maybe get a chance to see NA. That's going to be a big question mark, because right now NA is not looking good. Except EnHyper, obviously.
Except EnHyper.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our overalls and see where they currently do stand. And it's going to be third place, but again, not that big of a gap considering where they were at the start of the day till now. Even Influence CHEMIN here getting on the front page, which is extremely important considering how much of a letdown they were yesterday.
What is really good to see for EnHyper is that their placement points are looking really, really strong. Same thing even that I noticed on the overalls before the last game. Their placements are good. The only team that's beating them is INCO, with the only team that has more than 1 win. So that tracks perfectly there. That does mean that EnHyper have a bit of... they're trailing a bit behind on elimination points, But I think with the fundamentals that we've seen them continue to just put together in these games, that shouldn't be the hardest next step for them to make. I think they're in a, usually I favor elimination point teams, but Enhyper are in a really good spot that I don't think it's going to be an issue at all because they're so consistently making it to the late game.
Yeah, and I'm really want to see how they're going to be coming back tomorrow because already we have seen such an improvement right from day 1 to day 2. And if this team is going to be taking the time that they took yesterday, coming to today to prepare themselves, I'm so happy to see what this team is going to be able to do.
Hold on this page for a second. I just realized a bit of a gap from, you know, it's top 3, then the next 2, and then the next 2. Look at that gap in points from 7th down to 8th. So Alpha 7, they've been struggling. They haven't been able, they were out of 7th place for a brief moment, but they're back stuck in 7th. But they are still developing themselves higher on the points overall and just avoiding that pitfall down to 8th. That's like, this is usually when you see point sponges at the top of just like 2, 3, maybe 4 teams that are soaking up all the points, this is looking like a 7-team point sponge because this is a very, very close top 7. But then 8th down to 16th is just nowhere to be seen.
And to be fair, we see some of the stuff that we saw today, right, where INCO just wasn't performing that much. Anybody in the top 7 can actually take this championship.
Yeah. But down here, it's gonna have to be a complete reversal of performance, of consistency, of just point delivery for any of these teams to try and even get to the top 5.
Which might end up helping them out. They're probably going to have a little bit of pressure off their shoulders, right? Being down this low on the leaderboard and be like, okay, you know what? Let's start doing some of the crazier stuff. Let's actually start pushing for more. And the team that it definitely comes to mind right away is going to be the Panthers. Maybe we can start seeing some more of that action. We saw it earlier too in Vikendi.
Yep.
It was we mentioning Nate over and over again. It wasn't Nate. It was other players. So maybe we'll be able to get a chance to see the Panthers be a little bit more aggressive.
And obviously, as we mentioned before, there's a chance for them to earn more money. The only problem is 13th through 16th is in one bracket at $5,000. Then you have 9th through 12th in one bracket at $6,000. And then you have to catch up to 8th, which is 7. And then from obviously the gap we saw, 8th to 7th is such a wide gap right now. Getting anything higher than 7,000 in the event is going to be extremely difficult for any of these teams currently not in it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
We're going to have to see a completely 180 out of this teams.
I mean, at some point tomorrow, Cameron, do we see teams out down towards the bottom just start to play 100% different and start to mess with teams? So they just get extra aggressive? Like, they have to try something, right?
They got to try something.
Sit there and play the way you've been playing the last 2 days, you're not going to come off the bottom.
Panthers had that early game aggression that got them a good couple of points on Vikendi that Seven mentioned. In the last game, we saw Royals of War fight Alpha 7 and ended up with 8 eliminations overall from that round. So that could actually be a consideration for the teams at the top, that they need to be more aware of this, that there are potential griefers in their midst, that they're going to be teams that are going to have nothing to lose and might just send it in on a single knock, even if it means giving up a rough position. Being able to read what your opponents are going to do is such a crucial aspect of a battle royale, and being aware of what intentions an opponent might have based off where they are on the leaderboard plays into that. So hopefully the teams that are at the top are aware of that, just are anticipating that potential.
A good counter for Brazil has always been a team that becomes the aggressor first. Put a Brazilian team in pretty much stepping back, that might end up working on their favor. That's why I was mentioning the Panthers. I also want to see YKG. I mean, NA has been hyping up this team for such a long time that I feel like it's time that we finally see a little bit more of what they've been able to do. We saw them get some eliminations, right? But we just haven't seen them to the full extent of what we expected to, in a way.
Well, gentlemen, it looks like we're going to have to round out the day, but not before I remind you guys once again at home, check out all of our social media channels you can see here. And also check out Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. We do everything all at once, Monsters and our socials. Check it all out. Make sure you grab one of these bad boys for tomorrow, because the action hasn't stopped just yet. We still have 2 days of play. That is going to be 12 matches before we can determine which team takes home the prize of going to PMWI and, of course, $25,000. We'll see you guys then.
Three, 4.